After a glass of wine, my physical fatigue was relieved a lot. It's easy to know that this wine must have been brewed with other magic potions as auxiliary materials. What's the matter with coming to the Brazilian camp this time? Leia filled Wyland's glass with wine again and asked curiously. Wyland smiled and replied, "Can't I come to see you if there's nothing else?" The three looked at each other, then laughed and didn't talk about this topic anymore. A lot of things happened in the Brazilian camp this year. The most outrageous thing was that a viscount's son wanted to pursue Flora. As expected, the other party was taught a lesson by his aunt. With the support of the head of the 16th Knights, the deputy commander of the Serap Corps, and the minister of logistics, Madmanchi, the viscount didn't dare to say a word, but apologized with a smile and begged for Flora's forgiveness. Looking at my aunt's smug look, I really don't know who she will marry in the end. As for Sister Layla, I don't know when she will marry her cousin. I'm really looking forward to it. After the dinner for the three of them, Wyland got up and left the tent, his face drunk. Outside the tent, Kyle, who had been waiting for a long time, came forward to help him and returned to the camp. After Wyland left, Layla helped Flora to the bed and asked someone to bring a basin of water to wipe her body. "Really, you drank so much again?" She pinched the other person's face, pulled the quilt over to cover her, and left the tent quietly. At noon the next day, Wyland got up from the bed. I don't know if it was because he got drunk too many times, but this time the reaction was very normal, and there was no headache. After lunch, Wyland went straight to the logistics station of the 16th Knights, ready to spend the points he got from recommending talents last time to exchange for valuable items for himself. Lord Wyland, a young knight, bowed and saluted. "Cake, long time no see." Wyland clearly said the other person's name and greeted politely. As a disciple of Madmanchi and the financial secretary of the 16th Knights, Wyland had a deep impression of him, but he didn't expect to meet him in the logistics camp. Kak saw the other party's doubts and took the initiative to explain. "Senior Sister Layla is busy with affairs. I took the initiative to ask Master to share some of the logistics affairs." "I see. You came here this time to exchange supplies." "Well, last time I recommended talents to the 16th Knights or made a little more contribution. This time I came to the Brazilian camp to do business, so I exchanged it by the way." Kak heard it, took out a thick book, flipped through it, and quickly got the relevant information. "Lord Wyland, according to the records above, you have 400 contribution points." Kak pointed the book to Wyland and said, "In addition, the 400 contributions specially approved by the leader, that is, you have a total of 800 contribution points. Finally, your exchange permission is level 3, which means that in addition to some core materials, you have the permission to exchange most things." "Thank you." Wyland looked at the records above clearly, very clearly. As for the extra 400 contribution points, an exchange license, it should be the return gift from Madmanchi for the low-priced ice blue magic potion. After the information was confirmed, Kak took out another palm-thick book and handed it to Wyland, saying with a smile, "It records the production places, uses and quantities of more than 500 kinds of materials. You can take a look first." With a curious mind, Wyland opened the heavy book. Every 5 pages introduces an item, including the production place, usage instructions, adaptation conditions, and value. It can be said to be an encyclopedia, and it also allows him to see how rich the resources of Kingdom Silver Knight Group are. In the Kingdom's military system, the level of the Magic Legion and the Knight Group is equivalent to a regular legion of 100,000 people. For the third-level St. Clo's Silver Knight Group, led by Madmanchi, the kingdom invested 3 times the resources of the regular legion. Before, he only had a general concept. Until he saw this book, he knew what it meant to support vigorously. Unconsciously, Wyland was immersed in it, constantly looking up various precious resources that he had never known before, and even saw more than 10 kinds of precious materials produced by the X family. However, the contribution points required were also high, such as the red phosphorus horse, which was worth 100 contribution points, and the Holy Heart Moon Flower, which could speed up the training of the Golden Knight, a precious magic potion worth 500 contribution points. What surprised him most was that he could exchange all these things. Kak looked at Wylan, who was immersed in it, poured him a cup of fruit tea, took a biography novel, and read it with relish without disturbing him. I don't know how long it took. When he came back to his senses, he had read most of the encyclopedia. There were too many things, and he didn't know which ones to choose for a while. Or choose a holy heart moon flower as a gift and accumulate the other contribution points and talk about it later. Wylan closed the encyclopedia, and this idea suddenly popped up in his mind. Going to visit his eldest brother, he must not be empty-handed. Although his eldest brother would not mind, he couldn't do this. Cake, I want to exchange for a holy heart moon flower. Hearing the other party's voice, Kak folded the pages of the book, closed the biography novel, opened the first book, found Wylan's file, picked up a special pen, and asked seriously, "There are still 3 holy heart moon flowers, Lord Wylan. Are you sure you want to exchange?" "Sure," Wylan nodded and replied. Kak saw this and tapped the page with a pen. The text on it was changed. The contribution value changed from 800 to 300, which was quite magical. Not long after, a silver knight entered the tent with a wooden box, handed it to Kak solemnly, and then turned and left. "Lord Wylan, this is what you need. Please keep it." Wylan nodded, put the wooden box into the space ring, thanked Kak, and left with Kyle. Not long after leaving the logistics camp, he ran into Claire. "Hee, I was just going to find you." "Claire, you look good. It seems that you have had a good year." Wylan looked up and down and said half-jokingly, "There's no such thing as a happy life. I'm with those exchange students from the Ash Magic Kingdom every day. I don't feel free at all." Claire put his arm around Wylan's shoulders and said, "Come on, I've made an appointment with Alva for a drink. You're the only one missing." Okay, let's go." The other party invited him so kindly that Wylan would be embarrassed if he didn't go. 10 minutes later, the two came to a tent. Alva heard the voice, stopped meditating, opened his eyes, looked at the two, and a smile appeared on his face, no longer cold. "Wylan, it's been a year since we last saw each other." The gentle tone still heals the hearts of others, just like when they first met. "Okay, everyone, sit down and let's have some drinks." Claire couldn't wait to take out the wine he brought from his father and poured a glass for the 3 of them. The mellow smell filled the entire camp. Smelling the aroma of wine, I couldn't help but get intoxicated. "Let's have a drink first." Bair raised his glass, clinked it with the 2 of them, and then drank it all. The powerful force caused the 3 of them to fall to the ground instantly and sleep on the carpet without any image. This cocktail party was over before it even started. The 3 of them spontaneously began to operate the breathing method. Their cultivation speed increased by more than dozens of times. A siphon effect gradually formed, and the magic energy from other areas continued to gather here. At this moment, in the main tent of the Brazilian, a camp, Commander Balbourne of the Serap Corps suddenly stood up, looked at the strange situation in the distance, and rushed out quickly. More than a dozen soul-level powerhouses floated over Krell's camp, and they were a little curious about the situation inside. Seeing Balbourne's figure, everyone saluted. Smelling the familiar aroma of wine, I knew without even thinking that Nizzy had stolen his medicinal wine. "Please disperse, this is a kid practicing." The other soul-level powerhouses looked at each other and finally left. What happened has happened. Balbourne ordered people to seal off the surrounding area and not allow others to get close. Don't be angry. Balbourne suppressed the anger in his heart and kept hinting to himself that this was his son, not someone else. During these 3 days, every 2 hours, Balbourne asked his subordinates to prepare a wooden stick. Unknowingly, more than 30 wooden sticks were neatly placed on the right side, waiting for Claire to wake up and enjoy them. At noon, the siphoning stopped, and everyone understood that the incident was coming to an end. Inside the camp, the 3 of them slowly woke up. While Alva and Bair was still confused, Krell looked at everything around him and suddenly understood something. "Brothers, I'll go first and have a drink together when we have the chance." Before the 2 of them could react, Krell walked out of the tent with a firm look on his face. A gust of wind blew by, lifting the tent curtain. But Krell's figure had disappeared. At this time, the 2 of them realized what was going on. "I hope he, can get out of bed in a month." Alva closed his eyes and prayed silently for his friend. Bair could only bless Krell in his heart. He was probably the only one who could steal his father's precious wine. Feeling the changes in his body, Varen became more and more certain that Krell might not be able to get out of bed for 3 months. Just one glass of wine saved him half a year of hard work. I guarantee that I can reach the gold level within half a year at most. It's just that this favor is too big. There is no protagonist in this cocktail party, so there is no need to continue it. The two of them cleaned up the scene in tacit agreement and left the place. After returning to the camp, he waited for 3 consecutive days without seeing Krell. Wellen could only regretfully leave the Brazila camp and head to the commercial camp 50 kilometers away. Varen could only repay his kindness next time. As a commercial camp that was born less than 2 years ago, it has more than doubled in size compared to a year ago. When Wyland saw the commercial camp again, he couldn't help but open his eyes. If he hadn't been there several times, he would have thought he was in the wrong place. What a big change. Perhaps it shouldn't be called a commercial camp, but a commercial town. The central area is still the shops of various nobles, while the outer areas are residential areas. It didn't take long for Varen to find his own store in the new commercial town. After dismounting and handing the red phosphorus horse to Kyle, Waylon went straight into the store. Grown-ups. Duke, who was immersed in settling accounts, raised his head, saw Wyland's figure, and saluted hurriedly. "We don't have much time. I have something to tell you." "Please come with me, my lord." Varen followed Duke into the back of the store. Compared with the rough appearance a year ago, the backyard has become much more orderly at this time. Various functional areas such as the commodity storage area, stables, and living areas have been separated, and it is no longer messy as before. Entering a room, Duke came to the wall and turned a small stone statue in the corner of the room. The next moment, a portal appeared on the floor, leading directly to the underground chamber. With no extra expression on his face, Wyland followed Duke into the basement. Light the surrounding oil lamps, and the dark basement instantly becomes bright. "Sir, in the past year, apart from the current store covering an area of 6 acres, there have been 3 stores selling grain on East Street, 4 stores selling leather goods, furniture, salt, and dried meat on South Street, and there are also 20 residences on the north side. Are all your property?" After listening to Duke's report, Wyland was quite surprised. In less than a year, the other party relied on its own vision to capture such a large business territory. Although he has his own background that prevents other nobles from taking it, Duke's business ability can also be seen. "I'm very pleased that you did a good job. What reward do you need?" "My lord, your support of my family is already a great gift to me. Please take it back," Duke said respectfully, obviously knowing what happened to the family. "In this case, your reward will be stored with me for the time being." Lin was very pleased with his subordinates who were content, and then said, "I have a task for you. If you can complete it within 1 year, I will help you break through the silver level, mount, weapon, and breathing method all in 1 step. Please give me your instructions, sir." Duke knelt on one knee, and the excited expression on his face had already explained his inner thoughts. Ever since he broke through the high bronze level with the help of Lord Raimondo, he clearly felt the upper limit of his talent. If there were no other adventures, he would probably stop here for life. Now the opportunity is in front of him. No matter what, he must seize it. 3 months later, Raimondo will send someone to take over your position and continue to preside over the business here. What I need you to do is to go to Maple Leaf City, the Duke of Lightend, and wait for orders. 1 month after the big event, I will acquire these industries in my name, and these 6 people will cooperate with your actions. As for what the big event is, although he is very curious, Duke did not ask. As a subordinate, these are not what he should know. He took a piece of parchment from Lin, on which were written the names of 6 people, 3 of whom he was familiar with. "If you encounter difficulties, you can tell me the name of my family." "Yes, sir." Duke engraved the name on it in his mind and returned it to Wyland. Wyland put the parchment back into the space ring, explained some other matters, and then left the basement with Duke. Window tabula equals window, tabula tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01, container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x 250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x 250 target type mix. He visited the layout of the store and encouraged the staff. With Duke's farewell, Wylan left the commercial town and headed southeast, preparing to go to Dany Province through the teleportation array of the Serap Province. Half a month later, Wylan and his 14 people were teleported to the capital of Dany Province through the teleportation array. After some inquiries, Wylan quickly got the information he wanted. The Dany Corps barracks are located in Lurri City, a military town in the border area of Dany Province. Now there are more than 300,000 troops stationed, most of which are from noble armies from all over the country, and a small number are from the Kingdom Army. Wylan first took people to the Chamber of Commerce run by the Earl of Hurricane in the city, preparing to pass the news of his arrival to his eldest brother. As a military camp, Lurri City is not accessible to ordinary people. If he did not notify his eldest brother Ilyus, he might not even be able to enter the outermost area, and he would be driven away by the patrolling army or even detained. In the most prosperous commercial area of the West, district of the capital of Dany Province, Wylan silently recited the Hurricane Chamber of Commerce and kept searching for targets around. After crossing several streets, the Hurricane Chamber of Commerce that he had been thinking about appeared in front of him. It was located in the center of the commercial district, which was enough to show the power and status of the Hurricane Earl in Dany Province. There were 8 guards standing guard at the door of the Chamber of Commerce. Their strength was not high or low. They had the strength of high-level bronze, which was enough as a face. Wylan asked the other 12 people to wait here, took out the family badge and wore it on his chest, and walked forward with Kyle. The 8 people saw the familiar identity certificate, without doubt, and bowed to salute. Wylan nodded and walked straight in without any questioning. As the face of the Hurricane Chamber of Commerce in Dany Province, ordinary businessmen and noble children were not qualified to enter this gate at all, so there were not many people inside the Chamber of Commerce. They sat on the exquisite and soft sofas in 2s and 3s, communicating leisurely. A tall woman wearing clothes different from those in mainstream society and high heels walked slowly towards Wylan. "Sir, I am the person in charge of the front office. You can call me Fiona. Is there anything I can do for you?" Looking up and down at the woman in front of him, she has a good figure and is about the same height as him, 1.7 meters tall. She smiles sincerely, speaks in a gentle tone, and has a pleasant voice. Her strength is also quite standard, and she looks like a low-level silver. As expected, this is the one specially selected to receive customer. Wylan shook his head and didn't think much about it. Fiona looked at the young man in front of him and shook his head. She thought she had done something wrong. She carefully examined herself and found no problem. She was even more confused. When she was about to ask politely about the reason, she saw the other party speak first, which made her forget about the problem temporarily. "Can you contact the Hurricane Earl here?" "Sir, please wait a moment. This is not something I can handle." Hearing the other party's intention, Fiona's pupils couldn't help but be surprised. But the expression on her face did not change. She bowed and saluted and walked quickly to the second floor. Seeing the other party leave, Wylan casually found an empty rest area, asked Kyle to sit down, and waited quietly. Not long after, Fiona led a middle-aged man to Wylan. "My lord, I am the branch president of the Chamber of Commerce here. You must call me Oliver." The middle-aged man looked at the family emblem hanging on Wylan's chest. The golden edge pattern, the shape of an eagle engraved in the center. The top was several secret words that only he knew the meaning of. He was more and more certain in his heart that this person came from the main family, but he didn't know why he came to Dany Province. Looking up at the middle-aged man, his breath was restrained, and he couldn't see through it with his high-level silver strength. He must be a gold-level extraordinary person. His specific occupation could not be seen from his external appearance. Wylan stood up and asked the other party, "Can you contact the Earl of Hurricane?" "Yes, but if there is no important matter, the Chamber of Commerce cannot contact the Earl without authorization." Oliver replied respectfully, implying that Wylan needed to give a reason. "I know." Oliver saw this and made a gesture of invitation. Following the other party, the two came to a closed room on the first floor, while Kyle and Fiona waited outside. Fiona looked at the young knight opposite. The equipment revealed on his body was very valuable. He wore an excellent knight's long sword on his waist. and the clothes he wore were equivalent to several months of his salary. In the room, Oliver closed the door, came to the center of the room, and activated the magic instrument above. A light blue barrier wrapped around the room, isolating this space from the outside world. Seeing this, Wylan said, "Well and Aches, my name is the fifth son of Angus, the Eagle Earl. This time I want to go to Lurri city to find my elder brother Ilyus, but it is a military stronghold and no one can enter, so I need you to contact the Hurricane Earl. Sir, I need to check your family emblem to confirm your identity." Oliver saluted again, his tone very respectful. Wylan nodded, took off the family emblem on his chest, and handed it to the other party. Oliver took the eagle badge from Wylan with both hands, went to the corner, operated the magic instrument, and began to check. A few minutes later, the information was confirmed to be correct, and Oliver respectfully returned the eagle badge. "So Wylan, within 3 days, I will convey your information to the Earl. May I ask if you have a residence?" "Not yet," Wylan answered truthfully. When Oliver saw this, he immediately said, "There is a manor in the East City District that belongs to our Chamber of Commerce. It can provide you and your subordinates with a temporary rest." "Thank you. You're welcome." Oliver smiled in response to Varen's thanks. After leaving the Chamber of Commerce, a guard acted as a guide and led Wylan to the manor in Dingcheng District. After settling the matter, Wylan calmed down, admired the surrounding scenery, and discovered a different scenery. 6 out of 10 women on the street are wearing revealing clothes, and everyone around them thinks this is normal. He opened his eyes. He hadn't noticed the surroundings while looking for a place. He didn't expect that this place would be so open. Which opened his eyes. "The culture here is really different from other places," Wylan commented after admiring the scenery for a while. "Every place has its own unique culture. The formation of this culture has a lot to do with the local nobility. In Varen's opinion, the nobles of Dany Province must be very receptive to new ideas, which is why they created such an open culture. For my great-aunt, this place seems to be no different from heaven to him." Unknowingly, Varen suddenly thought of his acquaintances in Tonks Province. An hour later, Wylan and his party arrived at a manor in the city. The manor gate opened, and more than a dozen maids stood respectfully on both sides, bowing their heads and saluting. Wylan glanced at it, and as he had guessed, these maids were dressed very openly, and the length of the dress was usually above the knee. The colors were mainly black and white, and the edges were decorated with patterns. "My lord, I am the head maid of the manor, and I am happy to serve you." A mature-looking woman came to Wylan, put her hands on her abdomen and bowed. Yes, Wylan nodded. The other party had obviously received Oliver's message, so he didn't need to state it again. The 12 followers were placed in a small room on the left side of the manor, while Wylan and Kyle were arranged in the middle and back of the manor. Entering the room and looking around, the design was very tasteful. Wylan waved his hand to let the head maid leave, then took off his coat and threw it casually on the chair. Kyle closed the door, stepped forward and folded the clothes at a speed visible to the naked eye and placed them on the table. "Are you a little moved?" Wylan rolled up his sleeves and said to Kyle with a smile. Kyle blushed slightly and answered, "The clothes here are too bold, especially those maids. I have never seen them before, it's a bit out of control." "It's normal, I haven't seen them either." "Of course I haven't seen them in this life," Wylan added silently in his heart. "The culture of each place is different. In the future, we will not only be limited to the kingdom of Ilyus. Other kingdoms may be more open than here or more conservative. So you have to learn to adapt." Wylan stepped forward and patted Kyle on the shoulder and said, "You will deal with these maids for the next 3 days. Practice more. It doesn't matter if you make mistakes, I will help you solve them." Kyle was a little at a loss when he heard this. "That's it." Wylan drove Kyle out, then sat cross-legged on the bed, referred to the druid book, and began to practice. The more he studied, the more Wylan felt that he had taken the wrong path, or that the path his fellow villager took was a little too strange. There are also shadows of the traditional druid path, but the knowledge and spells above are more about another aspect. For example, the previous soul-searching technique has nothing to do with nature, no matter how you look at it. Another example is the blood and kai seeds recorded on page 32 of the druid book. Plant seed is transformed into a blood and kai seed through a strange method, and then applied to a monster. With bones and flesh as nutrition, it only takes 3 days to turn the essence of a monster into 3 fruits that replenish blood and kai. In the mainstream view of this world, this evil spell is completely heretical. Perhaps this is the difference between the boss and the developed spells are always unexpected. 20 kilometers northwest of Lurri city, the Zili camp is the base of the Dany Corps, with more than 300,000 troops. Outside the central camp, a blue falcon fell from the sky and landed on a wooden frame. A gold-level swordsman on guard stepped forward, took the letter from the blue falcon's leg, and turned to enter the tent. "My Lord Earl, a letter from the Hurricane Chamber of Commerce." The middle-aged man sitting at the desk took the letter, opened it and read it, then put it into the bamboo tube intact, handed it to the swordsman in front of him and said, "Give this to Ilyus." "Yes, my Lord Earl." The swordsman took the bamboo tube respectfully, bowed and saluted, and left the tent. Arriving at the Hurricane Corps, the gold-level swordsman handed the letter to the acting legion, Commander Ilyus, and left. Ilyus immediately opened the letter and read the letter on it. A smile appeared on his expressionless face, which shocked and confused the officers of the Hurricane Corps. "Go down." Ilyus put away his smile and ordered others. "Yes, sir." After everyone left, Ilyus opened the letter again and read it again. Half a month ago, the 4th brother, Ilyus, had just left the Zili camp, and the 5th brother, Wylan, followed him to visit him, which was a bit regretful. However, I was still very happy that my 5th brother had come from afar to visit me. The last time they met was 6 years ago. In less than 10 minutes, a letter was written and put into the bamboo tube. Kalon's, a low-level gold knight, entered the tent, beat his chest and saluted, saying, "My lord, send this letter back to the Hurricane Chamber of Commerce in the capital of Dany Province." "Yes, sir." After Kalon's left, Ilyus began to plan how to entertain his brother. "I haven't seen him for 6 years. I don't know if he looks different now. There has been no war in the past 3 months. He has plenty of time to take Wylan to visit the surrounding strange places." The more I thought about it, the more excited Ilyus became. He clenched his fists and clapped his hands, and asked someone to bring a detailed map of Dany Province and make a detailed travel plan. 3 days later, Oliver came to the manor and personally handed the bamboo tube containing the letter to Wylan. Opening the letter, Wylan read the content word by word. The whole article was full of cordial greetings and excitement, which made him feel very warm in his heart. "Oliver, thank you for your hospitality these days." Wylan put away the letter, feeling very happy, and said with a smile, "I believe that Earl Hurricane will be very pleased to know that you are loyal to your duties." "Thank you, sir." Oliver suppressed his inner excitement and replied respectfully. The next morning, Wylan dressed up, took Kyle and 12 followers, left the capital of Dany Province, and headed for the border town of Lurri city. On the way, Wylan turned to Kyle and asked, "How were these 3 days?" "It was just so-so. I calmed down naturally after seeing it so much. I'm not as restless as before." Kyle answered truthfully, not as immature as before, and his face was very calm. "Ha, you've made progress. I'll find you a capable one in the future. Don't think about these maids, they're not worthy of you." Wylan was in a very good mood and said to Kyle. Hearing this, Kyle nodded, looking a little expectant. The capital of Dany Province is 430 kilometers away from Lurri city. In less than 2 days, a group of 14 people arrived near Lurri city. Due to the existence of the Zili camp, a large number of troops patrolled the surrounding area, and no outsiders were allowed to approach. Under a hill, Wylan looked into the distance, and a familiar face appeared in front of him. Seeing the figure of his eldest brother, Wylan slapped the red phosphorus horse and rushed over at an accelerated speed. At the same time, Ilyus also found Wylan's figure, patted the red phosphorus horse under his crotch, and walked forward. "Brother, I missed you so much." Wylan turned over and got off the horse, hugged his elder brother, and was very excited. "You have grown taller and become more handsome." Ilyus looked at Wylan and subconsciously wanted to touch Wylan's head, but stopped after a moment's thought. "It's been 6 years, big brother, and you haven't changed at all." "You kid, do you want me to change?" Ilyus put his arm around Wylan's shoulders and said kindly, "I asked you to come last time, but you didn't come. What a good opportunity. Under my operation you can get at least 6 military merits, but now it's gone. The Serop Corps can also earn military merits. Don't you still believe in your brother's ability? Wylan said unhappily, obviously dissatisfied with his elder brother's underestimation of him. Ilyus looked at the boy and half-jokingly said, "With your ambition, don't you want to be a salted fish? Can't salted fish have dreams?" Yes, if you have dreams, why don't you lie down somewhere else? Continuing this topic is not good for him. Wylan extinguished the idea of continuing bickering with his elder brother, and whispered, "Last time I went home, my father told me that he and mother are already choosing a wife for you." "It's good." Ilyus's tone was very calm, without any fluctuations, which surprised Wylan. "My eldest brother used to dislike marriage, but why has he changed now? Could it be that the other party actually has some fluctuations in his heart, but he is just pretending on the surface?" Wylan stared at Ilyus's face, hoping to find different changes in his expression. The result was very disappointing. He could not see anything. "For marriage, I have figured it out in the past few years. I am not so resistant and even have some expectations. You want to win back in this regard, that is impossible." Ilyus patted Wylan's shoulder and said with a smile, "Okay. The eldest brother has changed, and the change is quite big. Tonight let's have a good reunion." Ilyus helped Wylan onto the horse, returned to the side of the mount, climbed on the horse, and led the way in front. "My riding skills were taught by my eldest brother, and at that time, my eldest brother helped me onto the horse." After more than 10 years, this scene appeared again, and the memory is still fresh. "Let's go, what are you standing there for?" In a trance, Wylan came back to his senses, patted the red phosphorus horse forward, and walked side by side with Ilyus. Along the way, they encountered various checkpoints and patrol troops. When they saw the flag of the Hurricane Corps, they let them all pass. No one dared to come up and ask. They entered the Zili camp unimpeded. Compared with the Brazilian camp, this place was much more orderly, with more patrol troops and fewer nobles wandering around. A group of hundreds of people passed through the long passage and finally entered the left camp of the Central Army camp. As the direct force of the Hurricane Earl, the Hurricane Corps and the Hurricane Knights served as the security force of the central camp, one on the left and one on the right, firmly protecting the camp in the center. Handing the mount to Kyle, Wylan followed his eldest brother and entered a heavily guarded military tent. At the entrance of the military tent, 2 masked female swordsmen lifted the curtain and let the 2 enter. "Is it assigned to you by your father?" Wylan sat on the carpet, pointed at the female swordsman standing guard at the door, and asked curiously. Ilyus shook his head and explained, "How is that possible? This is a gift from my uncle Vios. There are 24 of them, and each one is of silver grade." "Death Warrior grade." Wylan took a sip of tea and continued to ask. "Almost the same nature, they can do anything." Ilyus held the teacup in both hands, blew a breath, and then said, "Unmarried. Between 25 and 30 years old, good-looking." "Did they do anything?" Wylan asked with a smirk. Ilyus rolled his eyes and said unhappily, "If you want, I can give you a few." "Forget it." Wylan shook his head and refused. "Brother, you should keep them for yourself." Ilyus stared at Wylan with a faint smile on his face. "I'm serious. If you want, I can give you 12. Just as Wylan was about to speak, 6 masked women entered the tent, neatly placed the food on the low table, and carefully tied white napkins for the 2 of them. "Take off the mask." The 6 female swordsmen heard the master's order, stopped their actions, and took off the masks on their faces. The eyebrows and eyes are picturesque, the appearance is beautiful, and the delicate skin exudes a natural luster, which makes people bright. "Forget it, big brother, I don't want your people anymore." Wylan retracted his gaze and refused again. "Compared to the one you gave, I would rather train myself." "You have ambition, you want me but don't want to give it to me." Ilyus waved his hand and asked the 6 female swordsmen to retreat. Wylan picked up a soft panel as if no one was around, tore off a piece, put it in his mouth, and it tasted good. "Big brother, I want to ask you for help with something." After hearing this, Ilyus did not show a surprised expression on his face. Perhaps he already knew. "Tell me, what does my Wylan need me for, the big brother?" "Make money, make a lot of money." Wylan did not beat around the bush and directly stated the purpose of this trip. Ilyus took the wine jug, poured a glass for Wylan first, then filled a glass for himself, put down the wine jug and picked up the wine glass. Seeing this, Wylan also picked up the wine glass. The two clinked their glasses and then drank it all in one gulp, leaving no drop of wine in the glass. "Tell me, what do you need me to do?" Without asking for the reason, Ilyus directly asked Wylan what he needed him to do. 5 months later, the Third Icelandic War will cause the Kingdom of Cube to be defeated. I want you, my brother, to contact the forces and chambers of commerce in the southwest region that are close to our family and purchase materials from the central and northern regions at a fair price. When the time is right, sell them in bulk to the Kingdom of Cube at a high price. After this is successful, each family will charge a certain percentage of gold coins as information fees. After hearing this, Ilyus did not rush to speak, but calmed down and began to think. He knew everything that happened in Silver Moon City 5 years ago. He also knew what happened in the eastern hinterland of the Grey Wasteland a year ago from the letter his father sent him. Therefore, for the news that Wylan suddenly threw out without any cause and effect, he chose to believe it in his heart. "Why didn't you choose to tell the family, but come to me instead?" Ilyus asked with some doubts in his heart. Upon hearing this, Wylan explained, "Brother, my father will be very busy in the next year, as it is related to major events in the Principality of Balbourne. I don't want to bother him at this time." "I understand. Next, I will contact the forces and chambers of commerce close to our family in Dany Province, Togro Duchy, Sahel Province, Moravia Duchy, and Tonks Province. As for the source of the news, I will first attribute it to my father and Aunt Mealy, the Count of Blood Moon. I will explain to them later." "Thank you, brother," Wylan thanked sincerely. "You and I are brothers. There is no need to be so polite," Ilyus said with a smile. "Brother, you are becoming more and more like your father. I believe that under your leadership, the family will move to a higher level." Wylan raised his glass again and blessed Ilyus. Ilyus smiled and picked up the wine glass. "Do you really want your father to abdicate? If you hadn't participated in the trial, my father would have learned from my grandfather and thrown the title to you and took my mother out to play." Wylan teased softly. "Ha, aren't you afraid that I will tell my father next time I go back?" Ilyus smiled playfully, wanting to see his brother's scared expression. Thinking of the time when he was beaten before, Wylan suddenly realized that it was not good, but he still said toughly on the surface, "What are you afraid of? I won't go back then. He can still come to Dany Province to beat me up. This is what you asked for, so don't blame me." Ilyus finished drinking, put the wine glass on the low table, and looked at Wylan quietly. "Okay, brother, I'm scared. Is it okay to be scared?" Wylan lay on the low table without any image, complaining weakly. Ilyus put his hand on Wylan's head and said gently, "It's still the same. Everything else has changed, but this one hasn't changed much. Maybe it will change in the future. Who knows what will happen in the future?" Wylan enjoyed this moment, but people will change, and he didn't know where the future would go. Who knows the future, but you haven't changed now, right? Ilyus knew very well that maybe in a few years, after he got married and accepted the position of Earl of Eagle, there would be some changes. The fourth brother went out to explore for 10 years, and the contact in the past period of time also showed that he had changed a lot. Compared to the previous silence and introvert personality, now Ilyus has become smooth, and the means of handling affairs have gradually become vicious, and even some unscrupulous, which makes him feel a little strange. However, this is the only way to grow up. He will not persuade or correct it. No matter how it changes, Ilyus is his own brother. During this period, if you have nothing to do, you can go to your fourth brother's territory for a stroll. Ilyus looked down at Wylan and suggested, "I will go. I'll leave it to you, brother, to contact the forces close to the family and the Chamber of Commerce." Wylan opened one eye and then closed it again. "Don't worry. I will solve this matter in 2 months at most." Ilyus looked at Wylan, his tone suddenly changed, and then said, "However, I hope you can let your fourth brother participate, even if it is only a small part of the profit." "Brother, I leave it to you." Wylan still closed his eyes and had no intention of opening them. "I believe you won't cheat me." "Okay, leave it to me, just wait for the money." Ilyus' eyes were very gentle. He would only show this side of himself when he was close to people. Afterwards, the two chatted about some other topics, mainly about the trial tasks related to the eldest brother in Earl Anjousi, Earl Mishies, and Earl Hurricane. One person told, and the other listened. Time passed slowly, and it was night in the blink of an eye. Wylan left the tent with an unsatisfied mind, followed a female swordsman, and went to his resting tent. Shortly after Wylan left, Ilyus opened the curtain and stood at the door of the tent. The cold wind did not make him feel the slightest bit of coolness. The travel plan can only be postponed. Ilyus looked at the bright moon in the sky with some regret. The plan cannot keep up with the changes, so I can only talk about it next time when I have free time. The next morning, Wylan just came out of the tent and saw his eldest brother waiting outside. "Let's go, I'll take you to see Grandpa Vios." "Wait for me." Seeing this, Wylan went directly into the tent, found a suitable dress from the space ring, and put it on as quickly as possible. It's better to dress more formally when going out to meet the elders. "Very handsome." Seeing Wylan's outfit, Ilyus couldn't help but admire. "Let's go, brother. I only saw Grandpa Vios from a distance once when I was a child, and I'm really looking forward to meeting him for the first time." Wylan was a little nervous, but he still looked calm on his face. Ilyus nodded and took Varin to the central camp. As the command center of the Dany Corps, the central military tent where Earl Hurricane was located was heavily guarded, with a guard every 5 steps and a sentry every 10 steps, which was the basic operation. Looking around, there were hundreds of soldiers, each of whom was as strong as himself. The gatekeeper in front of the tent was even more invisible to him. He was a gold-level swordsman who stared at everything around him expressionlessly. He was the last barrier of the guards of Earl Hurricane. When the two saw Ilyus, they saluted respectfully and opened the curtains on the left and right. Ilyus nodded as a response to the other party, and then took Varin into the tent. "Ilyus, you are here." Earl Hurricane did not raise his head and still quickly reviewed the official business. "Grandpa, I brought Varin to see you." Ilyus bowed and saluted, and Varin followed closely to express his respect for Earl Hurricane. Although Earl Hurricane looks 30 years old, his real age is more than 230, but as a mid-level soul knight, he is still in his youth. Earl Hurricane Vios raised his head and looked at the young man on the left of Ilyus, showing a kind smile. "Come here, let me take a look." Upon hearing this, Wylan walked past his elder brother and came to Vios. "Meet Earl Hurricane." "Just call me old man like that kid from Ilyus. Why make it so strange?" Vios said gently while asking Wylan to sit down. As soon as he sat down, Wylan felt as if he had been seen through, just like the first time he met Alva. "Not bad, the foundation is very solid. High-level silver, and the talent is also very good." Earl Hurricane patted Wylan on the shoulder and said, "The most important thing is that the camp has not shifted. He is a good boy." "Grandpa, you are joking." Although he had guessed it in his heart, Wylan could only bite the bullet and pretend to be ignorant. "Boy, in fact, you know very well in your heart that this little trick is useless in front of me." Earl Hurricane saw through Wylan's acting at a glance and exposed it without hesitation. Seeing this, Wylan could only touch the back of his head awkwardly, not knowing how to reply. "Ha, funny boy, much more fun than your big brother." Looking at the younger generation's frustrated look, Vios laughed happily, causing Ilyus to roll his eyes at the side. "What a shameless old man." "Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Why are the younger generations of that old man, Ignatius, so outstanding? It really makes people jealous." Vios was really envious and jealous when he thought of his younger generation who was well behaved. Earl Hurricane complained about his grandfather. Varin and Ilyus smiled awkwardly. They couldn't say anything about their elders in person. "What do you want when we meet for the first time?" Looking at Varin's obedient look, Earl Hurricane asked. "Grandpa, what do you want to give me?" Varin directly asked this question to the other party. He believed that Earl Hurricane would not cheat him. "You little slippery boy." Earl Hurricane scolded with a smile and then said, "You have little knowledge, so I will give you 2 shadow guards." "Grandpa, you have less than 100 shadow guards. Are you willing to give them away?" Ilyus came to the side and asked curiously. "Those are my treasures, so of course it's impossible." Vios shook his head and said, "There are 18 seeds recently, but they have not yet been marked with the Hurricane mark. I will let someone choose 2 to give to Varin." At this point, Ilyus turned to look at Varin. His expression suddenly became serious, and he solemnly ordered, "These are geniuses selected by me personally, and I have spent a lot of resources on them. Don't you kid, be a bitch, or I'll beat your ass to pieces." "Don't worry, Grandpa, I promise not to." Wylan learned from the conversation between his eldest brother and Vios how valuable the Shadow Guard was, and realized that he had gotten a big deal. "Okay, come to my place for dinner tonight. Now I have to do something. Grandpa Tang, let's leave now." Varin and Ilyus held their chests and saluted, and then exited the central camp. "Brother, do you think the Shadow Stalkers under my father are more powerful, or the Shadow Guards under Grandpa Vios?" Varin asked Ilyus as he walked away. "Well, I'm not sure about this." Ilyus shook his head and said, "My father has more than 600 Shadow Stalkers. The ones with high strength can reach the middle level of soul, and the ones with low strength can also reach the middle level of silver. There are only 81 official Shadow Guards in the hands of Grandpa Vios, each of whom is not lower than the gold level. And all have dual professions. As for the reserve personnel, there are more than 300 people, and most of them are at the silver level." Wylan touched his chin and glanced back. "The two at the camp entrance are probably the Shadow Guards. It's possible." Ilyus nodded uncertainly. "I just heard him talk about it accidentally. As for the apparent identities of those people, I don't know very well, okay? Don't think about it. Since Grandpa has given you 2 talents, treat them well and don't let him down." "I understand, don't you understand me?" Okay, anyway, it's not me who gets beaten in the end." Ilyus glanced at Varin and said angrily. The two brothers talked and laughed, and finally separated at the Hurricane Core Station. Ilyus had to deal with various official duties, and Varin returned to his camp first, changed out of his uniform, and then took Kyle to wander around the entire Legion station, taking a look at the training of the units under the Hurricane Legion. After walking around in circles, Wylan arrived outside a training ground, rested his hands on the wooden low wall, and watched hundreds of people training inside intently. The armor worn by the soldiers was uniformly light blue. Under the orders of the officers, they uniformly stimulated their own wind attribute fighting spirit. It was very similar to the way Orlando and the Knights of Hebrews linked their fighting spirit. However, without the candidates for the main formation, it did not form that kind of fighting spirit. An overwhelming momentum. Every soldier is very elite, and they all have wind attributes. It's really enviable. Wylan stared at this group of elite soldiers and drooled with envy. Hearing this, Kyle nodded in agreement. My lord, just gathering these thousands of wind attribute warriors is unimaginable. Not just 1,000 people, but 5,000 people in this battalion all have the same attribute. Varin turned to Kyle and explained, the Hurricane Legion has 30,000 people. The name of this battalion should be Hurricane Battalion. The other 5 camps are the Eagle Camp, the Blood Moon Camp, the Angici Camp, the Mixes Camp, and the Ix Camp, representing the 5 types of fighting spirit attributes: fire, water, earth, fire, and feng shui. Each name represents the title of an earl, and the last name represents the name of the family. Without enough population, it is completely impossible to form such a legion. Lord, I believe that under your leadership, one day we will be able to form such a legion. Kyle's eyes were firm, and his tone was very firm. I will. Varin clenched his fists. He believed that his future would be brilliant, and he would definitely have such a legion. Throughout the afternoon, Varin visited the stations of each battalion of the Hurricane Legion, and at the same time, intuitively understood the strength of the Hurricane Legion. 10 people form a small team, with the middle-level Silver Warrior as the captain and the low-level Silver Warrior as the deputy. The 5 teams form a squadron, with a high-level Silver Soldier serving as the squadron leader and 3 mid-level Silver Soldiers serving as deputies. 5 squadrons form one team, with low-level Gold Warriors serving as team captains and 6 high-level Silver Warriors serving as deputies. As for Shang, there are no more details. If you want to know more, you can only go to your elder brother. Mir Brigade has 1 gold low-level warrior, 11 silver high-level warriors, 40 silver mid-level warriors, 75 silver low-level warriors, and 200 bronze-level soldiers. It is no exaggeration to say that with one large army, it can confront an army that is 10 times the size of the kingdom's regular army. Looking forward to the future, relying on the guidance of fate, Wylan believes that one day, he can form a stronger legion than the Hurricane Legion, and he will not rely on the power of others. At night, Wylan came to his eldest brother's tent and went to the Hurricane Earl's tent for a banquet. There were only 3 people at the banquet, and it was obvious that his uncle had prepared it specifically for him. What do you think of watching the training of the Hurricane Legion today? Vios looked at Wylan and asked with a smile. Very shocking. Although I have heard about the strength of the Hurricane Legion before, this is the first time I have felt it so directly. Wylan told the truth and expressed his true feelings. Vios took a sip and said slowly, "The 4 forces of the Hurricane Legion, the Eagle Knights, the Anjusi Knights and the Hurricane Knights are the foundation of the family and the guarantee of force. Secondly, the Magic Knights of Count Blood Moon Mealy and the Magic Troops of Count Messiah's Ipjil are the forces that the family has focused on supporting and building in the past 100 years. So don't waver in your confidence. This is the force built by the power of the family. Grandfather, I understand. But I believe that I can accomplish such a great feat with my own strength." Wylan clenched his fists and spoke firmly. "Good boy, you are ambitious. I look forward to the moment when you succeed." Ilyus did not attack Varin, but gave him affirmation. Hearing the elder's approval, Wylan became more determined in his thoughts. One day in the future, the legion he formed independently will surely be able to surpass the Hurricane Legion. The next topic was more about the situation around the Dany Province. Earl Hurricane and Ilyus were responsible for talking, and Varin was responsible for listening. In just 2 hours, Wylan gained a new understanding of this southwestern border province. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the private banquet for 3 people ended. Varin and Ilyus said goodbye to Earl Hurricane and left here. Inside the Hurricane Core Station, when the 2 were about to part ways, Varin took out the prepared gift from the space ring and handed it to Ilyus. "Brother, my younger brother earned this through his own hard work. Don't dislike it." Wylan smiled brightly, as if this was his first gift to his eldest brother. Ilyus' expression was a little dull. She looked at the gift in her hand and then at Varin, feeling very warm inside. "Growing up, really growing up. Brother, see you tomorrow." Wylan waved his hand, leaving his brother behind, and returned to the camp where he lived. Holding the gift his brother gave him, he felt very happy. After returning to the military tent, Ilyus opened the gift box, and a sacred heart moon flower appeared in front of him, emitting a faint light. When you touch the petals with your fingers, you can still feel the faint light of life inside. "Someone is coming." The 2 female swordsmen heard their master's order, entered the camp, knelt on one knee, and waited for Ilyus' order. "Go and fetch Master Delta." "Yes, master." After the swordswoman left, Ilyus continued to look at the sacred heart moonflower, as if she had seen Varin when he was a child. To him, the flower was more symbolic than practical. With his status and strength, he could get 10 of the 100 sacred heart moonflowers, but the ones given by his brother were naturally different. Therefore, he wants to make this flower come alive again, until hundreds and thousands of years later. In the following time, Wylan did not bother his elder brother anymore, but practiced regularly. Night training in the morning, druid meditation in the afternoon, and reading biographical novels related to the Dany Province in the evening to relieve the tired mind. It was not until 7 days later that Varin had just finished his training in the morning. After wiping the sweat off his body, he said hello to several familiar officers from the Hurricane Legion and returned to the camp alone. "I haven't seen Kyle in the past few days, and I don't know where he went." As for the 12 followers, Varin entrusted them to Kalons to help with special training to correct deficiencies in various aspects and improve their strength. In short, everyone has something to do and will not let this time go to waste. When the curtain was lifted, 2 young girls came into view, kneeling on the ground with masks on their faces. Seeing this scene, Wylan was confused. He stepped back and looked around, feeling a little confused. "This is my own tent, it should be right." Suddenly, he seemed to remember something, opened the curtain, and entered the camp again. "Owner." Before Wylan took the initiative to ask the other party's identity, he saw the other party knocking his head to the ground and speaking respectfully. With a crisp voice, He must be no more than 30 years old. You are the shadow guards that Grandpa Ilyus, Earl of Hurricane, said. Varin put the knight's sword aside and turned his head to ask. Yes, master, from today on, we are yours. The red-haired girl on the left lowered her head and replied. Due to the obstruction of the mask, her specific appearance and expression could not be seen clearly. Wylin circled around the two of them a few times and looked them up and down. They were both quite capable. Sitting casually on the low table, he said to the two of them, stand up, turn around and look at me. He is 1.65 meters tall, neither too high nor too low, just right. Tell me your name, age, and occupation. After hearing this, the red-haired woman took the lead and said, No, 26, 25 years old. The first profession is shadow assassin with high-level silver strength. The second profession is archer, a branch of silver warrior, and the strength is mid-level silver. The blue-haired woman followed closely behind, her voice colder than the former's. Number 31, 27 years old. First profession shadow assassin, high-level silver-level strength. Second profession ice magician, low-level silver-level strength. Only a code name but no name, Varin muttered to himself as he touched his chin. It was not difficult to see that these two were geniuses, and he finally understood why Don Ivorios warned him that he would have his butt smashed if he dared to waste the talents of these two geniuses. Compared with these two women, he felt inferior. Take off the mask. Wylin was a little curious as to what the two shadow guards looked like. He had absolutely no other thoughts. Master, the mask of the shadow guard can only be removed by you personally for the first time. The red-haired woman looked at Varin with her eyes, her voice without any emotion. Is there still this ceremony? When you say this with your mouth, your body is very honest. Varin came to the two shadow guards and placed his hands on the masks, one on the left and one on the right. The moment he took off the mask, two blood-red marks were thrown into his body. This process is very short, only a moment. The blood-red mark does no harm to oneself, but is similar to the oath-taking ceremony of a guardian knight. However, compared to the guardian knight's oath of loyalty, this blood mark gives everything to the other party. From now on, everything from the inside to the outside, including body and soul, belongs to them. Did all the shadow guards accepted by my uncle go through this ceremony? Wylin looked at the two girls and asked curiously. The red-haired girl replied respectfully, only 4 adults have this honor. I see. After figuring out this question, Wylin carefully observed the appearance of the two girls. In general, the red-haired girl is not as good as she looks. She has a charming appearance, but her personality is very cold. As for the blue-haired girl, she is consistent inside and out. The cold appearance and a cold personality. After following me, you have to have a new name. Wylin's finger tip slid across the red-haired girl's face, very delicate, and then said, think of one yourself. The two looked at each other and quickly gave the answer. Number 1. Number 2. Wait, don't use numbers as names, think of another one. Wylin patted his head and looked at the expressionless two people and said speechlessly. The two looked at each other again, and in less than 3 seconds, they gave another answer. Red, blue, window tabula equals window, tabula tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01 container, tabula below article feed placement, below article feed target type, mix. What kind of names are these? Wylin looked at the two people in a daze and decided to name them himself. Number 26, from today on, you will be called Hilda. Number 31, as for you, you will be called Selena. Yes, master, the two answered in unison. Looking at the two ice beauties, Wylin could only stay with them temporarily and consider other things after returning to the territory. At this moment the curtain was lifted and Kyle walked in. Looking at the two extra girls, his expression was a little confused. Am I going to be unemployed? What are you thinking about? Wylin looked at Kyle's lonely face and couldn't help laughing and scolding. These two are the two shadow guards given to me by the Hurricane Earl. Oh, so that's the case. Kyle touched the back of his head and smiled awkwardly. However, there are 2 more people competing with me for my job, so I have to pay special attention to them in the future. This is Hilda. Wylin pointed at the red-haired girl and introduced her to Kyle. Then pointed at the blue-haired girl and continued, this is Selena. During this period, the two of them will follow you first, so that they can have a basic understanding of kixing territory. Master, I understand. Kyle was very happy to take on this task without any resistance. He returned the masks to Hilda and Zisna and asked them to put them on again. You two will follow my guardian knight for a while to understand some basic information. If you have any questions, go directly to him. Wylan looked at the two and said seriously. Yes, master, the two saluted. He waved his hand, let the three go out and began to practice druids. In this way, the peaceful days continued until the end of September, and every day was still so simple and lived an ordinary life. After staying in the Zilli camp for more than a month, Wylan went to the nearest training ground for training and competition almost every day. Relying on his status and friendly appearance, he would occasionally get some fine wine from his elder brother, drink with them, and obtain a lot of useful information from these experienced junior officers. Every night, Wylan would call Kyle to his side, and he would tell him and record these precious experiences. Master, Lord Cairns is visiting. Wylan was not embarrassed at all for Hilda, who suddenly broke in and put on his clothes as if nothing had happened. Looking at her master's naked upper body, Hilda, as a shadow guard, did not have any strange emotions. She belonged to her master from inside to outside, so what if she saw this scene? As long as Wylan nodded, she would offer herself without hesitation. Let him in. After putting on his underwear, Wylan ordered while putting on his coat. Hilda took the order and immediately left the tent. After a while, Cairns entered the tent and saluted with his chest. Master Wylan, the master asked me to tell you that representatives of various chambers of commerce have arrived in the capital of Dany Province. He asked you to go with him the day after tomorrow. Tell my elder brother I know. Wylan took out a mid-level magic crystal from the space ring and threw it to Cairns. Thank you for training my men, this is the reward. Thank you for the reward, Master Wylan. Cairns accepted the mid-level magic crystal and thanked Wylan. At the same time, he was very surprised that he seemed to have underestimated Master Wylan's financial resources. He used a mid-level magic crystal at once. After Cairns left, Wylan also took the knight's sword and went to the training ground to compete with several mid-level officers of the Hurricane Legion who had agreed to compete. After returning to the central tent of the Hurricane Legion, Cairns reported the whole matter to Ilyus. You should accept what Wylan gave you. Ilyus said with a smile, you have worked hard for more than a month. Yes, my lord. Callons bowed and bowed, then left the tent. I am afraid that this kid has more wealth than me. Thinking of this, Ilyus shook his head and said nothing more. Before he succeeded the Earl of Eagle, he had certain permissions to use the resources of the family, but this belonged to the family, not to him personally. If you really count it, except for some extremely rare magic props and several manors, the other things on him are only more than 6 million in gold coins. On the training ground, everyone saw Wylan coming and made way. Rog, I feel that I may break through. Wylan came to the center of the training ground and asked a bald man. Okay, Master Wylan. I will gradually release my restrictions during the battle and use some of my strength to practice with you. As the captain of the Hurricane Corps for 15 years and a middle-level officer who has been in the lower ranks of the Gold for 20 years, Rog has controlled his strength to the smallest detail. Wylan drew out his knight's sword and threw the scabbard around. A young officer quickly took the scabbard and stepped back. As a comrade in arms who has been training together for more than a month, the hundreds of low-level officers watching the battle around him are very impressed with Wylan's strength. Some even said, he is worthy of being the offspring of Lord Angus. Like Lord Ilyus, he is the pride of the Eagle family. Rog held a big sword. On the surface he was careless, but his position was just right. He could attack or defend. It was this swordsman in front of him. Wylan took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. The light blue fighting spirit gradually covered every corner of his body. Clang! In an instant, Wylan's attack was blocked by Rog. Chopping, slashing, jumping, ordinary offensive moves, in Wylan's hands, are getting faster and faster. Faced with increasingly fierce attacks, Rog resisted lightly. More than 40 years of military career is not a vegetarian. For every move and every attack of Wylan, Rog can predict it in place. If it is on the battlefield, facing a high-level silver enemy like Wylan, He can cut off the opponent's head in less than 3 seconds, without even using combat skills. However, now as a sparring partner, it is naturally impossible to be as light as on the battlefield. Time slowly passed, and in the crazy attack, physical strength slowly passed. After a collision, Wylan pulled away and exhaled very quickly. As usual, Rog blocked his full-strength combat skills with a big sword in one hand. And he was only defending. Master Wylan, can you still hold on? Seeing the other party sweating profusely, Rog couldn't help asking. Okay, you come and attack, let me see my limit. Wylan shook the sweat off his hair, took a defensive stance, and said to Rog. Rog was a little surprised by Wylan's request. In the past half-month, he was just a sparring partner, only defending and not making any offensive gestures. However, since the other party asked, he couldn't refuse. Rog pushed the ground with his right foot and rushed straight towards Wylan. He didn't use any fighting spirit, just relying on strength. He was a little breathless. It can only be said that he is worthy of being an elite who has been in the Hurricane Corps for more than 40 years and has been promoted step by step from a bronze warrior. In just 10 moves, Wylan flew out of the training ground without any surprise. A low-level gold warrior was quick and took Wylan and removed the power from him at the same time. As a low-level gold archer, he is naturally not as strong as a swordsman like Rog, but with his skills, it is still easy to remove the power here. Thank you. Master Wylan, I'm glad you're okay. The low-level gold archer put Wylan down in his arms and responded with a smile. Do you want to come again, Master Wylan? Rog put the big sword on his shoulder and walked over carelessly. No, I'm still a little short of the heat. Wylan shook his head and replied. He knew his own weight very well, and it would be the same if he came again. It takes a lot of hard work to break through the gold stage, and the method of stimulating through fighting is not feasible for him after all. Master Wylan, don't be depressed. Rog's unilateral force-breaking skills are unstoppable even for us. The low-level gold archer House couldn't help but comfort him. I'm fine, House. I'm still very clear about my own situation. After all, you have fought countless wars, and my combat experience is not even 1/10 of yours. Wylan was very grateful for House's comfort. Rog, House, I will leave the Zilly camp the day after tomorrow. Let the brothers come to drink tomorrow. It's not easy for everyone to get to know each other, and I don't know when we will meet again next time. No problem. I'll notify them. After saying goodbye to the two, Wylan took back the scabbard from the young officer, turned around and went directly to his eldest brother's tent. Asking others to drink tomorrow. It's natural to ask for wine now. In front of the central tent of the Hurricane Legion, the two female swordsmen saw Wylan and obeyed their master's orders and let him go directly. After entering the tent, Wylan met his elder brother's half-smiley eyes. Well, elder brother, I'm here for you. I've prepared the wine for you, and someone has sent it to you. Ilyus looked at Wylan's embarrassed side and couldn't help laughing. And the ingredients have also been sent, and the chef will come to you tomorrow. Then I'll leave first, and I won't bother you. Wylan touched his head, and half of his foot that had stepped into the tent was retracted. With an embarrassed expression, he turned around and left. Recently, I have been asking for money a lot, and I am embarrassed to face my elder brother. However, the wine is coming, the food is there, and the chef is there, so it's okay. Soon, time came to the next day, and Wylan set up 20 tables of wine and banquet in front of the tent. This time it was for the military personnel, not as formal as the noble banquet. Near noon, hundreds of people came together. Wylan asked everyone to sit down, and then asked people to serve the dishes. Looking at this scene, Wylan felt like hosting a banquet. Wylan sat down at the wooden table where Rog and House were, raised his glass, and had a pleasant conversation with everyone. Master Wylan, you are the 7th nobleman I have met in more than 60 years. Rog drank a bowl of wine and said while holding Wylan's shoulder. Wylan did not feel disgusted by this move. Who is the 6th one? Wylan asked with a blink. Of course it's Lord Ilyus. From Rog's eyes, it can be seen how much he respects his elder brother. From this point of view, his elder brother is already a qualified heir, and his father's happy retirement life seems not far away. There are two happy things when I come to the Zilly camp this time. Wylan did not put on any noble airs. He stood up, holding the wine, and stepped on the stool with one foot and said loudly to everyone. Hundreds of people stopped what they were doing and turned to look at Wylan. The first thing is to meet my elder brother and Earl Hurricane, which makes me very happy. Wylan kept it a secret and then said, the second thing is to meet you, which makes me remember it deeply. Tomorrow I will leave the Zilly camp, and I don't know when we will meet next time. In short, I am very happy to meet you this month. After saying that, Wylan drank the wine in the bowl in one gulp in front of everyone. The heroic attitude won the cheers of everyone and left a deep impression in their hearts. With Wylan's lead, everyone was no longer restrained and celebrated this moment to their heart's content. Unknowingly, this banquet of ordinary people ended with the last bowl raising, and twos and threes supported each other and returned to their own camp. After saying goodbye to Howes and Roger, Kyle and the two shadow guards were entrusted with the task of cleaning up the mess, and then went back to the tent to rest. Sleep until dawn the next day, and after getting up, I was in better spirits than ever before. Kyle brought hot water into the tent and waited for Wylan to wash up. His job could not be taken away by others. He knew Kyle's thoughts very well. Compared to the two shadow guards who gave their names to him, Kyle had a higher status in his heart. After all, he was the third guardian knight he had trained in the true sense. It's all packed up. Wylan put the towel back into the basin and asked Kyle. It's all packed up, nothing is left out. Velen nodded, then took the knight's sword, hung it on his waist, and walked out of the tent. 12 followers stood straight in front of him. Compared with a month ago, everyone's strength has more or less improved. My lord. The 12 people beat their chests in unison and saluted with meticulous movements. Very good, it's worth my expense to hire someone to train you. I will never forget your cultivation, the 12 people said loudly to show their loyalty. After encouraging each one, they set off to where their eldest brother was. At this moment, Ilyus was already ready to go, with 12 guardian knights, 24 female swordsmen, and hundreds of silver knights. The cards were fully drawn, making people drool with envy. Brother, you are so imposing, does father know? What nonsense are you talking about? Ilyus smiled at Velen. When everyone arrived, the group set off for the capital of Dany Province. There were no weak people in the whole team, and the marching speed was very fast. Lurri City is 430 kilometers away from the capital of Dany Province. It took less than 9 hours to reach the capital. The Knights of the Hurricane Legion were allowed to pass directly by the guards at the gate of the capital of Dany Province, and they did not dare to stop them in the slightest. After entering the city, Ilyus led people directly to the manor where Wylan stayed last time. Familiar manor, familiar maid. Only different people staying there. That night when everyone else was asleep, only Wylan was lying in bed waiting. 3 days later, an adventure team from the Holy Third Kingdom of Dawn, the North Wind Adventure Team, 5 boys and girls, will start their legendary adventure career from the Kingdom of Ilyus. Maybe they can become friends with them in advance. For the nameless adventure team in the information, maybe they will no longer be nameless. Even later, he told himself that he would become friends with them in advance. This kind of prompt is very rare. Therefore, Wylan attaches great importance to making friends with the nameless adventure team, which is an investment in the future. In addition, he plans to take his eldest brother with him. This good thing cannot be enjoyed by himself alone. After thinking about the plan in his mind, Wylan closed his eyes and began to rest to get enough energy for tomorrow's business meeting. Early the next morning, Wylan got up from the bed, put on the white dress that the maid had sent in advance, and walked towards the front hall. At this moment in the hall, Ilyus was also wearing a white dress, holding a book in his hand, sitting in the main seat, reading while waiting for Wylan's arrival. The table was filled with rich food, and several maids with decent looks stood on both sides, ready to serve. Big brother, good morning. Wylan greeted and sat on the left side of Ilyus. A maid came forward to tie a white napkin for him. Let's eat. Ilyus put away the book and responded with a smile. The breakfast was simple: 2 pieces of soft white bread, a piece of meat rich in magic energy, and a glass of wine specially for morning drinking. He swallowed the food in front of him in a hurry, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and sat next to him waiting. A few minutes later, breakfast was over, and the two got up and walked out of the manor. Luxurious carriage, 4 red phosphorus horses served as traction horses, and Callants personally served as the coachman. In front of the carriage were 12 silver knights leading the way, followed by 36 silver knights, each wearing a white dress. It can only be said that this is the way a noble travels in the true sense. Following behind his big brother, Wylin entered the carriage. The interior space is large, with a low table in the middle, on which are some cakes and tea, and a furry carpet on the wooden board. I took off my shoes like my elder brother, put them near the entrance of the carriage, sat on the left side, and felt the soft touch of the carpet. It was a real pleasure. "Let's go." As Callants issued an order, the convoy slowly moved and headed for the West Wind Palace, one of the 3 iconic buildings in the capital of Dany Province. The West Wind Palace, which used to be cold, became lively today. The maids and servants who came and went provided the best services they could to the many nobles in the West Wind Palace. At the outermost perimeter, a 500-man force belonging to the Hurricane Chamber of Commerce blocked the West Wind Palace. Without a special pass, outsiders could not enter this palace covering an area of 200 acres. The entire West Wind Palace was originally the property of the Hurricane Earl. How the ex-family used it was not the right of the governor of Dany Province to interfere. The convoy drove on the avenue, and everyone spontaneously avoided it. "Why, you're not full." Ilyus couldn't help laughing as he watched his brother eat a piece of cake every 1 or 2 minutes. "This cake tastes good. It has nothing to do with whether you're full or not. I'm just greedy." Wylin replied with a smile and took another piece of cake and put it in his mouth, chewing it quickly. "I'll start today and gather the many families that have come together. You may have to supervise the rest of the things." Ilyus looked at the only 3 cakes left on the plate, picked up a piece and put it in his mouth, praising, "It's really good." "Don't worry, leave it to me." Wylin was quick-witted and grabbed a piece, put it in his mouth, and then patted his chest to assure. "During this period, you may have to stay in Dany Province. If you have time, you can go to your 4th brother's territory to have a look." Wylin jokingly replied, "I will go, and I promise not to eat him out of money." "Haha, if you can eat him out of money, I think you are awesome. The land near the Leia forest is extremely fertile, and the crop yield is more than 3 times that of the northwest region." Looking at this silly brother in front of him, Ilyus didn't know what to say. "Master, we're here." Ilyus heard the voice of Callants and took out a towel and threw it to him. "Wipe your hands." "Oh." Took the towel, wiped the stains on his hands, put it on the low table casually, put on his shoes, and got out of the car behind his eldest brother. "It's really impressive. When the territory develops in the future, he will also build a palace like this. Let's go, don't be in a daze." Ilyus patted Wylin on the shoulder and urged him to follow. Through the gate and into the courtyard, many servants were busy. The nobles or the children of the Chamber of Commerce, who were invited here, saluted and expressed their respect when they saw Ilyus. Ilyus nodded with dignity, which was considered a response to them. This was the first time that Wylin saw his elder brother's expression like this, which was similar to his father's. Following his elder brother, he entered the West Wind Palace step by step. Only people with a certain status and power could enter the West Wind Palace. "Lord Ilyus, long time no see." "Lord Ilyus, your demeanor is still the same." "Selena Arshed, the eldest daughter of Count Arshed, greets you on behalf of my family, Lord Ilyus." A beautiful and mature woman appeared in front of Wylin and saluted. "Selena, I didn't expect you to come too." Ilyus stopped and looked at the woman in front of him with a smile on his face. Wylin looked left and right, feeling that the two must have this story, but now the occasion was not good, so it was not easy to ask his elder brother. "Thank you for your help last time, which helped my family to survive the crisis." Selena's eyes were full of affection and she saluted Ilyus. "I just acted as a matchmaker, and it was my grandfather who really contributed." Ilyus shook his head and said, with a gentle expression and a humble attitude. The two exchanged a few words briefly, and then Selena stepped aside. Ilyus smiled apologetically at her, and then walked to the front of the West Wind Palace. When his elder brother stepped onto the stage, the West Wind Hall stopped the hustle and bustle, and everyone turned their eyes to Ilyus, the noble grandson of Moravia, the heir of Earl Eagle, the current commander of the Hurricane Corps, and the genius with the title of Son of Wind. Everyone, it's a pleasure to see you again. Ilyus looked around, smiling and speaking gently. It's my honor that you accepted my invitation to come here. From Wyland's perspective, hundreds of people in the West Wind Hall were honored to hear their eldest brother's words. According to the news from my father and Blood Moon, Count Mealy, the battle on the front line of the Cube Kingdom will be defeated in the near future. When these words came out, everyone present was in an uproar. Everyone had their own little thoughts, but they did not show them. I believe you all have some ideas about this news. Ilyus looked at the people below and continued, this time, I will take the lead to form a joint chamber of commerce to purchase military supplies in the north and central regions at low prices and sell them to the Cube Kingdom at high prices. Lord Ilyus, our Arshad family is willing to join your joint chamber of commerce. Selena Arshad took the lead, bowed and saluted, and said respectfully. Others saw this and expressed their willingness to join the joint chamber of commerce. In the end, all of the more than 30 forces joined the joint chamber of commerce without exception. All the people present were smart people. After receiving this heavy news, could they still withdraw safely without joining the joint chamber of commerce? Without the X family taking action, the others could join hands to deal with the insider. Afterwards, could the power he represented still seek revenge on multiple powers of the same size? The old butler, standing at the edge of the West Wind Hall, saw Ilyus nod and immediately asked the maid to bring the prepared contract to the stage. Needless to say, in order of status, representatives of various forces came to the contract witnessed by the goddess of life to sign their names in turn to ensure that the news would not be leaked. 10 minutes later, 33 names were signed on the contract, representing the formal establishment of the United Chamber of Commerce. Next, it was the division of labor. Ilyus spread out his right hand, and a piece of paper with various information appeared in his hand. The 4 resources of weapons, potions, magic scrolls, and mounts in the 3 provinces of Serap, Lightend, and Nu are handed over to the giant rock chamber of commerce of the Arshad family for purchase. The 3 provinces of Easter, Mani, and Lunsa are handed over to the Blue Flame Chamber of Commerce of the Hamed family for purchase of weapons, armor, warrior-type professional training resources, and pets. As Ilyus read out, each representative of the forces wrote down his task. There are cross-acquisitions by chambers of commerce in various regions, and there are also some competitive relationships, so that the local snakes in these regions will not see the clues and wait for an opportunity to raise the price. Wyland looked at his eldest brother from time to time, and filled in the different forces in turn according to the map imagined in his mind. No matter how you look at it, the Joint Chamber of Commerce acquisition plan takes into account all aspects, including all aspects of the 21 provinces in the north and the middle, and at the same time, it is the necessary materials needed in the war. As for the southern provinces, they are the local snakes themselves, so how can they use the hands of others? Half an hour later, each family has clarified their tasks. Ilyus put the paper away, looked at everyone, and said, this time, the X family will not participate in any acquisitions, but my family needs to extract 10% of the net profit. We are willing, everyone bowed their heads and answered. If there was no news, they could only make a small profit at most. But with this news, they made a lot of money and got more than dozens of times the profit. As for doubting the authenticity of this news, under Ilyus's various titles and backgrounds, they chose to believe it. I will be the president of the United Chamber of Commerce, but there are many border war affairs, so I will hand it over to my brother Wyland X to preside over it. Do you have any objections? No objection. Everyone knows that the United Chamber of Commerce will be disbanded after completing the war, and it doesn't matter who sits in this position. Of course, if someone else sits in the position of president of the United Chamber of Commerce, everyone will have resistance in their hearts, but it is a very suitable choice for Ilyus's younger brother to take the position. After all, the X family does not participate in the acquisition of materials, which means that there will be no direct interest in them. I declare the meeting over. I hope you will remember your own scope and not cross the line. Today's banquet is to celebrate the arrival of my brother. You can declare it to the public. Yes, Lord Ilyus. As the music sounded, the banquet officially began. Ilyus came to the center of the West Wind Hall and invited Selena, his confidante, to dance the first dance as the opening of this banquet. At the same time, many people gathered around Wylan, both men and women, old and young. The second son of the Earl's family, the vice president of the Adventure Chamber of Commerce in a certain place, was occasionally mixed with the eldest son of a military family in a province directly under the royal family, which made him exhausted. Thanks to the social skills he had trained before, he walked in front of everyone like a socialite. More than 2 hours later, the banquet came to an end. As everyone left, Ilyus spent a lot of money to invite representatives of close forces from all parties to hold a banquet here to welcome his brother to the province of Nye, and spread the news to cover up the existence of the United Chamber of Commerce. On the return carriage, Wylan looked at Ilyus and asked curiously, "Brother, how much money can we get this time?" "Conservatively speaking, it's worth 300 million gold coins," Ilyus roughly estimated and quickly gave an answer. "That's a lot." Wylan thought 100 million gold coins would be good, but he didn't expect it to be so much. War money is such a huge profit. Ilyus looked at Varen's dull expression and said with a smile, "In addition, this also overdrafted the family's reputation. If this matter had not happened, your eldest brother, I would if it feels bad." "Don't worry, brother, this news will definitely not be false," Wylan promised, patting his chest. Ilyus looked at Varen and said calmly, 50% of this money must be given to the family. And 10% needs to be given to Aunt Miyali as compensation. If it is used in someone else's name, it must be paid. Compensate. Besides that, of the remaining 40%, 20% must be turned over to the royal family, and the other 20% belongs to us. Wylan saw this and nodded in agreement. "For the last 20%, you take 15%, I take 3%, and the remaining 2% is given to Ilyus. It's a bit of selfishness from the elder brother." "Brother, I can actually take 10%. After all, it's just a piece of information." Wylan touched his head and suggested, "Without this news from you, there would be no chance of making war fortune." Ilyus shook his head and said, "Brothers will settle accounts clearly, and this distribution method is just right." As for using their father's name, the two brothers tacitly agreed not to mention it. "Isn't my father's belongings my eldest brother's? So clear about what to do." Window tabula equals window, tabula tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01, container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x250 target type mix. In the next 2 days, Varen borrowed the manpower of the Hurricane Chamber of Commerce to explore the North Wind Adventurer team from the Holy Kingdom of the Third Dawn. On the morning of October 4th, Kyle excitedly walked into Varen's room and reported, "My lord, President Oliver has sent someone to report that the adventure team you are concerned about has appeared. There are 5 people, 2 men and 3 men, women, all young. Now that the rightful owner has appeared, we can take action." Wylan touched his chin and muttered to himself. He had been waiting for this moment for 2 days. In order for his eldest brother to get involved with this adventuring team, he specifically begged Ilyus to stay in the Dany Province for a few more days. Varen put on the light adventurer's clothes, hugged another set of clothes, left the room, and walked directly towards the room where Ilyus rested. "Brother, here, put it on." Entering the room, Varen placed an adventuring costume in front of Ilyus. "What is this?" Ilyus asked curiously, pointing to the adventure costume. "Brother, let's go out to meet some people," Wylan said rather mysteriously without explaining the reason. Although confused by her brother's explanation, Ilyus put on the clothes that Varen had given her. After a while, 2 novice adventurers were freshly prepared, and they would not arouse the suspicion of others if they were placed on the street. Following Varen, Ilyus left the manor and headed to the Adventurer's Tavern. The Sunset Adventurer Tavern, located in Baikeng District, is a commercial building that integrates many industries such as catering, accommodation, and customs. It is one of the 3 landmark buildings in Dany Province. It was founded by Wahid, a high-level soul ranger. It has a history of 80 years. However, the destination of the 2 is not here, but an adventurer's tavern called the Drunkard's House, 2 kilometers north of the Sunset Adventurer's Tavern. Standing at the door of the Drunkard's House, You can hear the noise inside. Pushing open the door with a corner missing, a strong smell of low-quality alcohol hit their faces, making the two of them frown. Entering the tavern, the appearance of the two people did not cause any disturbance. Looking around, Wylan found his target in a small corner. A blonde girl stood in front of a wooden table, with an apologetic smile on her face, and kept apologizing to a black-haired boy. Every time the black-haired boy adjusted his position, the blonde-haired girl had to circle around half a circle. Another man and two women sat in the other three positions in different postures, with dissatisfaction on their faces and no communication between them. When Wylan saw this, his eyes lit up. He took Ilyus's hand and came not far from the five-man adventure team and sat down quietly. Judging from Wylan's behavior and his eyes towards the table next to him, Ilyus felt a wave of emotion in his heart. Is it possible that this boy is so young that he has a crush on these girls? Wylan turned his head and met his eldest brother's eyes, muttering in his mind. Is it possible that eldest brother already knows the purpose of this trip and I haven't said it yet? Thinking of this, Wylan couldn't help but feel a little frustrated. 2 large glasses of wheat wine, 3 plates of barbecue, and 2 plates of roasted broad beans. Wylan called the waiter, imitating the adventurer's behavior and tone, and said loudly, 60 copper coins. The waiter said expressionlessly, looking at Wylan with a pair of dead eyes. Under the opponent's gaze, Wylan reached into his inner pocket, took out a silver coin from the space ring, and threw it to the opponent. After checking the authenticity, the waiter counted 40 copper coins from his pocket and placed them on the table, then turned and left. Almond, I'm sorry. When we catch that damn thief, we will definitely make him look good. The blonde girl clasped her hands together and kept begging. Snored. The black-haired boy ignored it and didn't even look at his teammates. Please don't be angry. Cuckoo. The stomach of a girl next to her made a sound, which made the blonde girl feel even more guilty, and her heart ached even more for the damn thief. Teleporting from the kingdom of Holy Third Dawn to the kingdom of Ilyus, they have spent all their accumulated savings. I thought I could survive the few months of confusion in a foreign country with only 30 gold coins left. As a result, all the property was stolen yesterday afternoon. The most important thing is that she had promised to take good care of the property, but she did not expect it to end like this. Yali Yamand Keen's Lilia, it's all my fault. I'm sorry. The blonde girl suddenly collapsed emotionally and squatted on the ground crying softly. After hearing the crying, the black-haired boy finally relented and helped the blonde girl up, but he still didn't give her a good look. I will work hard to return your property. The blonde girl wiped her tears and said to the other 4. At this time, the waiter brought the wheat wine, barbecue, and roasted broad beans that Wylan ordered. The alluring fragrance aroused the greedy people sitting next to the 5-person team, and the sound was like the chirping of cicadas. Ilyus turned to look over, and the 5 people all blushed and lowered their heads. If you are hungry, come and eat together. The gentle voice made the 5 of them feel refreshed. The other 4 looked at the black-haired boy Almond, waiting for his decision. As the captain of the Beifeng adventure team, he wanted to refuse the other party, but he saw the pleading eyes of his teammates and his own dissatisfied stomach. Face is nothing. The black-haired boy was heartbroken, stood up directly, bowed 90 degrees, and thanked Ilyus. Thank you for your generosity. Everyone can encounter this kind of thing when going out, just be careful next time. Ilyus's friendly expression made the 5 young boys and girls who had just started out put down their guard. Wylan took the initiative to sit next to Ilyus and couldn't help but praise his behavior. He really deserves to be his elder brother. He can tell the purpose of this trip just from his behavior. The 5 people looked at the barbecue on the table and swallowed their saliva. Although they were very hungry, they still had to wait for Ilyus to start eating first. This was basic etiquette. Seeing this, Ilyus used a fork to symbolically insert a small piece of meat into his mouth and signaled several people to start eating. Looking at the 5 people who were like starving ghosts, Wylan called the waiter again, handed the remaining 40 copper coins to the other party, and asked him to bring some bread. The blonde girl suddenly choked and kept beating her chest. The scene was very funny. Seeing this, Wylan brought the wheat wine that he had not drunk to the other party. This action was seen by Ilyus, making him more certain that his brother was in love. "Thank you." Lin waved his hand to indicate that he was fine. 10 minutes later, the 5 people were rubbing their stomachs, feeling very satisfied. "My benefactor, I haven't asked for your name yet." Yaman looked at Ilyus, very grateful for his help. "Just call me Sis." Ilyus pointed at Lin and said, "His name is Zillan, he is my younger brother." Window tabula equals window, tabula tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01 container, tabula below article feed placement. Below article feed. Target type mix. We, the North Wind Adventure Team, will definitely repay this favor. Yaman made this promise in a firm tone. The other 4 also nodded and would not forget this meal. "From your accent, it seems that you are not from Dany Province." After seeing that several people had eaten and drunk enough, Lin asked. Before Yaman opened his mouth to answer, the blonde girl took the lead and said, "We are from the Dany Province in the north of the Holy Third Kingdom of Dawn, which is." "That's it." Yaman hurriedly covered his companion's mouth with an apologetic look on his face. "It's okay. It's important to protect personal information outside." Ilyus shook his head and didn't mind what Yaman did wrong. Seeing that the other party was not angry, Yaman let go of the blonde girl's mouth and glared at her fiercely. Looking at Yaman's expression as if he wanted to eat someone, the blonde girl suddenly realized that she had just made trouble again. She lowered her head and pinched the corner of her clothes and dared not speak. "By the way, what's your name that I haven't asked yet?" Lin changed the subject and resolved the invisible embarrassment. Seeing this, Yaman smiled and introduced enthusiastically. "My name is Yaman. I am the captain of the North Wind Adventure Team. My profession is a swordsman, as you can see. This is my vice-captain Lilia, the priest of the god of dawn." Wellen looked at the blue-haired girl wearing a starlight priest robe, carrying a huge thing which fits his fantasy of a priest. "He is my younger brother Cairns, a ranger, and has a profession similar to the archer of the warrior branch." Yaman pointed to another brown-haired boy and introduced enthusiastically. "Arcanist Yali, it's nice to meet you." The relatively quiet red-haired girl stood up, saluted the two, and slowly said. After the red-haired girl Yali sat down, Yaman grabbed the blonde girl in front of him, asked her to raise her head and introduced. "This idiot is my fiancée Yuna, a half-baked fire elemental mage." Ilyus still kept a smile on his face. Each of these 5 boys and girls is not simple, especially the captain of the adventure team, Yaman. Judging from his experience, Yaman's profession should be a variant of a swordsman, a magic swordsman. As for why he said that, he naturally had his own reasons, and he would not ask him about it. "What are your plans for the next step?" Lin asked again after writing down the information of everyone in the North Wind Adventure Team. "We plan to stay in Dany Province for a year, then go to the Leia Forest for 3 years of training, and then go to the Misty Forest for adventure." Yaman vaguely described his plan. "Ambition," Ilyus praised, causing Yaman to blush. At this point, Lin took out 15 gold coins from the space ring, put them in a cloth bag, and handed it to Yaman. "A little help to you. You can give us a full meal, which is a great favor. If you accept your money, you can. You have to pay it back." Lin came to Yaman and put the cloth bag in his hand. "As for when to pay it back to us, you can pay it back without interest." When Yaman thought of the next dilemma, he hesitated again and finally accepted the money bag. "I will repay you 100-fold for your help in the future. I, Yaman, will keep my word." Ilyus looked at the interesting young man and encouraged him. "Then you have to work harder." Yaman carefully put the purse into his arms and promised Ilyus and Lin, "I will." Making friends should be done step by step. The initial goal has been achieved, and Lin is not going to stay for long. "My elder brother and I have some things to do, so I won't bother you. Goodbye, Yaman, Yuna, Yali, Cairns, Lilia." Before leaving, Ilyus smiled and said goodbye to every member of the North Wind Adventure Team. Brother Sis and Zillan, goodbye. Not long after Lin and Ilyus left the tavern, the North Wind Adventure Team left. After returning to the manor, Lin couldn't wait to ask his elder brother, "Brother, you are still awesome. Lin, tell me honestly, are you interested in those girls?" Ilyus stopped and looked at him with a smile. "Brother, what are you talking about?" Wylan looked at his elder brother in confusion. Why am I wrong? Ilyus couldn't help muttering that his younger brother's expression didn't seem fake. After returning to the room, after a conversation, they stared at each other, both confused. I was wondering why you were interested in a strange girl, so this is what happened. Thinking back to the mentality when they were together before, Ilyus felt very embarrassed. He thought Wylan was in love, but he didn't expect that he was just simply making friends with talented teenagers, and in the final analysis, it was for future investment. After figuring out the whole story, Wylan was speechless for a while. He thought his elder brother guessed his intention, but he didn't expect that he was wrong. Fortunately, his elder brother is a mature and stable person. If he said his guess in front of the 5 people, he would definitely offend the other party. Well, brother, I'll go back first. Go. Ilyus didn't try to keep him. It was awkward for the 2 brothers to stay together at this time, so it was better to separate and calm down. On the other side, after the North Wind adventure team returned to the crowded hotel, Amund closed the door and asked his brother Cairns to close the windows and draw the curtains. After doing all this, Yaman took the purse out of his pocket, put it on the wooden table, and said to the other 4 people, Brother Sis and the others took our money. This time we must keep it well and don't lose it again. Captain, let me keep it. Lilia looked at Yaman and said, Well, then I'll leave it to you, Lilia. Cairns on the side was a little curious about how much money was in the purse, and urged Yaman, Brother, look at how much money. The other people were also very curious and looked at Yaman. When he weighed the purse just now, he had estimated that there were about 15 to 20 silver coins in the purse. As for the gold coins, he didn't think in this direction. Sis and Zillan didn't look like they were very rich, but they could help them in the most difficult time, and Yaman was very moved. In the expectant eyes of everyone, Yaman opened the cloth bag, and the glittering gold coins stimulated their eyes. This. Suddenly, Yaman was choked. He poured the gold coins onto the table and counted them carefully. There were 15 in total, with unfamiliar portraits printed on them. They were gold coins issued by the Kingdom of Ilyus. The number is a bit large. The people present were not fools, and they began to think wildly. In the Dany Province, in the northern part of the Holy Kingdom of the Third Dawn, 1 pound of wheat only costs 3 copper coins. 15 gold coins here are equivalent to 15,000 copper coins, and 5,000 pounds of wheat can be purchased. Brother, do you think they have any purpose? Keynes looked at Almond and expressed his inner doubts. Several other people's minds became active, and this question popped up in their minds. Don't talk nonsense. It's a fact that others helped us. I taught you how I usually taught you. Almond looked at his brother with a straight face and scolded him mercilessly. I know I was wrong. Keynes lowered his head in shame and whispered. When the other 2 heard what Almond said, they felt a little ashamed. They had such thoughts after others helped them. Okay, that's it for now. Let's have a night's rest. We will start taking tasks tomorrow and make money to pay off our debts. Yes, Captain. Pastor Chengxi took out a purple cloth bag, put 15 gold coins in it, and put it into his chest. With Yuna's experience, Lilia thought it was safest to put it here. On the 5th day after the business banquet, Ilyus returned to the Zilli camp. As the commander of the Hurricane Legion, he wears many hats. Although it's okay to be away for a long time, the impact will always be bad. As a result, only Varin and his subordinates were left in the manor. Compared with the last initial visit, this time there are 2 more shadow guards, Hilda and Cisna. Time passed unconsciously, and Varin also stayed in the manor for half a month. During this period, the most obvious change was Kyle. He actually took the initiative to delegate power and handed over daily affairs to the 2 shadow guards, Hilda and Cisna. He slowly transformed into a butler, responsible for managing the people around Varin. In the early morning, the sun shone in through the window, and 2 girls wearing masks and maid costumes gently pushed open the room, making no sound during the whole process. The red-haired girl came to the bedside, slowly lifted the quilt, helped the naked Wylan up, and slowly put on clothes for him. On the other side, the blue-haired girl twisted her face towel and gently wiped her master's face. When I opened my eyes, I had finished packing. Master, good morning. Looking at the 2 shadow guards, Varin felt that he was about to be crippled. And this was not going to work. From now on, I will do all these things myself. All you need to do is bring warm water, face towels and food into my room. Yes, master, the two replied calmly without any fluctuation in their tone. Even though they have been with him for almost a month, Hilda and Cisna's personalities still haven't changed much, and they look cold. You guys go out first and call Kyle here. Yes, sir. After Hilda and Cisna left, Varen stretched, sat at the table, picked up the white bread and started eating breakfast. On the other side, Kyle received the news, temporarily changed his plan, and walked towards Varen's room. Lord, you are looking for me. Kyle pushed the door open and entered the room, leaning down and saluting. Go change clothes and go out with me for a walk later. Yes, sir. After filling his stomach, Wyland took out the adventure clothes he had worn half a month ago and began to change his clothes. He tied the waistband, representing the identity of the adventurer, around his waist, and picked up the ordinary iron sword on the table. A black iron-level adventurer recognized by the Ilyus Kingdom Adventure Guild was freshly minted. Go out of the room and meet Kyle at the gate of the manor. What have you been doing these past few days? I can't see your people. Wyland asked as he walked towards Baikeng district. Seeing this, Kyle touched the back of his head and found it difficult to speak. This subordinate went to learn flower arrangement and painting from the head maid Andona. After hearing this, Wyland stopped, stared at Kyle and asked curiously, Are you interested in her and have you made any move? No, I don't have that intention. I just feel that these two skills need to be strengthened. It happens that the head maid, Miss Andona, is good at these two aspects, so I asked her for advice in her spare time. You forget it. For a moment, I didn't know how to describe my personal attendant. It is said that he is not doing his job properly, but he also trains hard every day, and his strength is improving at all. It is said that he is diligent and hard-working, but he also likes to learn various life skills and is very talented. In such a comparison, he, the Lord, seems to be a waste. Looking at the lonely back of his master, Kyle didn't know why, so he simply stopped thinking about it and followed closely behind him. A familiar drunkard's house. Wyland pushed open the door and entered, choosing a seat near the corner and waiting calmly for the appearance of the North Wind adventure team. Kyle was very curious about his surroundings. He looked around, listened to the vulgar exchanges of adventurers, and collected materials. Thinking that his literary talent is pretty good, Kyle is collecting material for his first biography of an adventurer. Just before noon, Yaman showed up at the drunkard's home with his squad. As usual, I first looked around, and today I made a different discovery. Seeing Wyland's figure, Almond was very excited. He led 4 teammates and walked quickly towards Wyland's location. Zillan, long time no see. Amond, it's you. Wyland looked at the North Wind adventure team and greeted them with a smile. Kyle looked up and down at the people in front of him. The strength of the bronze stage was no different from ordinary adventurers. Why did the Lord know them and have a close relationship with them? This is, Dawn. Pastor Lilia looked at Kyle and asked curiously. Look at my memory. Wyland hurriedly introduced to everyone. His name is Kyle, he is my friend. Kyle, nice to meet you. Yaman had a smile on his face and his tone was very friendly. Me too, Kyle responded calmly. Everyone sat down. Yaman called the waiter and asked for 4 plates of grilled meat, a plate of grilled broad beans and 3 long breads, which cost a total of 90 copper coins. How have you been recently? You look good. Wyland looked at Yaman and took the opportunity to ask. Thanks to your help and brother Sis, we have overcome the difficulties and gained a firm foothold in the capital of Dany Province. Yaman thanked Wyland again. Haha, it's just a piece of cake. Wyland waved his hand nonchalantly. Zillan, didn't brother Sis come? Keynes asked Wyland during the communication gap. My elder brother has to go back to his hometown for something, and it may take half a year before he comes back to the provincial capital. Wyland told the prepared speech. His tone was a little disappointed. If you have any difficulties, you can come to us. Yaman saw that his benefactor was depressed and comforted him softly. Thank you, Yaman. You're welcome, we are friends. Yaman looked at Wyland with a sincere expression on his face. Isn't it normal for friends to help each other? Window tabula equals window, tabula tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01 container, tabula below article feed placement, below article feed target type, mix. Can you share any adventure stories with me recently? Wylin looked at the few people with longing eyes. Almond replied happily, no problem. This short gathering lasted for 2 hours. During this period, Almond and others talked about their experiences in the past half-month, while Varen and Kyle listened. However, there were always times when Wylin felt like he was being peeped on. It's amazing. The bizarre experience opened Wylin's eyes, and he admired it from the bottom of his heart. Actually, it's not bad, Yaman said, rubbing his head. In fact, he hid something and didn't tell Zillan. He still felt a little guilty. However, this matter was related to Yali's career development, so he could only say sorry in his heart. It's getting late, Almond. I want to go back. Varen looked around and saw that there were not many adventurers left in the drunkard's house, so he submitted his resignation. Zillan, it may take some time before we can repay your money. Almond hesitated and said, It's okay, it doesn't matter how long it takes. Wylin responded with a smile, Actually, it's okay if you don't pay back. Goodbye. Goodbye. After saying goodbye, Almond and others did not stay long and walked towards the outside of the city. This time I received a mission from a nearby town to investigate the ghoul incident, which took a lot of time. Captain, I just saw that there is nothing wrong with Zillan, and his words are not false at all. Lilia came to Almond and whispered in his ear. I'm worrying too much, Lilia. Don't look at Zillan and the others with false eyes in the future. Almond and Lilia formed a few positions behind their teammates and warned, You haven't fully integrated this thing yet, don't overdo it. Used to avoid harm to the body. I understand, Captain. After hearing Lilia's answer, Almond took her hand and quickly followed. Lilia accidentally obtained the false eye 7 days ago while performing a mission in a small town. The only people with knowledge of it were Almond, Keynes, and Yali, a total of 4 people. As for Yuna's unreliability, she was not informed of this important matter. On the way back to the manor, Kyle hesitated, came to Varen, and reported in a low voice. My lord, there were a few times just now when my subordinates felt like they were being spied on. Varen turned to look at Kyle and asked solemnly, You feel the same way? Yes, Kyle nodded and confirmed. It seems that they are indeed cheating. Recalling the introduction of Destiny Guide, this idea popped into Wylin's mind. The gears of destiny begin to turn, and the legendary story of the North Wind adventure team begins. Fortunately, he only went with the mentality of making friends and had no other thoughts, otherwise it would be a bad thing. Don't tell anyone about this, just pretend you don't know. Facing the Lord's instructions, Kyle nodded and replied, I understand. Varen walked forward, thinking in his mind. He still has 3 months to stay in the provincial capital of Dany Province. He needs to appropriately reduce the number of meetings with the Beifeng adventure team to avoid unpredictable surprises. Throughout November, Varen was busy. As the Joint Chamber of Commerce's stall grows, more and more matters need to be reconciled in the play. Fortunately, there are less than 2 months left before the defeat of the Cube Kingdom, and he will soon be liberated. Spending time in the manor every day, if Kyle hadn't shared 2/3 of the affairs for him, he would have been exhausted. At this time, the benefits of having an all-round subordinate came to the fore, and at the same time, Wylin became more determined to train his subordinates well so that he would have to work less. On December 15, 9724 in the glorious calendar, a brilliant knights, 6 silver knights, and 6 standing legions in the Kingdom of Cube, totaling 400,000 elite troops, encountered an ambush and half of the troops were annihilated. They were also used in the Third Icelandic War. 1/3 of the military supplies were destroyed at once by the half-elf kingdom of Ys. As this news spread wildly, the kingdom of Ilyus, the Principality of Lekots, the Principality of Nits, the Principality of Spina and other countries all sensed business opportunities and waited for the Kingdom of Cube to come to their door with money, magic crystals, and elemental crystals. After 3 months of acquisitions, the United Chamber of Commerce has a large amount of supplies in its hands, just waiting for the Cube Kingdom to come to the door with money. On December 20th, in order for things to go smoothly, Ilyus rushed back from the Zilli camp to ensure that there would be no surprises in the transaction. Brother, the rest is up to you. The sofa where Wylin was half lying on was just a salted fish. It reminded him of his younger brother when he was a child, but there was always someone behind him with a stick ready to beat him. Ilyus glanced at Kyle, who was busy dealing with various matters, his feet not touching the ground, and covered his forehead not knowing what to say. He already knew from Selena the specific whereabouts of his brother in the past 2 months. In the previous month, he worked diligently on various affairs and was full of energy. There was basically no one behind him, and it was all handled by his subordinates. Okay, leave the rest to me. Since his brother asked me to do this, what else could I do but accept it? Even though he is in a salty state now, after all he has been working hard for a month. Thank you, brother. I'm going to visit the fourth brother's territory next, so I'll leave first. When Varin heard this, he instantly resurrected with full health, asking Kyle to put down the matters at hand and leave with him. You must come back within a month and take Lyses with you. Wellen waved his hand with his back to Ilyus, indicating that he understood. Kalons, let's get started. Ilyus glanced at the pile of official business and smiled bitterly at the guardian knight beside him. Yes, my lord. Looking at the various affairs, Ilyus finally had no choice but to call all the guardian knights to help deal with them. Every guardian knight around him was carefully selected by his father, an all-round talent, helping Ilyus save a lot of effort. On the other side, Wellen, who was freed, immediately ordered Kyle to notify the other 14 people to set off tomorrow morning and go to the territory of Lyses. As for the location, he had already obtained it from his eldest brother. The territory of the fourth brother Lyses is located in the lower right corner of Dany Province, in the Leia Forest, at the junction of the Kingdom of Ilyus and the Kingdom of Cube. Roughly planning the journey, the straight line distance is more than 400 kilometers, and the actual distance is 200 kilometers. It only takes 3 days to reach it at full speed. However, with a month of buffer time, Wellen is not in a hurry. Therefore, he planned to reach the Fire Peak territory, the territory of his fourth brother Lyses, in 6 days. The next morning, Wellen and his 15 subordinates left the capital of Dany Province and headed southeast. The Leia Forest is strategically located at the junction of 3 countries, bordering the Kingdom of Ilyus to the north, the Principality of Lekots to the south, the Kingdom of Cube to the east, and the Grey Wasteland to the west. Thousands of years ago, the area of the Leia Forest was more than 5 times the current size. After a long period of development, the area has been shrinking and is now only more than 1.8 million square kilometers. Since the magic energy environment of the entire Leia Forest is medium, it is very easy to give birth to magic beasts. The monster clans living here are powerful. Their average strength is more than 3 times that of the monster clans in the northwest. Every 30 years, a magic disaster will break out, impacting the surrounding developed territories. The closer to the border area, the more adventurers travel together, and the more frequent struggles follow. Swords collide, magic bombards, and fight for interests. In just a few days, Wellen found no less than 10 disputes. The 16 people in the group are not low in strength and well-equipped, and with the flag of Earl Hurricane, no adventurer dared to come up and provoke. A fiery red monster rushed out of the woods, stared at Wellen and his group, took a few steps back in fear, turned around and ran away with short legs. Hilda. Hearing her master's words, Hilda drew her bow and shot an arrow. With the power of the wind, the arrow shot the monster through and nailed it to a tree not far away. A bronze knight saw this, turned over and dismounted, and took back the body of the monster. It looks a bit like a pig, but why are these ears a bit out of place? Wellen approached and carefully observed the body of the monster. It had fiery red hair, short and thick spikes on its head, a black nose but a pair of furry ears. A bit like the ears of a tabby cat. Kyle saw this and opened the Leia Great Forest Monster Atlas, bought from the Adventure Guild of Dany Province to check, and finally could only shake his head helplessly. None of the 113 monsters recorded above met the requirements. Because there is no reproductive isolation for monsters, different species are born every moment. You can't buy that book. There are more than 10 kinds of magic beasts, but only 3 are suitable. Wellen looked at Kyle and shook his head and couldn't help saying, "It's really useless. I see that the last update was 20 years ago, and the information is really outdated." Kyle smiled bitterly and wanted to throw the book away, but after thinking about it, he put it away again. Take this magic beast with you and have an extra meal tonight." "Yes, sir." The bronze knight replied respectfully, dealt with the magic beast simply, and then tied it to the mount and continued to move forward with the main force. Not long after moving forward, they encountered a border patrol force. There were not many people, less than 100. Wylan and the leader of the other army looked at each other, nodded to each other, and greeted each other. This is the unique feature of the border area near the Lay of Forest, the border patrol. The first is to prevent spies from other two countries. The second is to mediate disputes among adventurers, but it seems to be useless. The third is to clean up the magic beasts roaming around. Only bronze and lower magic beasts can be dealt with. If you encounter a strong one, you can only take a detour and go back to notify a special force to come and clear it. As night approached, after several days of long journey, we finally arrived at our destination, Fire Peak Territory. Not long after entering Fire Peak Territory, we saw a bald man riding a red phosphorus horse and surrounded by hundreds of armored soldiers. The leading knight saw the flag of Earl Hurricane and turned to his subordinates and ordered, "Put away your weapons." "Sir, may I ask what is the important matter in Fire Peak Territory?" "Visit your lord." Wylan's eyes turned, and then he said, "Just say that someone wants to eat him out of money." "Please follow my subordinates to the town to rest. I will report to the master now." Hearing the second half of the sentence, the leading knight was very confused, but did not ask for fate, just go back and tell the truth. Half an hour later, in a fiery red castle in Fire Peak Territory, Ilyus heard the report of his guardian knight and was confused. What does the other party look like? Unable to remember the source of this sentence for a while, Ilyus had to ask the knight Yarvi. As a silver mid-level knight, Yarvi had a good memory and described Wylan's appearance in a few words. "This kid is still thinking about this." After listening to the other party's description, Ilyus immediately thought of who the other party was. "Bring the horse." "Yes, sir," the servant beside him answered. Huofeng Town is much inferior to Kixing City in Kixing Territory. The city walls are built with huge stones, and the houses inside the town are very short, no more than 2 floors. What is also gratifying is that the road planning is good and the sanitation is up to standard. Overall, it is a typical border town, similar to the situation of his cousin Brian's Mountain Ridge territory. "Come here," Wylan pointed to an officer and said to him. Hearing this, the officer came to Wylan, beat his chest and saluted and said, neither servile nor arrogant, "Sir, what do you want?" "How many towns are there in Huofeng territory?" "3, the officer replied with some pride. "How many people are there?" Wylan then asked. 40,000 people. "Not bad. It seems that this is 10 years. Fourth brother worked hard, but he is still not as good as me." Wylan touched his chin, thinking constantly in his heart, his thoughts drifting far away. "Someone will tell you about the situation of Kixing territory later. Remember to keep a low profile." Wylan called Kyle over and whispered in his ear. "Yes, my lord," Kyle replied calmly. In order not to dampen the enthusiasm of the fourth brother, Wylan was still prepared to keep a low profile. As an old man who has been with Wylan for more than 3 years, he naturally understands what his master means. Not long after, the sound of horse hooves came, and Wylan knew without thinking that his fourth brother was coming. "Wylan, I didn't expect you to come to Dany Province." Ilyus turned over and dismounted, took 2 steps at a time, and went forward to hug his younger brother. "I came to see my eldest brother, and by the way, I saw you." Wylan hugged Ilyus and whispered, the voice only the 2 of them could hear. "Fourth brother, you have regressed over the years, and your younger brother has caught up with you." After being told this by this kid, Ilyus felt Wylan's strength and found that he was at the same stage as himself. Both of them were high-level silver. "Let's fight in a few days and see who is better." "Hehe, fourth brother, you decide the time." Wylan is looking forward to this duel. In the past, he was always suppressed by Ilyus, and now he finally has a chance to be proud of himself. By the way, more importantly, this time he came to Huofeng territory to eat him out of money, and he couldn't forget this promise. "Come on, I'll take you around Huofeng town first. This is my masterpiece of the past 10 years. As for wanting to eat me out of money, it depends on whether you have the ability to do so." Ilyus looked at Wylan with a provocative look in his eyes. Don't worry, I promise to eat you until you feel bad. Wylan was not to be outdone, so he let him come. Window tabula equals window, tabula tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01, container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x 250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x 250 target type mix. Entering the town. Bair had little interest in this typical stone town until Ilyus revealed his true face. In the center of the town, entering a hidden subway door and walking through a long passage, it feels like you have arrived in a new world. The huge cave and the luminous plants on the rock walls light up the surrounding space. Following Ilyus, he came to the protruding part of the rock wall. The protruding rocks was supplemented by hard wood, forming a circular road that led directly to the ground below. The fence was reinforced next to it, and a simple lifting platform was built not far away. When he came to the edge, Wylan looked down. The entire cave occupies a huge area. More than 30 huge stone pillars support this space, which covers an area of about 4 square kilometers. Ranches of various sizes were built in caves, housing some strange monsters. So this is the true meaning of the existence of Huofeng Town. Wylan turned to look at Ilyus and asked curiously. That's right, Ilyus nodded in response. It is precisely because of the existence of caves that there are small towns on the ground. You see, this place is located 100 meters deep underground. So far, only this exit to the ground has been found. It is simply a natural underground fortress. Here I breed 13 kinds of edible monsters, which can develop the potential of the human body and enhance the strength of my subordinates. Wylan put his hands on the fence, looked down, and made a rough estimate. There are more than 2,000 monsters here. How many can be released in a year? Very few, only about 30 or so every year, but I'm satisfied. Ilyus replied. It turns out that it is indeed a bit less. Seeing this cave also solved a doubt in Wylan's mind. The strength of ordinary soldiers and officers in the fire. Peak territory is too far apart. This is probably the main reason. The elevator door was opened, and several people entered. A soldier guarding the side took out the flag in his hand and sent down the signal. Not long after, the elevator slowly moved downwards. Looking down from the window, I found several herdsmen driving 6 monsters slowly moving around the huge stone pillar. It was less than 20 meters away, and it took 6 minutes to reach the ground. Stepping on the cave floor, it was not as wet as expected, but very dry. When we came to a pasture, we saw several herdsmen dumping large bags of good grain into stone troughs. Fourth brother, are all the crops grown here using this kind of food? Ilyus followed Bair's gaze and looked over, smiled, shook his head, and answered. The land here is extremely fertile, several times more fertile than the land in the Eagle territory. In addition, the Leia forest is a magical environment, so 1 acre of land can produce 600 to 700 kilograms of grain. The ones you see are relatively inferior beings and are used to raise livestock. I'm so envious. Bair said he was jealous. However, the fertile land here means that the price of food is extremely low, which is good for ordinary civilians, but not very beneficial to the nobles. As for selling to other provinces, nobles from various places said that they could not even earn back the shipping costs. I heard that the bitter cold in the northwest is a famous low magic energy area. Have you been having a hard time these past few years? Ilyus looked at Bair's expression, touched his arm, and said with a smile. Ha, it's not as miserable as the fourth brother said. Life is quite comfortable. Wylan said ha, but did not tell Ilyus the actual situation, for fear of damaging the other party's confidence. Along the way the two talked and laughed. In more than 3 hours, Wylan visited this underground ranch town. So far, less than 1/3 of the entire cave has been developed. Firstly, there is a shortage of manpower. Secondly, the fertility of the monsters is low and the number cannot be increased. After finishing their visit to the underground ranch town, Bair and Ilyus returned to the surface. Compared to the relatively dark environment, underground, Wylan still prefers the natural environment, fresh air, and warm sunshine in the above-ground world. By the way, fourth brother, how big is the Fire Peak leader now? Bair put his hand on Ilyus's shoulder and asked curiously. 1,800 square kilometers has reached its limit now, Ilyus said with a wry smile. What's wrong? Wylan looked at his expression, clenched his fists, and said angrily, "Did someone cause a problem? Let's call our eldest brother to avenge you." "That's not true." Ilyus quickly stopped and explained. "Although your fourth brother, my Fire Peak territory is only 1,800 square kilometers, but it is already considered a big deal in terms of the surrounding barony territories. The main opponents in developing the Leia forest are the furious and violent monsters, the snakes, insects, rats and ants that are extremely difficult to clean up, and the weird demonized plants hidden in the forest. These are the most difficult problems to face." "Well, you can only rely on yourself, fourth brother. My younger brother can't help." Wylan touched his head and smiled awkwardly. There was nothing he could do about this kind of thing. As long as I break through gold, the area of the territory should be doubled and successfully defended. Ilyus clenched his fists and told Varen. "The most important thing in developing here is to defend the territory and not be recaptured by the Warcraft tribe." Following Ilyus, Varen led a dozen subordinates to the castle on the hill. The entire wall of the castle is red, which is a bit weird. Ilyus saw the confusion in Wylan's eyes and explained. "This is prepared by mixing the blood of monsters with some plant juices to avoid being attacked by some flying monsters." "Oh, so that's how it is. I thought, when did your taste become so bad?" "Stinky boy, taste is nothing for survival." After hearing this, Ilyus couldn't help but laugh and scold. "Come on, it's time for dinner." Wylan pushed Ilyus into the castle. He couldn't wait to taste the local delicacies. As soon as he entered the hall, Wylan was attracted by the various foods on the long table. Round, full, smooth and soft, with a fragrant and delicious aroma. It is not difficult to see that his fourth brother's chef has a certain level. Otherwise, how could he cook such tempting food? "I have to find an opportunity to ask this master." Kyle looked at Wylan's blurred eyes and instantly found the target. Come to Huofeng territory to learn cooking techniques. "Hello, Master Wylan." 8 silver knights saluted with their chests to express their respect to Wylan. One of them was the knight he had met before. After Ilyus's introduction, Wylan remembered the names of these 8 people. The 12 guardian knights, like Bair and the others, were all selected by their father, Angus. However, among the 8 people in front of him, only 3 had grown to the middle silver level, and the other 5 were still low silver levels. The other 4 people didn't know the situation, but it was almost the same. The 12 people, including Bair, had their own cheats, but the guardian knights under the fourth brother didn't. In general, it was not easy for the fourth brother to train these people from bronze knights in 10 years. Taking this opportunity, Wylan pulled Kyle over and introduced him in front of Ilyus. "Fourth brother, this is my confidant Kyle and also my friend." "Hello, Lord Ilyus." Kyle bowed and saluted, saying respectfully, "Wylan, you picked up a treasure." Ilyus looked up and down and couldn't help but sighed at the low-level strength of the silver. "Hahaha, indeed, I think so too." Seeing Wylan's gesture, Kyle closed his mouth and didn't say the reason. In fact, he was not as good as Lord Ilyus thought. He could find a civilian and invest resources to reach his level. Wylan couldn't wait to look at the fourth brother, waiting for his permission. Seeing Wylan's impatience, Ilyus shook his head, still the same, not much changed. "Let's start." As Ilyus finished speaking, the private banquet officially began. Wylan didn't care so much, walked directly to the long table and began to enjoy the food. Ilyus didn't care, turned his head to look at Kyle, and said, "I want to talk to you." "Yes, Lord Ilyus." Kyle responded respectfully, followed Ilyus, and sat down in a corner of the hall. "Sit down." Ilyus invited Kyle to sit down and then said, "There are some things I ask Wylan he may not tell me, but I still hope you can tell me some of his real situation. Some things involve your secrets, you don't need to say it." "Little understand." Kyle nodded in response. Ilyus glanced to the side. Seeing Wylan focusing on the food, he asked, "Are his 12 guardian knights still alive?" "Still alive, now they are the master's right-hand man, keeping the territory running well." Kyle answered truthfully. "Did he get hurt during the war?" Kyle hesitated for a while, and finally told the story of the battle at Lumen Mansion, but hid some of the details. "It's good that he's fine. Seeing how lively he is now, his foundation should not be hurt." Ilyus's frown relaxed and he muttered to himself. Next, Ilyus asked some more details about the territory. Thanks to Wylan's previous instructions, Kyle combined the specific situation of Huofeng territory and slightly modified it to describe most of the situation in Kixing territory. When he learned that Wylan had achieved such results in less than 5 years, he felt a little proud and fortunate that this kid did not surpass himself, otherwise he would be embarrassed. The banquet lasted less than 2 hours. Most of the time, Wylan was tasting the food and had a simple exchange with several other knights to understand the situation in Huofeng territory. It can only be said that the Leia Forest is indeed a treasure land. The Huofeng territory, with a population of only 40,000, has raised a standing army of nearly 2,000 people, half of whom are wearing armor. In addition, there are nearly 6,000 militiamen as reserve forces, who train for 1 month every 6 months. How many monsters do you face? How strong are they? Wylan asked a knight while holding the thigh of an unknown monster in one hand. If it is a group monster like the Flame Wolf, it will be in groups, with a number of about 100 to 200. At least thousands of standing troops are needed to completely wipe it out. If it is a rock giant bear, most of them are in families, with as many as 7 or 8, or as few as 2 or 3. Only about 100 people are needed to wipe it out. How many roaming monsters are there? The Silver Intermediate Knight pondered for a while and answered, there were more in the first few years, with an average of 2 or 3 times a month. In recent years, there have been fewer. There are still roaming monsters in the other 2 towns. There has been no trace of monsters in Huofeng town for a year. It seems that those monsters realize that this is the territory of humans and will not come here easily. That should be the case, the Silver Intermediate Knight answered with some uncertainty. He didn't know the habits of the monsters, so if they dared to come, he would just kill them. Gradually, the moon rose to the highest point in the sky. When Wylan came to the guest room, he saw 2 shadow guards squatting on the ground, fiddling with something to kill time. Wylan didn't make any sound and walked up quietly. He was curious about what Hilda and Sisina were playing. Unfortunately, before he got close, he saw that the 2 of them put away the things very quickly, stood up and looked at Wylan. Master. Well, Hilda, Sisina, good evening. He was embarrassed that he was discovered, even though he was stronger than the 2 of them. Good evening, Master. Why are you here? Seeing that the atmosphere became quiet, Wylan took the initiative to bring up the topic. I said we are your personal guards, and the butler of Lord Lyses asked us to wait outside your resting room. Hilda answered. Well, where do you sleep? There is an ear room connected to your guest room, which is our resting room. Sisina answered calmly. Afterwards, the 3 of them entered the room, and indeed found a small wooden door on the left side of the guest room. Wylan walked over and pushed open the door. It was a small room of 10 square meters. There were 2 single wooden beds in it. The quilts on them were brand new and did not smell old or rot. Back in the master bedroom, Hilda and Sisina were tidying up the bed, arranging flowers, and adjusting the position of furniture. Who did you learn this from? Although he already had the answer in his heart, Wylan still asked the 2. Lord Kyle taught us this. This will make you sleep more comfortably, Hilda answered while adjusting the position of the vase. Sure enough, Kyle. Forget it, after the 2 of them adjusted it, it really looked good and made me feel comfortable. Okay, go and rest. Seeing this, the 2 entered the ear room and began to rest. Wylan lay on the bed and slept until dawn. The next morning, Wylan came to the hall, skillfully pulled out a chair, and waited for dinner. Seeing that his younger brother did not treat him as an outsider, Lyses was in a very good mood. Not long after, when the 2 had just finished breakfast, a knight rushed in. My lord, there is news from Fingland town that hundreds of wind wolves have entered the neighboring Hengos territory. Afa estimated that these beasts would attack Fingland town and sent people to ask for help. Gather the troops and set off immediately. Lyses stood up and ordered the knight. Seeing this, Wylan said, 4th brother, I will go too. Window tabula equals window, tabula tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01, container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x 250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x 250 target type mix. Okay. Lyses hesitated for a while and finally agreed to Varen's request. His strength is comparable to his own, so he should be able to protect himself. With the 4th brother's permission, Varen wiped his mouth with a napkin, placed it on the dining table, and headed to where Kyle and the rest were resting. "My lord." Kyle had just finished his meal and was about to go to the kitchen when he ran into Varen. "Gather the people and go out with me." "Yes, sir." Seeing his master's solemn expression, Kyle gave up his thoughts on learning skills and walked quickly to the place where his followers were resting. On the other side, Varen returned to the room and took out a full set of equipment from the space ring, along with the armor of the 2 shadow guards. Hilda's equipment is a set of lightweight armor, which is very light in weight and perfectly highlights her figure when worn on her body. As for Cisna, as an ice mage, Varen only prepared a set of inner armor for her. "Put on your own armor, hold the helmet in your right hand, and leave the room with the 2 shadow guards." At the gate of the castle, most of the knights affiliated with the castle have gathered. There are hundreds of them. Most of them are riding Fengyang horses, a kind of war horse that is widely found in the southwestern province of the kingdom of Ilyus. Every horse is sold for public sale. 1,000 gold coins with its own channels can be reduced to 600 gold coins per horse. Compared to Fengyang horse, Kyle's Mount Kingsley horse is much stronger. It beats Fengyang horse in terms of endurance, explosive power, and communication. After a while, Ilyus appeared at the gate of the castle with 4 guardian knights. The mounts they rode were the same red phosphorus horses as Varen. "Fourth brother, Wylin, I'm sorry to trouble you this time," Ilyus said with an apology on his face. He didn't expect that such a thing would happen the day after his brother came to the Fire Peak territory. "It's okay," Wylin replied with a smile. When the 4th brother encountered difficulties, he could still stand by and watch. Following Ilyus's order, the large army began to set off towards Huofeng town at the foot of the mountain. In order to prevent the Wind Wolf's attack, Ilyus spent a lot of money. Half of Huofeng town's standing army was taken away. At the same time, he urgently summoned 600 militiamen as auxiliary troops to accompany the army. A team of more than 1,000 people headed southwest to support Finglin town. Huofeng town is more than 40 kilometers away from Finglin town in a straight line, and the actual distance is more than 90 kilometers. In less than 3 hours, reinforcements arrived in Finglin town. During the march, Wylin discovered that both the standing army and the emergency militia were highly disciplined and enforced orders and prohibitions. If it's just a standing army, it's normal. But if it's like this for the militia, it can be seen that the 4th brother has capable people under his command and is very talented in military training. Arriving at the outskirts of Finglin town, there were many soldiers and civilians setting traps. "My lord," a knight stepped forward and saluted. There was a terrifying scratch on the left side of his face which made people feel awe. "Afa, thank you for your hard work." Ilyus stepped forward and patted the dust off the knight, then looked at the scratches on his face, feeling a little guilty. Wylin stood aside and said nothing. From the actions of the 4th brother, it was easy to see that the scar on the knight's face was left for his 4th brother. "What's going on now?" According to the spy's report, there are more than 100 wind wolves, and the number is probably around 300. They have destroyed 6 villages in the western part of Hengo's territory, and thousands of people have been killed by the wolves. Afa said solemnly, the mood is very solemn. "What's the current situation in the villages near Hengo's?" Ilyus couldn't help but worry when he heard that Hengo's had suffered such heavy losses. The Baron of Hengo's has existed for more than 50 years and has survived 2 demonic disasters. It has certain real abilities. When encountering a wind wolf of this level, there should not be such a big loss, but the fact that 6 villages were destroyed is already in front of us. It is very likely that a different kind of wind wolf has appeared in the wind wolf group. All of them have been moved, the old and the weak have been placed in the rear, the young and strong have stayed. I made a decision without permission. I hope your majesty will forgive me." Afa lowered his head and replied, "You did a good job. This situation really requires manpower." Ilyus did not blame Afa. Standing by and listening, Valen soon learned of the existing military strength. Including the troops brought by 4th Goresis, Finglin town currently has a standing army of 1,000, militia of 1,200, more than 300 slaves and 2,300 young people including 600 men and 1,000 women, 700 people. In border areas, no matter what gender you are, As long as you can hold a weapon, you will go to the battlefield in critical moments. The group was just about to enter the city to rest when they saw a soldier riding a horse quickly approaching Finland town. Lurri de fa. The number of wind wolves is not 300, but 600 or even more. The soldier came to a fa, looking shocked. You see clearly, Ilyus turned around and asked. The soldier nodded and replied, Lord Ilyus, Zio is right. There are 3 groups of wind wolves that have joined forces with the wind wolves that are ravaging the western region of Hengos. The number is at least 600. Now they are besieging Hengos, the western town of Mangrove Town. It seems that among this group of wind wolves, there is indeed a strange species. When Wylan heard what Ilyus said, he asked curiously, Fourth brother, what is a mutant? Aliens are a name for the alienated monsters in the Leia forest. Ilyus calmed his inner restlessness and explained to Wylan, there are many demonized plants in the Leia forest. Some of the fruits of demonized plants have alienated effects. When monsters devour them, their wisdom, strength, speed, or elemental abilities will be greatly improved in a short period of time. However, all this comes at a price. Monsters devour the fruits of demonized plants at the cost of burning their lifespan in exchange for improved abilities. The average lifespan of alienated monsters is only half a year to a year. Every time they appear, they will wreak havoc on the surrounding human territories. So this is like a counterattack by the creatures of the Leia forest, Wylan asked. Ilyus nodded and responded, you can say that. What should we do now? Wait, Ilyus said, the surrounding lords should have known about this situation. What we need to do now is to wait for their messengers. Afterwards, the team rested, but the trap set outside Finland town did not stop. No one could guarantee whether the wind wolf would suddenly turn and enter the Fire Peak territory. As expected, the rapidly growing number of wind wolf beasts attracted the attention of the surrounding nobles. The messengers coming and going began to connect various forces, preparing to strike hard to crush this group of wind wolf beasts and avoid unexpected situations. On the second day of arriving in Finland town, 3 messengers arrived. Wylan didn't know what the specific content was, and he didn't need to care. He just needed to follow his 4th brother when the time came. 3 days later, Ilyus led 6 silver knights, 20 bronze knights, 60 knight attendants, 800 standing troops, and 600 militia men to leave Finland town and gather at a place called Chaosian in the north of Hengos. Wylan followed his 4th brother with his 15 subordinates. Wylan, I really troubled you this time, Ilyus said apologetically. Wylan smiled and responded, it's okay, my 4th brother will treat me to a big meal. I didn't eat enough at the last dinner. Ha ha ha, after we deal with the Wind Wolf Beast group, I promise to make you full. I'm looking forward to it. Finland town is not far from Chaosian, only less than 80 kilometers away. This barren mountain, which is usually unattended, is indeed overcrowded at this moment. Together with the troops of the host Baron Hengos, Chaosian has gathered the armies of 5 barons, with as many as 4,000 combat soldiers and more than 3,000 auxiliary soldiers. In the tent, 5 barons sat around a round table and began to discuss how to deal with the group of wind wolves that had expanded to 800 in number. It is now clear that all signs indicate that the alien wind wolf is a wise wolf, which is the most difficult intelligent alienated monster to deal with. For this reason, I have already invested 200 elite troops. Baron Hengos, Dany Hengos, calmly explained to the other 4 barons. For intelligent alienated monsters, we must destroy them once and for all, and we must never let them escape. Otherwise, before their lives are exhausted, our territories will never have a moment of peace. A middle-aged strong man said. After listening, Ilyus nodded and said, Baron Hag is right. This kind of intelligent, alienated monster is extremely vengeful. Since we have decided to fight, we must kill the other party. Everyone knows the previous examples. The other people nodded when they heard this. The painful experiences of others did not allow them to be careless about this matter. Finally, after discussion, a complete set of action plans was formed. 2 days later, 1,000 auxiliary soldiers left the camp. Their destination was unknown. Even the leading officers did not know the specific mission. They only knew to go to Hada village to gather and wait for orders. There was no other mission. The next day, Baron Hengos and Baron Hag led 2,000 soldiers from the north, hiding during the day and moving at night. Their destination was the southern area of Hengos, bordering the Leia forest. As for the other barons, they led the remaining troops and pressed from the north to the south. In the dark night on a hill, a white-haired wind wolf was very conspicuous among the wolves. Awo, awo. The wisdom of the same race could only express these basic information to it. The white-haired wind wolf combined the information seen by several wind wolves, stared at the human town in the distance, and kept thinking in his heart. What it could be sure of was that the human reinforcements had arrived and were on the way to this place. According to the information given by the wind wolf, before there were many human troops at the foot of a mountain where no one was shitting. There were people in the west, people in the north, and a town in the east, and there were also many humans in it. Compared with the humans in the north, the humans in the west have a much weaker breath, like a group of cannon fodder, but the white-haired wind wolf does not think so. In the south, although the wind wolf reported to it that there were no traces of humans, it believed that there must be many humans in the south, but its own tribe did not find them. This cunning bipedal beast is best at conspiracy and trickery, and its mother's incomplete memory is always warning it. Therefore, it judged that the humans in the north were the weakest group, the west and south were dead ends, and the east was Mangrove Town, which could not be bypassed. Awoof! With a roar from the white-haired wind wolf, several tall wind wolves surrounded it and crawled at its feet. Looking at the 4 wind wolves in front, each of them has the strength of the middle silver level, and is its right-hand man, commanding 200 wind wolves respectively. A wind wolf raised its front legs and led its subordinates to the south. Awo! With a roar, the wind wolves began to attack the red tree town of Hengos again, attracting the attention of the humans in the town. 3 days later, as a bird with a white head, blue feathers, and black tail appeared in the hands of Ilyus, the marching speed of the team accelerated a lot. Outside the red tree town, the number of wind wolves decreased a lot, with only more than 600. In the north, the human army was getting closer and closer, and appeared within the sight. 1,000 meters away, the army stopped, set up the formation, and slowly moved forward. Every step forward is a great test for the soldiers on the front line. Sweat wets the back, and being stared at by hundreds of wolves is a great torture to the spirit. Awo! In the tunnel, hundreds of wind wolves appeared in the army formation, frantically attacking the surrounding humans. The second cry came, and more than 600 wind wolves rushed into the human army formation. Damn it, I thought 200 ran away, but I didn't expect it to be in this place. A baron cursed secretly and took his knights to support. You have to know that the soldiers attacked by the wind wolves were all his subordinates. Every death or injury weakened the territory's power. Low-level silver wind wolf spit out wind blades, cutting 3 soldiers in half, and the cruel cry resounded throughout the battlefield. Seeing this, Ilyus gave orders expressionlessly, ordering the left and right armies to move forward to meet the 600 wind wolves that were rushing up, and at the same time asked Afa and others to support others and strangle the wind wolves that appeared in the army formation. Wylin was not idle either. He held the knight's sword, patted the red phosphorus horse, and rushed up at an accelerated speed. Red phosphorus horse easily dodged the oncoming wind blades with its agile movement. He chopped off a wolf head with a sword, and several wind wolves surrounded him like crazy, but Wylin quickly dealt with them. There was no difference between ordinary wind wolves and low-level silver wind wolves in his eyes, except that they could attack with wind blades and were larger in size. The white-haired wind wolf looked at the strength shown by this group of humans and began to waver in his heart, wondering if he had made a mistake in judgment. More and more tribesmen died at the hands of humans, forcing the white-haired wind wolf to roar. Awoof! The wind wolf group heard the roar, and hundreds of wind wolves volunteered to stay and cover their retreat. After cleaning up the remaining wind wolves, the white-haired wind wolf had already run away with the remaining wind wolves. The humans in the north were not weak, and he had made a mistake in his judgment, so there must be no humans in the south. With this idea in mind, the remaining more than 400 wind wolves quickly ran southward. Looking back, the white-haired wind wolf vowed in his heart that with only half a year left to live, He would make these humans pay the price. Looking at the direction where the wind wolves were evacuating, Ilyus's mouth curved, and the alien wind wolf was indeed fooled. The finishing work was in the charge of Baron Hengos, and all they had to do was wait for the news. The next morning, Baron Hengos, Dany Hengos, arrived in Mangrove Town with the body of a white-haired wind wolf. In addition, there were more than 20 wind wolf cubs whose eyes had not yet opened. For the distribution of spoils, Ilyus received 210 wind wolf corpses and 6 wind wolf cubs. The other 4 barons each got something and ended the meeting with their own spoils. After returning to Fingland Town, Ilyus immediately ordered the end of the war. The young and strong who were forcibly conscripted breathed a sigh of relief and praised the Lord's wisdom. Entering the Fingland Town guardhouse, Ilyus asked people to bring 6 wind wolf cubs. Wylin, pick a pair. Looking at the sleepy wind wolf cubs, Wylin stepped forward and looked at them one by one, 3 males and 3 females. Because of his own platform, the 4th brother's high-end combat power is twice that of the other barons. A total of 800 wind wolf corpses, Ilyus got a quarter of the number. Although the body of the white-haired wind wolf was taken away by Baron Hengos, Ilyus was still the one who benefited the most among the 5 barons. After some selection, Wylin selected 2 wind wolf cubs, 1 male and 1 female, but he didn't know whether they could adapt to the geographical environment of the northwest region. When Ilyus saw that Wylin had finished the selection, he ordered to take the remaining wind wolf cubs away and take good care of them. Due to the habits of wind wolves, when there is no hope of escape, they will first kill their own cubs to avoid falling into the hands of humans and becoming accomplices in persecuting the tribe. Wind wolf cubs are hard to come by in the southwest region. Wylin used his fingers to tease the 2 cubs in his arms, causing the 2 little ones to twist for a while, which was very interesting. 4th brother, then I'll leave first. Seeing more and more knights entering the hall of the Fingland Town guardhouse, Wylin greeted Ilyus and turned to leave. Not long after leaving the guardhouse, Wylin ran into Kyle. Seeing his leisurely look, Wylin called him directly over. Here, call me when they open their eyes. Yes, sir. Kyle took the wind wolf cub and returned to the camp helplessly. He wanted to take a good walk around Fingland Town, but he didn't expect to be tasked with taking care of the cubs before he had walked far. Fortunately, with his experience with griffin cubs, Kyle returned to the camp, put the 2 wind wolf cubs on the bed, asked someone to find a basin of goat milk, picked up a wind wolf cub with his left hand, and put a spoon in his right hand to its mouth. Instinctively, the wind wolf cub stretched out its tongue and slowly licked the goat milk. On the other side, Wylin, who had free time, wandered around Fingland Town. Most of the old and weak in the town moved to the rear. Except for the busy young men and women and the patrolling army, there were basically no idle people. Except for the buildings, there was basically nothing to see. After walking around for half an hour, Wylin felt bored and returned to the camp to sleep. The next morning, Kyle came to Wylin's room with 2 wind wolf cubs. Master, it's time to open your eyes. Hearing Kyle's words, Wylin brought the wind wolf cub over, put it on the bed, and looked at each other carefully. A few minutes later, a cub slowly opened its eyes, walked on 4 short legs, and slowly crawled towards Wylin. Awoof. The first creature that a monster sees after opening its eyes will be regarded as its closest person. If the monster is abused in the process, the other party will also rebel. It is not that everything is safe after opening the eyes. Friendly interaction is also needed in the process of growth to enhance the relationship between the 2 parties. Not long after, the other one also opened its eyes, slowly crawled in front of Wylin, and rubbed the other's hand intimately. Put the 2 wind wolf cubs on the ground, and let Kyle bring goat milk and put it in front of them. With the temptation of food, the 2 cubs who just opened their eyes licked the goat milk selflessly, completely forgetting him as their master. Leave it to me for the time being. It's just boring during this period of time. It's interesting to raise 2 little puppies to kill time. Hearing this, Kyle nodded, and later told Hilda and Zisina to deliver 2 more goat milk every morning. After staying in Fingland Town for 3 days, the group set off to return to Huofeng Town. In the next week, Wylin temporarily put aside his training and followed his 4th brother to various places. In Huofeng territory, to play and taste food every day. Each place has a unique culture. Although Huofeng territory was established for a short time, less than 10 years, it already has this atmosphere. Counting the time in his heart, it is time to leave. Rices was a little confused when he learned that his eldest brother wanted him to follow Wylan to the capital of Dany Province. Seeing his fourth brother in deep thought, Wylan did not tell him the real reason. It is best for the eldest brother to tell the fourth brother about the affairs of the United Chamber of Commerce. Back in the room, he lifted the quilt and found that the two winged wolf cubs had already crawled in. Wylan glanced at the doghouse next to him, which was also quite comfortable. I really don't know why these two dogs like to crawl into his bed so much. Maybe it was cold. The two dogs squinted their eyes and barked a few times in dissatisfaction, crawled deeper, and continued to sleep. Seeing this scene, Wylan didn't care and went to bed. Not long after, I felt two more pendants on my legs. I knew what they were without thinking too much. The next morning, Wylan held two winged wolf cubs, put them in a cloth bag prepared in advance, and hung them on the front of the red phosphorus horse saddle. This time Lysies only brought 10 people, 2 silver knights and 8 bronze knights. The journey to the capital of Dany Province was smooth, and there was no trouble. After returning to this city where he had stayed for almost 2 months, Wylan even missed it a little. Through the exclusive passage at the city gate, a group of more than 20 people went directly to the manor. After passing through the gate of the manor, the two entered the hall and saw Ilyus processing a half-man-high document. Several other knights sat beside him, with a lot of documents in front of them. The entire hall was almost covered with various forms and lists of materials. Wylan bent down to pick it up and saw that it was the current prices of various materials in the Kingdom of Cube. The price of Cube Kingdom on December 18th. A set of excellent-level warrior full-body armor is worth 6,000 gold coins. An excellent-level heavy sword is 3,000 gold coins. And an excellent-level short sword is 1,500 gold coins, with a total price of 10,500 gold coins. Seeing this price, his eyes were blinded. In the Kingdom of Ilyus, a set of excellent-level warrior equipment is only 5,000 gold coins. If there are ready-made metal materials and professional craftsmen, only the part of precious magic materials is calculated. The price can be compressed to 2,000 gold coins. This shows how much the Kingdom of Cube has lost on the front line. Under normal circumstances, the dog owner would have offered at most 7,000 gold coins to get this set of excellent warrior equipment, but now he is offering 10,500 gold coins. The most important thing is the time. It says December 18th, and now it is December 30th. In just 10 days, it is possible that the price will increase by several thousand gold coins. This time, the United Chamber of Commerce has a huge number of transactions and extremely high profits. They want to extract 10% of the profits from it. The calculation of goods and the valuation of profits cannot be done by others, and they can only count them themselves. Faced with such huge profits, some forces will inevitably falsify data and use crooked thoughts. After all, money can move people's hearts. Looking at his busy elder brother, Wylan pulled Lysies out of the hall and decided not to disturb his elder brother from doing business until this matter was over. Fourth brother, the elder brother will be busy these days. Let's go to him in a few days. That's good, business is important. Lysies nodded in response. It is important to make the elder brother so busy. I just happened to have something to do in the provincial capital during this period, so I just took advantage of the free time to complete it. Seeing this, Wylan said hello to Lysies and returned to his residence. Since the fourth brother was busy, only he and Kyle would go to meet the North Wind Adventure team. However, they didn't know whether the other party was in the provincial capital. They had to confirm with Oliver, the score president of the Hurricane Chamber of Commerce, in advance. As soon as he opened the door, he saw 2 winged wolf cubs jumping around on his bed and playing with each other. Wylan walked up, holding one in each hand, and scolded with a stern face. Next time, you are not allowed to play on the bed. Looking at the master's serious expression, the 2 winged wolf cubs instantly pretended to be pitiful. I really don't know where they learned it from. Out of sight, the heart is quiet. Wylan immediately called Hilda and Zisna and said, These two little things will be left to you two to raise for a while. Yes, master. Hilda and Zisina each picked up a wind wave cub and left. There was no sound of fighting, and the room became quiet instantly. After practicing intermittently in the past few months, the strength has increased very slowly. Originally, he accidentally took the wine that Claire stole from his father, which saved him half a year of training time. In the end, he only needed to devote himself to training and spend half a year to break through to the gold level. No, wait until next month. Forget it, let's wait until we return to the Praying Star Lake. Wylan thought about it and gave up the idea of practicing hard in Dany Province. He was ready to return to the Praying Star Lake. He definitely didn't want to be lazy. Last night I got the news from Oliver that the North Wind Adventure team had just returned to the capital of Dany Province 3 days ago. It's better to act than to think. The next morning, Wylan and Kyle dressed up as adventurers and went to the drunkard's house. Familiar taste, familiar environment. The two were discovered by the sharp-eyed Yammond as soon as they entered the tavern. Seeing the 5 members of the Northern Adventure team. Waving to them, Wylan and Kyle walked towards the corner of the drunkard's house. Zillan, long time no see, I miss you so much. Yammond stepped forward and gave Wylan a hug. Wylan said apologetically, something has taken up too much of my time recently. Come, sit down first, let's talk slowly. Yammond asked his teammates to make room for 2 seats so that Wylan and Kyle could sit down and talk. Cairn seems to have changed a lot. Wylan turned to look at his brother Yammond and found that part of his brown hair had turned white. Compared to the sunny boy before, he is now a little cold. His mood has changed a little during this mission, but it's not a big deal. Yammond answered with a smile. Seeing Yammond say this, Wylan no longer paid attention to this matter. As expected, someone in the North Wind Adventure team has cheated again. Several people chatted in 2s and 3s. Most of the time, Yammond told the adventure story. Lilia was responsible for supplementing it, and the other 3 occasionally said a few words. After half an hour of communication, Wylan roughly guessed the conclusion. The North Wind Adventure team destroyed a sacrifice activity of the withered cult and won the gratitude of the mayor of the local town. Cairns had an adventure in the process, which was probably the process. When it was almost over, Yammond took out a purse and pushed it in front of Wylan. Here, Zillan, this is the money you and brother Zissy lent us. Great, Wylan praised and took the purse. Don't you want to count it? Lilia looked at Wylan curiously. No, I believe you won't lie to me. Wylan said nonchalantly, which warmed the hearts of the 5 members of the North Wind Adventure team. By the way, Zillan, this is our current residence. You, brother Zissy, and Kyle can come to us at any time. Yammond took out a piece of paper and wrote down their current residence on it. Wylan carefully put away the note and said jokingly, you must have made a lot of money on this mission. Ha, I didn't expect you to see it, Zillan. It's just a little bit this time. Yammond replied with a smile, you and brother Sis helped us, and our North Wind Adventure team will remember it forever. Thank you, my brother and I are very happy to make friends like you here. Then several people raised their glasses and drank the wheat wine in the glasses. Yuna, who had been silent, seemed to drink a little too much and was drunk. Seeing this, Yammond supported his fiancée, fearing that she would fall. It is not difficult to see from these few meetings that even though Yuna has many shortcomings, Yammond still loves her. In addition, Wylan also found that Lilia had different emotions for Yammond, but Yuna, as a fool, did not notice it. It is not impossible for a strong man in this world to have multiple wives. Wylan is looking forward to the next development. Waving goodbye at the door of the drunkard's house, the few people separated. On the way back to the manor, Kyle suddenly said, Master, I found that Kyle's and Yali seemed to be in a relationship. Wylan turned to look at Kyle and asked, how did you find out? When your eyes were all attracted by Yuna, I found that Yali was holding Cairn's hand, and the other party did not resist. That's interesting. Wylan touched his chin, looking forward to what kind of scenery the North Wind Adventure team would be like when they met again in the future. As soon as I returned to the manor, I ran into the guardian knight of Ilyus. Master Wylan, a banquet will be held in the West Wind Palace in 5 days. The master asked me to inform you to prepare well. Karen said respectfully, with heavy dark circles under his eyes. Tell my brother I know. At 8 o'clock in the evening, The hall of the manor was still brightly lit. Ilyus stretched his body. Although he was very tired, he could not hide his excitement. As long as the transaction was successfully completed, this huge profit would fall into his hands. On the other side, Wylan lay on the bed, waiting for the arrival of destiny. The mysterious psychedelic realm will be opened in a month. As a banquet demoplane for the mysterious fairy clan, a sweet fruit is equivalent to a ticket. Reaching the gold level. A creature with a pure heart is the minimum threshold. After hearing the news, Wylan was confused. He patted his head and suddenly remembered something. The next moment, 2 sweet fruits appeared in his hands. This was given to him by the mysterious fairy Verite when he went to the Blood Moon territory of Dany Province to visit Aunt Mia Lai last time. At that time, he was still curious about what it was, and he did not find any relevant information after checking the classics. Now it seems that the sweet fruit should be just another name, and the real name should be the ticket to the mysterious psychedelic realm. I really didn't expect that the mysterious fairy was so generous that he actually gave him 2 tickets. He only paid a bottle of ice blue magic potion. However, the minimum threshold is gold level, so I should not have the chance this time. Since there are 2 tickets, Wylan decided to give one to his eldest brother, so that he could take this opportunity to go to the mysterious psychedelic realm and attend the banquet of the mysterious fairy clan. As for the other ticket, keep it for the time being and wait for a chance in the future. Anyway, there is no rush for this moment. Life is still long, and we will meet next time. Perhaps this is the price of laziness, but I have no right to regret what I have done. Sleep, sleep, life is more important. Silently hypnotizing himself, Wylan lay on the bed and began to rest. In the next few days, Wylan cooperated with the head maid of the manor and the professional clothing team sent by the Hurricane Chamber of Commerce to make the latest dresses for the West Wind Palace banquet 4 days later. This banquet is different from the past. You can wear whatever you want. There are foreign guests from other countries, so you have to pay attention and let them do whatever they want. 4 days later, Wylan wore a gorgeous embroidered robe with exquisite embroidery, metal decorations and gemstones, showing delicate craftsmanship and noble taste. On the left side of the chest is the family emblem, indicating the family identity. On the upper side of the right thigh, the red diagonal bar represents the profession of knight, 3 diagonal bars represent the strength of silver, and 3 fingers represent the high-level silver. There are 6 blue ylang-ylang flowers, 5 large and 1 small, on the right arm, representing the family inheritance generation and the generation in which one is. As the national flower of the kingdom of Ilyus, the ylang-ylang flower has 3 colors, blue, white, and purple, and is often used to symbolize the inheritance of aristocrats in decimal. Finally, on the left shoulder is a tree shape sewn with gold thread. The thickness of the trunk, the length of the branches, and the branches it represents all contain important information. In addition, there are 3 or 4 details that are also exquisite, representing some identity information. However, when he was in Windsor Castle, he had the idea of playing rotten and being a salted fish, who would have nothing to learn these things. Now he can only understand part of the information above. Under the manipulation of Hilda and Zisina, Wylan spent half an hour to put on this complicated dress. When he arrived at the gate of the manor, the eldest brother and the 4th brother had been waiting for a long time. Only himself was missing. Wylan smiled apologetically at Ilyus and Lyses, and then the 3 of them got on the luxurious carriage and went to the West Wind Palace. At this moment, the West Wind Palace was full of representatives of various forces. Each guest talked with the representatives of the Kingdom of Cube with a signature smile. One side had goods and the other side had money. The 2 sides hit it off and reached a huge order. To be frank, the gold coins traded at this banquet amounted to hundreds of millions, and the magic crystals and elemental crystals amounted to hundreds of thousands. When Ilyus arrived at the venue, a deputy envoy of the Kingdom of Cube greeted him enthusiastically. The transactions here were only part of it. The real large-scale transactions were between the royal families and dukes of the 2 countries. At the entrance of the banquet, Ilyus was pulled away by the enthusiastic crowd, leaving only Wylan and Lyses to wander freely. After a while, Wylan sadly discovered that his 4th brother seemed to have lost contact with him. There were hundreds of people in the hall, and he didn't find anyone after searching around, so he simply stopped looking. People of high status were busy talking about business, and people of low status didn't have the courage to come up and talk. Wylan just wandered alone, eating delicious food, and occasionally listening to the content of the conversation between the two sides, which was quite comfortable. "We meet again." The silver-haired girl appeared in front of Wylan and looked at him with a smile. He looked at her up and down and found that she was a member of the royal family, but not a direct member, but a collateral member. "This time you also came with your uncle?" Wylan asked in a familiar way, inviting the other party to sit next to him. "No. Do you believe me when I say I am a member of the review team?" The silver-haired girl looked very charming when she smiled, and the dimples on her cheeks were very charming. "I believe it." Good guy, I didn't see clearly for a while, but the other party was actually a low-level gold, and her profession was an arcane master, which made people stare at them. "How about it, are you surprised?" The silver-haired girl didn't care about Wylan's surprised eyes, kept smiling, and her tone was very happy. "I am really surprised." Wylan calmed down his inner emotions and then asked, "I want to ask, how old are you?" "I can't tell you this." The silver-haired girl shook her head and said. The next moment, the silver-haired girl stood up, looked at Wylan and said formally, "My name is Zumia Silves. I said last time that when we meet again, I hope we can be friends. First time or second time meeting, my name is Wylan Aches. Nice to meet you, Zumia." Wylan stood up and formally introduced to the silver-haired girl. "Wylan, I remember." Zemia suddenly stretched out her hand. Seeing this, Wylan stretched out his right hand and shook hands with the other party. "Do you also understand the culture of my Ash Magic Kingdom?" Zumia asked curiously, watching Wylan's skilled movements. "I have learned a little bit," Wylan replied calmly. Seeing this, Zumia smiled and said, "Wylan, you are really knowledgeable. If you have not been to the Ash Magic Kingdom, it is actually difficult to understand such handshake etiquette. I studied abroad in the Ash Magic Kingdom for 15 years. Do you want me to tell you about it?" Zumia's eyes lit up and stared at Wylan. Seeing the other party's eagerness to teach, Wylan could only nod and agree. So the two sneaked to the balcony outside the hall and asked the servants to bring tables and chairs, as well as some cakes. When everything was almost ready, Zumia waved in front of Wylan, and a transparent barrier enveloped the two. The Ash Magic Kingdom was originally established by 13 legendary wizards, which formed the original 13 parliament seats and ruled the entire kingdom. After thousands of years of development, the Ash Magic Kingdom is centered on 13 towers and formed. Ash Magic Kingdom map. What Zumia said made Wylan addicted and unable to extricate himself. Gradually, the two forgot about time and immersed themselves in the ocean of knowledge. From Zumia's explanation, Wylan gradually gained a certain understanding of the great country in the north of the Sinapus subcontinent. As a country ruled by mages, it is very powerful. After more than 6,000 years of development, it now has a territory of more than 21 million square kilometers and a population of about 1 billion, which is 3 times that of the Kingdom of Ilyus. The Ash Magic Kingdom has 13 factions, 31 legendary spellcasters, and 16 legends of other professions. Its comprehensive national strength ranks 8th in the Sinapus subcontinent. As the capital of the Ash Magic Kingdom, the Holy Magic City has tens of thousands of international students, including creatures from within or outside the Sinapus subcontinent. This city accommodates a population of 2 million. In the picture that Zumia described to Wylan with magic, it is an ultra-modern city. "It's amazing. I didn't expect there is such a city in the world." Wylan sighed from the bottom of his heart, and he couldn't help but yearn for the Magic Saint City. "How about I take you there in the future and be your guide?" Zumia supported her chin with both hands and tilted her head to look at Wylan. "Okay." Wylan agreed, and then he felt a little melancholy. "But that time may be many years later. We are friends, no matter how many years it takes. I can wait for you to have free time," Zumia said softly, comforting her new friend in her own way. "The banquet is about to end. Let's stop here today." Wylan stood up with a regretful tone. "Has it been so long?" Zumia looked inside the hall and then at the sky. It was indeed late, so she immediately withdrew the magic barrier and the noisy environment returned to the two of them. Back inside the hall, Zumia and Wylan shook hands again, and then separated. Not long after returning to the hall, a hand suddenly rested on his shoulder. "Wylan, that girl is pretty." "Fourth brother, that's my friend." Wylan turned his head and looked at Lysies, who was smiling a little obscenely, with a helpless tone. "I know that as a member of the royal side branch, you can still succeed if you work hard. There is no such thing as pure friendship between men and women." Lysies might have believed it before, but now he doesn't believe it at all. Let's go find Big Brother." The more he talked, the more confused he became. Wylan simply gave up explaining and changed the subject directly. Lysies found that Wylan didn't want to continue this topic, and he was also tactful and didn't mention it again. After more than 2 hours of communication, Ilyus finally dealt with a large number of people around him, and came to the rest area next to him to rest for a while. "Big Brother," Wylan greeted Lysies and sat on the left and right of Ilyus. "It's finally over, I'm going to be liberated." Ilyus stretched and said to the two younger brothers who ran away and suddenly appeared again. "How about it, Big Brother? How much can we earn this time?" Wylan moved his seat next to Ilyus and asked curiously. Although the Big Brother and Wylan didn't tell him the truth, Lysies also guessed some inside stories from the conversations in the hall and other people, and couldn't help but become curious. Ilyus didn't say anything, but just gestured a number with his hand. "Oh my, so much." Wylan's calm heart suddenly became agitated and couldn't calm down for a long time. "It's a conservative estimate. We need to do more statistics when we go back to know the specific results." Ilyus replied with a smile and was very excited. Such a large profit is almost equal to the total income of the family's various industries in 2 years. In order to get such a large profit, Ilyus used the family's reputation as collateral. If the Cube Kingdom had not lost the war on the front line, he would probably be chased and chopped by his father with a sword. Fortunately, everything happened as expected as Wylan gave the information. The family's reputation was preserved and even improved. Interest bundling is always the most effective. After this battle, the reputation of the X family among the families and forces of the United Chamber of Commerce has directly increased several times. Half an hour later, the banquet of this transaction nature ended, and the three left here in a carriage. Back to the manor, the data of the transactions of each family had been sent, and Ilyus took his men directly to engage in statistical calculations. Wylan and Lysies could only let the servants bring cakes and tea, and eat while waiting in the garden. Nearing 11 o'clock in the evening, Ilyus finished his busy work and looked at the data calculated above, which was almost the same as what he estimated at the banquet. Coming to the garden, the cool breeze made Ilyus feel unprecedentedly relaxed. "Brother, have you calculated it?" Wylan poured a cup of tea for Ilyus and asked impatiently. "Well, we calculated it. Our total income is about 840 million gold coins." Ilyus handed the form to the two brothers and drank tea without paying attention to others. Wylan and Lysies took the paper and came to the side to look carefully. Every data hit them hard. According to the distribution given by the eldest brother before, he can take 15%, which means that the money belonging to him is as much as 126 million. Hehe, how should this money be spent? Wylan's mind has begun to imagine how to spend this money. Then, Ilyus called Lysies to his side and told him the whole story. When he learned that he owned 2% of it, he almost jumped up with excitement. With such a large amount of funds, his Huofeng territory could take off directly. The three of them returned to the room to rest with excitement. The next morning, an uninvited guest arrived. As soon as Wylan arrived at the hall, he saw his old father. He retracted his foot that had stepped into the threshold and was ready to turn around and run. "Come back." Hearing his father's words, Wylan smiled apologetically at Angus, came to the side of his fourth brother and stood quietly. "My 3 good sons. I didn't expect that I would be the last one to know about this." Angus had a smile on his face, but everyone present knew how his old father felt now. "You are so brave. If it weren't for my cousin Mialai writing to tell me, I would still be kept in the dark. However, I still have to say that Ilyus, Wylan, and Lysies, you did a great job. You seized the opportunity, dared to try, and most importantly, you didn't fail. The change of tone stunned the three people instantly. Just as I thought, with such a big profit, my father was also fascinated. Ilyus lowered his head, and this thought came to his mind. It seems that everything is fine. I will discuss with Kyle later how to spend this huge sum of money. Wylan glanced at Angus and felt relieved. Did I do anything? Well, I should have done something. Lysis thought so. Window tabula equals window, tabula tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01, container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x250 target type mix. Tell me, how did you distribute this money? My eldest son, Angus, turned to look at Ilyus and asked him. Ilyus raised his head and explained the distribution rules and the source of the information in a leisurely manner. With my style, I can retire after the war with the dwarves is over. Angus nodded with satisfaction. He was very satisfied with Ilyus. He was worthy of being his son. Wylan curled his lips and wanted to complain about his father's narcissistic words, but he held it back for the sake of a small amount of money. Lysis didn't care. He had seen a lot in the past 10 years, and he couldn't accept his father's boasting. He had done it sometimes. That's the thing about money. Angus turned to look at his youngest son with a scrutinizing look in his eyes. My dear Wylan, you suddenly have so much money in your hand. How are you going to use it? Meeting his father's gaze, Varin had a strange feeling, as if he was trying to rob him of his little money. Invest in the construction of the territory, increase its strength, and prepare for the war between the kingdom and the dwarves in 6 years. Varin would not tell his father because he had not yet fully thought about it. So be it. Since his youngest son has plans, he will not interfere with the use of these 126 million gold coins. Okay, you two go ahead. Your eldest brother and I need to have a chat. Yes, father. Varin and Lysis held their chests and bowed, then exited the hall. After escaping from his father, Varin separated from his fourth brother and went to find Kyle to initially discuss how to use the money. However, after searching for half an hour in the manor, I was stunned not to see even a shadow. Hilda, where's Kyle? Varin found his shadow guard and asked him. Hilda thought for a while and replied respectfully. Master, Sir Kyle should go out to collect stories. Yeah. Last time I heard that this kid wanted to write an adventure biography. He thought Kyle was just talking about it, but he didn't expect to take action so soon. Since the other party was out, he could only wait until night to find Kyle. The Duke of Light End controls Maple Leaf City. Duke arrived here 2 months ago and took over 3 stores in Kyle's name. Half a month ago, a large number of troops suddenly blocked the outer suburbs of Maple Leaf City. According to his observations and speculations, Maple Leaf City has no less than 100,000 troops, all of whom are the most elite force in the hands of Duke Lightend. In the past few days, the streets of Maple Leaf City have been filled with a large number of patrols. All the people with bad credit and criminal backgrounds in the past were arrested without any reason, just because of an order from Duke Lightend. For the sake of stability, it is better to kill by mistake than to let go. As a high-level bronze weakling, and with the excellent credit of the 3 stores he took over, he was able to avoid this unnecessary disaster. One night 3 days ago, there was a huge earthquake in Maple Leaf City. Fortunately, Duke Dude took care of it. Apart from the collapse of some dilapidated buildings, there were no casualties in Maple Leaf City. When the Duke came to Maple Leaf City with a mission, he knew that the big event that the adults were talking about might have happened. The sky was dark, and Duke walked towards a courtyard with 2 confidants brought from Dany Province. Nowadays, people in Maple Leaf City must walk in an above-board manner. Otherwise, they will inevitably be arrested and taken to the police station to drink tea. In the past few days, Duke had heard news that many businessmen had been beheaded in the counties under Maple Leaf City. But he didn't know if it was related to that big incident, so it was better to be cautious. Knock on the door, Duke ordered one of his attendants. The young man stepped forward and knocked on the door 3 times, with 2 loud sounds and 1 small sound. Wait a moment, open the door immediately. News came from the courtyard, and soon after, the door of the courtyard was opened. Mr. Duke, today is my family's birthday banquet. Welcome to your arrival. A man who looked like a butler said respectfully. His voice was neither loud nor quiet. just enough to be heard by the surrounding civilians. "Gary, give the gift to the butler." Duke ordered his entourage with a smile on his face. Another young man handed the gift box to the housekeeper, and then followed Duke into the house. Seeing this, a few idle civilians shook their heads and left. I originally wanted to make a fortune, but I didn't expect that it was just an ordinary banquet guest, so there was no need to eavesdrop. Entering the house, Duke asked his 2 followers to go have a drink and dinner. He spoke louder, and then followed the old housekeeper to the door of a room. The housekeeper gently pushed open the wooden door and said to Duke, "Sir, several other adults are inside." Duke entered the room without changing his expression. Looking around, 6 other people have been waiting here for a long time. "Lord Duke," the 6 people saluted. Seeing the familiar 6 people, Duke's expression softened slightly and he said, "The situation has been tense recently, and the acquisition and merger plan ordered by the Lord can only be postponed." "We will know," the 6 of them replied respectfully. Duke nodded with satisfaction and then said, "In addition, don't expand your business or buy houses recently, just operate normally. I suspect that the official is consolidating important industries in Maple Leaf City, and there should be any big moves in the future. The industry that the Lord initially chose is not a key industry of official concern, so you don't need to be worried. If you encounter a suspicious person, just report it directly to the public security station. Remember, we are serious businessmen." "Yes, sir." Recently, they heard about several cases of merchants being beheaded, all of which were related to smuggling, which just confirmed what Duke said. It can be seen that the county magistrate of Maple Leaf City is strengthening tax collection and has zero tolerance for tax evasion. They just need to run their business with peace of mind and play the role of a legal businessman. The 7 people clarified their tasks again and left the house one after another. At the palace on the northern hill outside Maple Leaf City, Lytend enjoyed dinner with his 3 wives. "Teacher, how is the situation recently? Do you need my intervention?" Lytend looked at his teacher and asked gently. "The entrance to the space channel has been explored almost completely. It is the entrance to the underground world. We don't know what the situation is on the other side. But the most important thing next is to ask the Duke of Moravia to help deploy an isolation barrier to prevent the strong men from the underground world from sneaking in and disrupting the order of the dukedom. Please leave the Duke of Moravia's affairs to me." Lytend nodded and then asked, "So, teacher, what are your ideas?" "Make this a golden place, give part of the profits to the royal family and several other dukes, attract adventurers to come and take risks. And make this another Hayu City. Hayu City is an adventure city located near the sea, in the central and southern part of the Holy Third Dawn Kingdom. There is a permanent space passage connecting the underground world of Hayu, attracting countless adventurers to explore, experience, and make a fortune. If Maple Leaf City can be turned into a second sea city, it will be a huge benefit to Light End without any harm. As for dividing a portion of the profits between the royal family and several other dukes, he had no objection at all. It is simply impossible for him to monopolize the interests of this underground world with his own strength. "Lilith, I'll leave it to you to contact the royal family and the other dukes," Lytend said gently to the young woman beside her. "Dear Lytend, leave it to me, I will convince my brother." Lilith nodded seriously. "It is truly my blessing to have 3 good wives. Within 2 months, the isolation barrier will be completed, and within half a year, the future Maple Leaf City will be operational." After the dinner, Lytend returned to his room. One after another, the door was opened 3 times. Early the next morning, Lytend left the room beating his waist. Given his physical condition, he still couldn't bear it. In the provincial capital of Dany. Before dawn, Wylin was grabbed from the bed by his father. "You 2 go out first," Angus said to Hilda and Cisna, who appeared in the room. The 2 women looked at each other and saw their master nodding. Then exited the room and stood guard at the door. "Father, what are you doing so early?" Wylin sat cross-legged on the bed, stared at his father, and said impatiently, "I have verified the information you provided last time. Archduke Burgongen has been appearing less and less in public recently. It is basically certain that there is indeed a problem." Angus ignored Wylin's resentful eyes and looked at himself, said himself, As a legendary middle-level knight, Grand Duke Balbourne has a theoretical lifespan of 2,000 years. He is now less than 700 years old and still has a lifespan of 300 years. So, father, these should be your considerations. Why do you come to me? Wylan looked at Angus and asked with some confusion. Since you don't want the reward, forget it. Angus took a deep look at Wylan and suddenly said with a smile. Yes, hehe, my dear father. Why didn't you tell me earlier if it would be beneficial? Wylan immediately changed his face and said to Angus. You brat, you learn it day by day. Who did you learn from? Angus stroked his youngest son's head and cursed with a smile. Wylan looked at Angus impatiently. Father, what kind of reward is it? Can the family support another group of people for me? This time I want. I won't give you personnel support this time. Angus interrupted Wylan and said to him with a straight face, the best talents are those you cultivate yourself. I think your personal attendant Kyle is the best. Very good, it shows that you are very discerning. This time I plan to help you ascend to the position of Viscount before I abdicate. You will have to walk the road ahead on your own. Don't always think about your elder brother in the future. He will also have descendants in the future. I understand, father. Wylan was deeply moved by Angus's teachings. Although there is a reward for this news, it is also a family precedent for his father to shamelessly support him. Angus showed a gentle side on his face, hugged Wylan and whispered, Among the 5 children you surprise me the most. Maybe your future achievements will not be inferior to your eldest brother. Your 2 sisters will eventually get married. As for your 4th brother Ilyus, his highest achievement is probably just to be a Viscount, but I can't see through you. In the future, if you really succeed, don't forget to give your 4th brother a hand. As for your eldest brother, once you reach that position, I'm afraid you won't be able to do whatever you want. You have to put the family first. Father, I will. The long-lost father's love. The last time his father hugged him like this was when he was a child. Angus let go of Varen and continued. The conflict in the Principality of Balbourne will definitely break out. This is a problem left over from thousands of years ago and cannot be avoided. When the time comes, I will place a family unit directly under your name. You don't have to worry about combat. The people I assign will help you complete it. You only need to sit in that position. However, you have to work hard, raise your strength, and don't embarrass me. It's just gold. I will definitely be able to break through within half a year. Wylan was confident and assured his father. Angus touched Varen's head and said, I believe you can do it. Okay, I'm leaving. I'll be very busy next time. Angus felt tired thinking about the next rush. Father, walk slowly. Varen walked Angus to the door and waved goodbye to him. After sending Hilda and Cisna back to rest, Varen also got into bed and went back to sleep. Half a month later, Ilyus took back the share of profits belonging to the Acres family from other forces. This precious opportunity allowed the forces close to the Acres family to make a lot of money. As for the other local forces who were kept in the dark about some of the benefits, they did not hold a grudge so much. After all, they could not predict the future. Get the news in advance. The total amount belonging to Wylan is 126 million, with 80,000 gold tickets worth 1,000 gold coins, 10,000 low-level magic crystals, 4,000 mid-level magic crystals, and 50 high-level magic crystals. 700 elemental crystals were redeemed. It is impossible for Wylan to carry such a large sum of money with him. This time when he returned to the Lake of Praying Stars, Wylan only brought 10,000 gold notes with a face value of 1,000 low-level magic crystals and 50 high-level magic crystals. The rest was temporarily stored with his elder brother. When he needed it in the future, he only needed a letter, and his elder brother would send someone to deliver it to him. By the way, he could also earn some interest. Calculating the time, Wylan came to his elder brother's room and handed him a sweet fruit. What is this? Ilyus asked curiously. The ticket to the mysterious psychedelic realm, Wylan whispered. Hearing these words, Ilyus's pupils dilated, staring at the ordinary fruit in his hand. He could never have imagined that the ticket to the legendary mysterious psychedelic realm was this. What about you? Ilyus asked back. Brother, I have 2 tickets, don't worry. Wylan explained, I didn't meet the threshold this time, so I can only wait for the next opportunity, But this opportunity can't be wasted. After all, we can't suffer a loss, right? Then how do you know the time of the next event? Ilyus looked at his brother and sighed. Wylan smiled and said, "It depends on you, brother. I believe that with your ability, you should be able to get the time of the next event. It doesn't matter if there is no chance. It's just a chance. It's not like you can catch it every time. By the way, big brother, there should be 10 days before the opening of the mysterious psychedelic realm. You must prepare well." Ilyus came forward and hugged Wylan. "Thank you. Big brother, you can get this opportunity and go further, which is also good for me. I will leave in a while. I have been out for too long. There are still some things I need to go back to deal with." Wylan also hugged his big brother and said softly, "Be careful on the way." Ilyus sincerely blessed. "Yes, Wylan nodded and left the room. 2 days later, after sending his fourth brother Lysis away, Wylan also planned the time to return. On January 27, 9726 of the glorious calendar, Wylan and Kyle put on the adventure costumes again and prepared to say goodbye to the North Wind adventure team. After sitting in the tavern house for a whole afternoon, they did not find the appearance of Yamond and others. "Sir, do you think it's possible that Yamond and his team went on a mission?" Seeing that there were fewer and fewer adventurers in the drunkard's house, Kyle couldn't help but remind him. Wylan received the news about the North Wind adventure team 3 days ago. Perhaps the other party really went out of the city to do a mission. After drinking the wheat wine in the glass, Wylan stood up and said to Kyle, "Let's go to the South City District." According to the address Yaman gave last time, the two quickly found the house that the other party rented in the South City District. Kyle went forward and knocked on the door, but didn't hear any movement. "My lord, there should be no one." Kyle returned to Wylan and whispered, "It seems that we can't see each other again." Wylan felt a little regretful and prepared to leave a letter to the other party as a final farewell. Then Wylan spent 30 copper coins to buy half a pen and a few yellowed papers from a civilian's home, borrowed the other party's table, and completed this letter full of farewell feelings. "Old man, there is one more thing I need to trouble you with." Wylan folded the letter and put it into the purse that he had put money in last time. There was no envelope, so he could only make do with it. This purse also witnessed his friendship with the North Wind adventure team. "Please go ahead." The old man leaned on his cane and said respectfully, "You should know the adventure team next to us." "Yes, sir, although Lord Yamond and his companions have only been here for less than a month, they have helped us civilians a lot." The old man spoke slowly, but there was more gratitude in his words. "I am Yamond's friend and I am about to leave here. This time I came to say goodbye to him, but I am not destined to meet him. I hope you can hand this letter to him." Seeing this, the old man took the cloth bag from Wylan, nodded and said, "Don't worry, sir. I will definitely deliver the letter." "Thank you." Wylan took out another silver coin and stuffed it into the old man's hand as a reward for delivering the letter. Finally, he took a look at the gate of the courtyard and left with Kyle. 2 days later, in the morning, with the farewell of Karens, Wylan took Kyle and 15 other people to leave Dany Province and return to Dany Province. Back to the familiar place, Wylan was a little emotional. Half a year is a long time. I don't know what the situation is like in the Duke of Lightend. It's no wonder that Maple Leaf City is now in a state of blockade. Now sending people there will not cause self-destruction. We can only wait for Duke to send the news back unilaterally. In the West District of Dany Province, there are 13 shops that belong to Kixing territory. One sells ice blue magic potion, 3 sell salt, and several shops sell basic living supplies. Half a month ago, Wylan and Kyle had a preliminary discussion on how to use this large amount of funds. One aspect is to purchase industries in Dany Province and expand the influence of Kixing territory. As a provincial capital, Dany Province is not qualified now, but who can tell in 50 years? Therefore, this time, Wylan planned to invest 1 million gold coins to acquire 3 streets in the western part of Dany Province, acquire a piece of land outside the city, and build a manor for his villa in Dany Province. No one was blind when he came to the governor's mansion this time. The moment the guard at the door saw Wylan, he immediately went to report to his direct officers and reported to the higher authorities. In less than 10 minutes, Fisk, the governor of Dany Province, came out to greet him in person. Sir Wylan, what a rare guest. Hello, Governor. Wylan bowed and saluted, a standard aristocratic etiquette. Why should we be so polite between you and me? Fisk had a kind smile on his face. The subordinates around him had never seen their master show such an expression. They all lowered their heads and temporarily lost their hearing. Governor, I came here this time to ask you for something. This is not a place to talk. Come in quickly. Fisk's face was full of smiles, and he enthusiastically invited Wylan into the governor's mansion. In a luxurious reception room, Governor Fisk and Wylan sat opposite each other. The subordinates of both sides left automatically. This kind of occasion was not the place for them to stay, and they all waited outside the door. If he was the governor of a normal province, Fisk would not have to be so enthusiastic. Then again, how could he, Fisk, be the governor of a normal province? Governor, this time I came here mainly to invest in the provincial capital of Dany Province. I wonder if you have any good recommendations. Wylan took a sip of tea and said slowly. As the governor of a province, he also heard about the West Wind Palace banquet. As the younger brother of Ilyus, the heir to Earl Eagle, he believed that Varin would make a lot of money and was very envious in his heart. However, his family did not have the qualifications to join this gluttonous feast. I don't know how Sir Varin wants to invest. In the 12 years I have been the governor of Dany Province, no one knows the provincial capital better than me. Fisk boasted without blushing. As for me, I have some money in my hands and want to invest this amount in Dany Province. Wylan raised a finger and said to Fisk with a smile. 100,000 gold coins, please allow me. No, my dear Lord Governor, it's not 100,000, it's 1 million. Varin interrupted Fisk and explained while shaking his head. Fisk was confused on the spot when he heard this number. After calming down the shock in his heart, Fisk deduced from the amount given by the other party that this kid had earned at least tens of millions of gold coins with his elder brother, which was equivalent to their family's total income for half a year. He was really envious. My term ends in just 3 years. I can transfer my property to the other party at a discount, build a good relationship with the other party, and still have a sense of friendship. With this idea in mind, Fisk took the map of the provincial capital and enthusiastically introduced his industry to Wylan. After Fisk's enthusiastic introduction, Wylan looked at him differently as a governor who could make money. There are a total of 18 streets in the West City district, thousands of shops, and 1/3 of them are related to this middle-aged bald man. But this is normal. Going to such a remote place to serve as governor is for resume on the one hand and money on the other hand, isn't it? I want to take over the 3 streets of the 5th, 11th, and 13th. How much money do you think the governor needs? Wylan pointed to the 3 locations on the map and asked Fisk. Well, does Sir Wylan only want the land? Or does he want to accept the business behind it? These 3 streets are more or less related to him, and the businessmen behind them don't have much background, so they can easily get the shops and land. Facing Fisk's inquiry, Wylan pondered for a while and said, just the land. In this case, it will cost 300,000 gold coins. Fisk calculated in his mind and gave a rough figure. It's about what I thought. Wylan looked at Fisk in surprise. He didn't expect that the other party didn't cheat him. It was quite surprising. If you only want the land. The 5th street is in the center of Zicheng district, which is a little more expensive. And the estimated price is 200,000 gold coins. The land of the other 2 streets together is more than enough for 100,000 gold coins. As for the various channel resources behind the more than 200 stores, as long as he takes over these 3 streets and puts the signs there, these people will rush to the door. Wylan bought these places not to make money, but to lay out in the provincial capital in advance and spend money by the way. Okay, I bought it. Wylan turned his right hand over, and 300 gold notes with a face value of 1,000 gold coins appeared in his hand. Fisk was very envious of Wylan's possession of a space ring, but he didn't show it on his face. After all, it was a loss of status. Their Dask family has only owned 3 space rings since its establishment for more than 600 years. The more I think about it, the more unbalanced I feel. I simply forget it for the time being so as not to cause the other parties disgust. I want to let Mr. Governor be responsible for the specific matters of the acquisition, Wylan said to Fisk, and took out 3 gold notes with a face value of 1,000 gold coins and put them on top. These 3 are my tea money, I hope you will accept them. Okay, Sir Wylan trusts me so much, so naturally I won't let you have any troubles. I promise to handle all your problems properly. Fisk rubbed his hands and took the gold note worth 303,000 gold coins from Wylan. The light weight of the gold note is heavier than a hill in Fisk's heart. Wylan looked at Fisk's money-grubbing look, smiled and shook his head, and then asked, Mr. Governor, I wonder how many positions of sheriffs in the city can be given to me. After all, it is always a bit uneasy to leave your own territory to others to ensure safety. Yes, there must be a position, Sir Wylan asked, so there must be a position. Fisk looked at the 10 extra gold notes in Wylan's hand, and his face was full of smiles. There is a public security bureau and 4 public security offices in Zicheng District to manage the public security of Zicheng District. The position of a deputy director of the Public Security Bureau of Zicheng District, the position of a deputy director of the 1st Public Security Office, and the position of the director and 2 deputy directors of the 3rd Public Security Office of Zicheng District can all be handed over to Sir Wylan's people. As for the Public Security Department of the provincial capital, you can be given the position of Deputy Director of the Commercial Inspection Section. Since the other party is so conscious, Wylan can't help but express his opinion. He immediately took out another gold note of 20,000 gold coins and put it in front of the other party. Fisk saw this and took it away calmly to complete the transaction. As for whether the next governor will be humiliated by this, unless he wants to be an enemy of the Axe family, he can only bear it. Besides, people with big backgrounds will not come to Dany Province to serve as governor. Wylan's purchase of officials this time is equivalent to buying these positions permanently. I didn't expect that Mr. Governor was such a good person to talk to. I didn't expect that Sir Wylan was so promising at such a young age. The 2 sides exchanged a few polite words and ended the transaction. 1 month later, Wylan only needs to send people to the provincial capital to take over 3 streets and official positions. After leaving the governor's mansion, Wylan handed a document to Kyle, which recorded the information of more than 30 manors outside the city, including which faction they belonged to, their main purpose, and the number of times they were used. The manor matter is left to you. Void those manors of unknown significance. Choose a leisure manor to buy, and buy the surrounding land as well. After the negotiation, come to me for the money. Wylan patted Kyle on the shoulder with other meanings in his tone. Kyle knew that his master allowed him to take kickbacks. He told him that he didn't need so much money, and he had already rejected Wylan's kindness in his heart. After finishing his business, Wylan planned to stay in Dany Province for a few days to give Kyle enough time to do this. In the capital of Dany Province, the North Wind adventure team returned to the small courtyard where they lived. Master Yamond, wait a moment. Before entering the gate, an old man came slowly with a cane and a cloth bag. Seeing this, Yamond stepped forward to support the old man. Grandpa Aaron, just call me by my name, no need to add honorifics. How can that be? The rules cannot be crossed. The old man shook his head and said, in his heart, the extraordinary is the adults, the existence that ordinary people cannot offend. Okay. After countless persuasions, it was still the same, so Yaman could only let him go. This is a letter left by an adult for you and other adults, let me pass it on to you. The old man put the cloth bag in Yaman's hand. When Yaman saw this ordinary bag for the first time, he recognized its origin. Lilith, give Grandpa Aaron a silver coin. No, that adult has already paid, I can't take money anymore. After some evasion, the old man reluctantly accepted the silver coin and prayed sincerely, may the goddess of life protect you. Back in the yard, Yamand opened the purse in front of his teammates, and there was a letter in it. Take out the letter, open it and read it. It is Zillan's farewell to them. Everyone in the North Wind adventure team. Today I am about to leave the provincial capital of Dany Province. Maybe the time for the next meeting has not yet been determined, but I firmly believe that our friendship will last forever. I am very happy to be friends with you. Although the time we have been together is very short, I can feel your sincerity. See you next time. Signed by Zilin. Zilin left here. Yamand was a little depressed and did not say goodbye to his friend. Lilith saw this and comforted him softly. Yamand, we will meet again in the future. Brother, Zilin is our friend. I believe we will meet again in the future. Keynes comforted him. The other people comforted Yamand and told him not to be too sad. Yamand put away his lost emotions, folded the cloth bag and handed it to Lilith. Keep this important token. In the future, we must return it to Zilin in person. Lilith nodded and put away this ordinary cloth bag. Come on, everyone. We are an adventure team that wants to stand at the top of the world. We can't be discouraged like this. Yamand took a deep breath and a smile appeared on his face. In 3 days, Kyle completed the acquisition of a manor outside the Dany Province. Manor covering an area of 600 acres, originally owned by a chamber of commerce, is now officially renamed Kixing Manor, as the residence of Kixing territory in the provincial capital of Dany Province. He spent 15,000 gold coins to take over the manor. Looking at Kyle with a calm face, Wylan didn't know what to say, and he didn't even want the opportunity to make money. As for the redecoration and layout of Kixing Manor, Wylan planned to send Eunice to be responsible for the reconstruction. A leisure manor must have more than these buildings on the ground, so it cannot be done by others. After completing the preliminary layout of Dany Province, Wylan set off to return to Kixing territory. In 6 days, the group arrived at Kixing territory. Every time they left and returned, they could see different changes. Compared with half a year ago, Kixing City is becoming more and more prosperous. The urban planning is becoming more and more obvious, and the population is gradually increasing, although most of them are foreign populations. As soon as he returned to the castle, Bair followed him and rushed to the castle. My chief steward, long time no see. Wylan looked at Baird's haggard face and had a bad feeling. Baird looked stern, bowed and saluted and greeted Wylan. My lord, I wonder if you have been happy in the past 6 months. Not bad, not bad, Wylan replied with a guilty conscience. It seems that the burden reduction 6 months ago did not succeed, and Baird came to the door again. It's good to be happy. I am now holding several positions and I am too busy to handle many affairs. I am afraid that some affairs need to be handled by the Lord himself. Baird looked at Wylan and said to himself, You want those people? Wylan spread his hands and asked directly. The meaning was obvious. He didn't want to waste time on such affairs. I have already found several capable consuls, but they are not in Kixing City. Baird's mouth curled up slightly and said calmly. Wylan hesitated for a while, looked at Baird's face, and could only say sorry to others. Leave some people for Orlando and Andrew, don't poach them all. Don't worry, my subordinates know their limits, Baird smiled. Seeing Wylan ready to run away, Baird blocked the door and continued. My lord, the construction of Kixing City requires a lot of funds. Is there not enough money in the territory's warehouse? Wylan asked curiously. Baird said apologetically, That's the money of the entire territory. If I use this money, Orlando Town and Lancia Town will have opinions, so the Lord needs to allocate a special fund to me to build Kixing City. Is that so? Wylan thought about it for a moment, and it was indeed the case. He took out 2 million gold notes from the space ring and handed them to Baird. 1 million goes to Kixing City. And Orlando Town and Lancia Town each get 500,000. Bailder stared at the thick stack of gold notes in Wylan's hand. His eyes almost popped out. There was not so much cash in the territory's treasury. Where did the master get it from? Baird said that this was the first time he had met such a large amount of money in his life, and he quickly put it into his arms. Master, I am busy with official business, so I will go back first. In the blink of an eye, Baird disappeared, fearing that he would ask for the money back. Looking at the back of his chief steward leaving, Wylan turned to Kyle and asked, If Baird knew that I still had more than 7 million in cash, I wonder what his expression would be. Kyle thought for a while and answered, I think Lord Baird must come to my house every day to cry poor. Hearing Kyle's answer, Wylan's smile froze instantly. You are right, you must not let him know. I promise to keep this secret. Kyle patted his chest and promised. Awo. The 2 wind wolf cubs echoed and cried, making Wylan look a little weird. Give these 2 little things to Eunice later and let her. Train them well. I understand. Then Kyle took Hilda and Cisna out of Wyland's study to arrange accommodation for them. After everyone else left, Wyland locked the door and opened the secret room in the room. Inside was his own small vault, which stored most of his assets. Looking at the more than 10 treasure chests in the secret room, each of them contained valuable treasures. As for the glittering gold coins, they were thrown everywhere in the corner. Find a time to ask the Arcanist if he can deploy a barrier. Wyland touched his chin and muttered to himself. With more and more property, he needed to build a special underground secret room to store his treasures. As for the guards, it was easy to solve. After a while, he would go to his grandfather to see if the 4 elemental cores could be built into elemental knights, specifically as guards for the private treasury. Or find another place to build a castle. The current one is too small and doesn't match my status. When he thought about how much money he had, what's wrong with spending some on himself? After convincing himself in his heart, Wyland prepared to spend 1 million gold coins to build a new castle. Manpower, materials, and architectural design are all ready. The only thing that needs to spend a lot of money is the magic tower. In addition to physical defense, the new castle must also have magic defense. While thinking about his future new home, Wyland opened a wooden box, poured the gold coins inside onto the ground, and put all the magic crystals stored in the space ring into it. After finishing all this, he closed the door of the secret room and sat on the chair, feeling more relaxed than ever before. Put this matter aside for now. During this period, I will focus on cultivation and not let my father down. Thinking of his father's instructions, Wyland suddenly felt a sense of urgency. Within half a year, he was sure that he would be able to break through and become a golden knight. The next morning, Wyland went to the stable, interacted with the 3 mutant griffins, and took out another intermediate magic crystal and threw it to Eunice. "My lord, this is..." Looking at the magic crystal in her hand, Eunice asked in a daze. 5 years of bonuses. After a while, I need you to go to Dany Province to do something. Wyland did not keep the secret and directly stated the purpose. Please give your orders. Eunice accepted the intermediate magic crystal and asked respectfully. In a month, I will ask Cassius to send a team of people to follow you to the capital of Dany Province. Your task is to rebuild Kixing Manor within 3 months. I have only 2 requirements. The above-ground part is enough for leisure, and the underground part is strong enough. I understand, Lord. Eunice bowed and saluted. Work hard, I will not treat you unfairly, and I will also fulfill my promise. Wyland encouraged the other party and turned to leave. Looking at Wyland's back, Eunice had different ideas. The idea of leaving here became less and less. On the morning of February 8, Raymond, the president of the Kixingling Chamber of Commerce, talked with Wyland in the study. This is the land and official position I bought from Governor Fisk. Do you have any recommendations? Wyland handed a form to Raymond and put a pen in his hand. The Chamber of Commerce under Raymond is no longer what it used to be. There are 3 guards with a total of about 150 people. The backbone is the officers in the army, and the ordinary guards are carefully selected from the militia. The combat effectiveness is not much worse than that of the standing army. There are also many talents in business, which is more than enough to fill the above vacancies. After some thinking, Raymond picked up the pen and started to fill it out. In less than 3 minutes, the official position purchased by Wyland was filled with suitable personnel, and there was a detailed background and strength introduction at the end. Even if you have not met these people in person, you can get a preliminary understanding of each other. From this point of view, it can be considered a legitimate family. Wyland looked at the background on the list and said to Raymond with a smile. Raymond nodded and responded, "My lord. You said that loyalty is the most important thing. Naturally, I will tend to give resources to those who are loyal to you." Well done. Wyland nodded with satisfaction, took out his official seal, and stamped it with a red seal, indicating that the appointment was officially effective. They are still under your charge. You don't need to report to me about things you can handle yourself. This is the startup capital. Wyland took out a gold note of 600,000 gold coins and put it on the table, pushing it to Raymond. You will lead the development of 3 streets in the provincial capital of Dany Province. In this process, if you find a business that can be invested, you can also use this part of the funds. If you are short of money, come to me at any time. Raimondo carefully accepted this large sum of money and asked, "My lord, will the income from the provincial capital investment go into the territory treasury or your private treasury?" 70% goes into the territory treasury and 30% goes into my private treasury. Wylan thought about it and gave the answer. I understand. With a general direction, Raimondo can also boldly display his fists. Such a large sum of money, which he had never handled before, was a big challenge for him. In the afternoon, Wylan called Kyle, Hilda, and Cisna to the study. I don't know how Kyle did it, but he perfectly reproduced the maid costumes he saw in the capital of Dany Province. They fit Hilda and Cisna well and were pleasing to the eye. Master, the three of them saluted. Kyle, how many people are there in the castle now? Wylan looked at Kyle and asked calmly. Seeing this, Kyle answered without hesitation. The guard force has 156 people, 3 high-level bronze warriors, 15 mid-level bronze warriors, 32 low-level bronze warriors, and 106 high-level warrior apprentices. There are 26 knights in the castle, 12 high-level bronze knights, and 14 mid-level bronze knights. As for the servants, there are 13 cooks, 16 maids, and 57 male servants. The background is clean, worthy of trust and training. Wylan thought for a while, then turned to look at Hilda and Cisna. How many people are needed to build an assassin training ground in half a year? Master, if it is an ordinary person, 600 people are needed, but if it is a professional, only 100 people are enough. In this case, Kyle, temporarily hand over the command of the 2 squadrons of the guard force to Hilda and others. As for the construction site, it will be placed in. Master, I think the hill next door is very suitable. Seeing this, Cisna stood up and said, Then it's decided. Wylan listened to Cisna's advice and nodded in agreement. In the next 6 months, I need you 2 to go to the slave city of Bagamoyo and select 100 suitable slaves to train as assassin seeds. The requirements can be lowered a little. You 2 are rare, I know it in my heart. Yes, master. After getting Wylan's approval, Hilda and Cisna blushed slightly, but they were wearing masks and it was not visible. Afterwards, Wylan took out a gold note of 30,000 gold coins and gave it to Hilda and sent the 2 out. How about the thing I asked you to ask? After the door of the study was closed, Wylan turned around and asked. Kyle hesitated for a while and explained. Master Darren has only a vague understanding of the deployment of the barrier. He recommends that you find a more professional arcane master to deploy the barrier. In that case, we can only discuss it later. Wylan shook his head with some regret, a little disappointed. Go and prepare. Tomorrow morning, go and inspect the 3 academies. Yes, I will go and prepare now. If he knew how to deploy the barrier, maybe the master wouldn't have to worry so much. This idea came to Kyle's eyes. Maybe he could ask Darren for advice and try the meditation method. If it succeeds, maybe he can solve the master's troubles in the future. At this moment, Wylan had no idea what his personal attendant was thinking and began to make a training plan. After inspecting the 3 academies, he would conduct closed training. He would never relax until he became a golden knight. The next morning, Wylan took Kyle and several followers to start the inspection. The first stop was the Mage Academy at the foot of the mountain. The 2 guards standing guard at the door saw the Lord's figure and immediately opened the iron gate and let Wylan in. The environment is a bit too good. The green grass and the small bridge made Wylan sigh. My lord, the environment here is so good, partly thanks to the 3 druids, Kyle explained. Yes, there are suitable candidates for the improvement of the environment of the new castle. After hearing Kyle's explanation, Wylan immediately added the 3 druids to the sequence of the new castle construction workers. As for whether the other party is willing, as long as they give a little points, Wylan guarantees that these 3 people will rush to find him. The Mage Academy covers an area of 1,200 acres and the teachers, students and staff add up to less than 300 people. There are few people now, but it does not mean that there will be few people in the future. In his plan, this Mage Academy will become a holy place that all mages in the Cardro province yearn for. Although it is now, it is still a little short of his expectations. Lord Wylan. Looking at the voice, a handsome middle-aged uncle appeared in front of him. Kelt, it's you. I didn't recognize you for a while. Wylan was quite surprised and said with a smile. Although I have lost my cultivation, I still have the theoretical knowledge. I was invited by Lord Bair to be a basic lecturer at the Mage Academy, and I can make a living at the same time. Kelt said with a smile. Come on, maybe I can repair my soul in the future. Now I am satisfied. I have a wife who loves me and a stable residence. I don't ask for anything more. Kelt was very open-minded and didn't think about these unrealistic things. It's always good to be content. Wylan looked at the calm Kelt and said suddenly. Hearing this word, Kelt tasted it carefully and found out that it was true. Thank you, Lord, for your blessing. Ha, it's a pity that I'm not as open-minded as you. Wylan shook his head and said, if you have any difficulties in the future, you can come to me at any time. Before leaving, Wylan added, by the way, remember to invite me when you get married. I can definitely drink the wedding wine of you and your wife. I will never forget you, my lord. Kelt nodded in response, then carried the books and headed to the teaching building. Not long after wandering around the Mage Academy, I met an acquaintance. Lord Elemental Mage Holmes stepped forward and saluted. Behind him, 9 mage apprentices followed their teacher and saluted Varen together. There are aristocratic children studying here, and their mage talents are also put to good use. When he saw Holmes again, a nickname suddenly popped into Varen's mind: Brick Moving Master. This came from when he accidentally heard the castle guards communicating with each other. It seemed to come from Holmes's glorious deeds on the construction site half a year ago. Perhaps reading the meaning expressed in Willing Strange eyes, Holmes smiled nonchalantly. Master Holmes is well. It seems that you have adapted to life in the Praying Star Leader. With hope, my subordinates will naturally perform their duties for the Lord of Prayer and contribute my share to the Lord. Holmes replied with a smile, full of hope for the future. Then I won't disturb your normal teaching. Kyle and I will go shopping. Upon seeing this, Holmes saluted Varen again, and then led the students to a special venue to practice elemental magic. Throughout the morning, Wylan completed his tour of the Mage Academy. There are a total of 15 main buildings. 3 teaching buildings, a library, 3 student apartment buildings, 2 mage villas, a cafeteria, a staff building, and 4 training grounds. Together, these buildings only occupy an area of the Mage Academy. In a small part, there are still large areas of open space that have not been put into use. The architectural style is full of classical charm, with jade-white floors, spacious lecture halls, and incense-filled corridors, making Wylan unable to resist moving his home. Seeing this scene, Wylan became more and more certain that building a new castle was urgent. In the hinterland of the territory, the castle naturally does not need to retain the nature of a war fortress like Windsor Castle, and can be appropriately transformed into a leisure nature. At noon, Wylan ate in the cafeteria, and could clearly feel that there was a huge gap between the level of the chefs here and the chefs in the castle. In the afternoon, Wylan had a conversation with several mages from Dirian, affirming their achievements and setting a good example for them to continue their efforts to cultivate outstanding talents for the territory. Under the reluctant eyes of Dirian and others, Varen and Kyle left quickly. My lord, it seems that we have to prepare some difficult tasks so that Master Dirian and the others will not have so much leisure, Kyle couldn't help but say on the way to Orlando town. You're right. Varen very much agreed with Kyle's words. Recalling the looks in Dirian's and others' eyes when they left, he felt that his eyes were contaminated, so he decided to hand over this important task to Baird, believing that his chief manager would be able to handle this matter perfectly. The sky is gradually getting darker, and the Night Academy, located 3 kilometers east of Orlando town, is still brightly lit. 900 teenagers are topless, stepping on the gravel with bare feet, holding knight swords and under Devon Hill's order, doing standard training posture. Compared with the relaxed educational environment of the Mage Academy, the Night Academy is more like a military camp, with rigorous training implemented. Even so, no boy is willing to give up. Whether they are noble children or common people, they can clearly feel that under the influence of Instructor Devon Hill's special training method and the breathing method he taught, their strength has been significantly improved. Half an hour later, from 8 directions, 16 bronze warriors threw ice water from large water tanks onto the training ground, covering every teenager. The icy cold water washed over the body, and the stinging pain went straight to the brain, making every student tremble. Even the sting caused by sharp stones on the ground is not 1/10 of the pain caused by the ice water. Endure. Devon Hill's voice was not loud, but it reached the ears of every student. Endure the pain, cooperate with the unique breathing method, and slowly adjust your condition. Continue. The 900 students heard the powerful voice and repeated the previous actions. Bair stood aside and watched the scene quietly, not disturbing Devon Hill's training. Although he had never seen this kind of training, as a high-level Silver Knight, Wylan could see the activeness of the fighting spirit in the young man's body and understood that this kind of training could speed up the training effect. As for the hardship, it didn't matter, he didn't have to try anyway. This kind of training happens once every few days. Varen turned to ask deputy instructors Greg and Imogen. Greg heard this and replied respectfully. Come back to the Lord, once every 3 days on average. Through this frequency of training, the energy contained in the black-skinned pork can be perfectly consumed. Varen looked at the two of them in surprise. Could it be that Devon Hill discovered it? Imogen nodded and replied, Yes, my Lord Chief Instructor Devonshire spent a month studying black pork, combined with the surrounding environmental resources, and summarized a set of breathing methods and 3 sets of training methods to train the students' endurance, strength, and speed, respectively. Greg added, In just 4 months, the strength of the students has been improved to a higher level. 70% of the knight apprentices who followed us before have broken through and grown into bronze knights. Awesome! Looking at Devonshire's figure, Wylan felt that it was worth the money. It was worthy of the talent he spent a lot of time and energy to dig back. My lord, do you need me to call Chief Instructor Devonshire over? No, don't disturb the other party's training rhythm. Wait until the training is over. Wylan waved his hand to stop Imogen's proposal. Unknowingly, 2 hours passed. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the training ended. The students dispersed and returned to the dormitory one after another. Watching Devonshire's training students is really a pleasing thing which makes him indulge in it without realizing it. Some people are instructors because they have only this ability. Devonshire is an instructor because I can only put him in this position. Wylan shook his head and said to the others with emotion. Greg and Imogen nodded in agreement. If Devonshire was loyal to his master, there would be no place for them in the Knight Academy. After the last batch of students left the training ground, Devonshire waved his hand and asked the bronze warriors and guards to go down and rest. On the second floor stand, Devonshire walked straight to Wylan, put his right hand on his chest, bowed and saluted, My lord. My chief instructor, no need to be polite. Wylan smiled and helped Devonshire up personally. I have seen your training, I can only say it is very impressive. Be loyal to your duties. Since the Lord has given me this position, I should fulfill my responsibilities. Devonshire's face had no extra expression and his tone was very flat. Hearing the other party's words, Wylan did not talk too much about the topic of training. Devonshire's refusal was obvious, but Wylan was not in a hurry. He had plenty of time. I heard the reports from Greg and Imogen. The Knight Academy is running normally. Wylan looked at Devonshire's expression and asked, I want to hear your opinion and see if there are any areas that need to be improved. If possible, I would like to ask the Lord to increase the supply of black pork. Devonshire answered without any politeness. Seeing this, Kyle came to Wylan and whispered in his ear. My lord, every month, the black-skinned pig farm in Kixing City will send 50 black-skinned pigs. The number is indeed a bit small. Wylan looked at Devonshire and said with a smile, Next month, I will ask Bair to increase this number to 100. Thank you, sir. Devonshire thanked him calmly. Is there anything else you need? Yes. In the next 10 minutes, Devonshire kept making new requests to Wylan. Expand the teaching props of the Knight Academy, increase the number of assistants, open a second training base at the junction of the ice-cold zone and the Orlando town area for special training, etc. For these questions, Wylan nodded and agreed. And asked Baird and Orlando to assist him in perfecting the various arrangements of the Knight Academy. After the conversation, Wylan stayed for one night under the arrangement of Imogen. The next morning, Wylan left the Knight Academy and went to the priest academy in Lancia Town. The last time I came to the area of Lancia Town was last time. Compared to 2 years ago under Andrew's governance, Lancia Town has changed a lot. It does not have the high urbanization of Kixing Town, nor the rough architectural style of Orlando Town. Lancia Town relies on Lancia Lake, and the architectural style it develops is adapted to local conditions, integrating the natural environment into it. The road is full of street trees. When he got closer to look, no matter how knowledgeable he was, he couldn't tell the plant for a while. Kyle saw the doubt in Wyland's eyes and reported in a low voice, "My lord, this tree is called Fingland tree. It is a mutant plant that Lord Andrew accidentally discovered in the buffer development area. With the help of Dellan Druid, this plant was cultivated. This plant blooms every autumn, and the fragrance of the flowers has a refreshing effect. So it is used to beautify the roads in Lancia Town. This plant is good. Go back and tell Bair that Kixing City should also be greened." Wyland let go of the branches of the Fingland tree in his hand and smiled at Kyle. "I understand." Kyle bowed his head and replied. After the episode, the group continued to move forward. "Everyone, come on, don't slack off." As soon as he approached the priest academy, Wyland heard the loud voice of Ravia. Following the sound, he saw Ravia leading the way. More than 30 bald boys carrying wood for training followed him and ran hard. Although this situation had been expected, it was still shocking to see this scene. "Let's go and take a look." Wyland patted Kyle, who was also stunned, handed the red phosphorus horse to his followers, and entered the priest academy. Compared with the other 2 academies, the priest academy is much smaller. It covers an area of only about 200 acres, with a life church in the center, a teaching area on the left, and a living area on the right. Entering the priest academy from the main gate, you can see more than 30 female priest students following a priest of the goddess of life. To pray devoutly. Without bulging muscles, these female students look normal and are not developing in a strange direction. Seeing this scene, Wyland was actually a little disappointed. He shook his head, threw away this insignificant thought from his mind, and walked straight to the training ground with Kyle. It is not difficult to see that Pastor Lavia is enjoying it, with a smile on his face, and the male students behind him are in pain and happiness. Everyone continued to train. There are still 20 laps. "Come on," Lavia stopped and said to his students. "Yes, teacher." Everyone answered in unison and then buried their heads to continue training. Then Lavia came to Wyland and saluted respectfully. "Sir Wyland, long time no see." "Pastor Lavia, it seems that you like your current life very much." Wyland looked Lavia up and down. Compared with the previous life in the Church of Life, he was less lazy and more energetic. "Thank you for the favor of the goddess. Thank you for your help, Sir Wyland. Let me understand that teaching students is such a meaningful thing." Lavia smiled sincerely. "Well, as long as you like it." Wyland glanced at the students who were sweating not far away and said. Lavia still had a smile on her face and invited Wyland. "Sir, how about I be your guide and show you around the academy?" "Then I'll trouble you, Reverend Lavia." With Lavia, the dean of the priest academy, as a guide, Wyland had a more detailed understanding of the academy. Unknowingly, an hour had passed. When he returned to the main gate of the priest academy, he found that the female students who had just prayed had become male students. Looking at this scene in front of him, Wyland looked to the side. As expected, a group of female students took over the training of the male students and ran in circles, carrying wood. Seeing this, Lavia explained, "I think that as a priest, piety to the goddess of life is important, but physical strength is also important. An excellent priest should not only help others, but also protect himself." "Well, you are right." Wyland had an illusion that the priests led by Lavia might become a new priest school of the Church of Life. "Reverend Lavia, if the priest academy still needs help, you can ask now." As an important force in the future army, Wyland believed that he should provide some help to the priest academy. "Thank you, Sovereign." Lavia touched his bald head and said honestly, "With the constant care and help from Lord Andrew, the mayor of Blue Vale Town, the priest college is developing very well. Reverend Lavia, I look forward to your students being as good as you." Hearing Wyland's affirmation of his career, Lavia felt extremely satisfied. "Thank you so Wyland for your praise. I believe my students will be better than me. Reverend Lavia, goodbye. Sir Wylan, goodbye. After Wylan left, Lavia continued to devote herself to the teaching process. On the other side, after leaving the priest college, Wylan went to the Blue Vale Town Guard House. My lord. After hearing the report from the guards, Andrew hurried to the gate of the guard house to greet Wylan. I won't go in. Accompany me to walk around the town. Wylan helped Andrew up and said, My lord, wait a moment, Andrew said respectfully when he saw this. After a while, Andrew handed over some of the affairs and acted as a tour guide, taking Wylan to visit Blue Vale Town. The clean streets, the right amount of greenery, and the well-arranged houses made Wylan sigh. I didn't realize you were so artistic before. My lord, you are joking. I am lucky to have discovered a talent. With his help, this scene has come into being. Andrew did not take credit and reported truthfully. Since he is a talent, treat him well and don't neglect him. Wylan turned his head and looked at Andrew, admonishing him. What does my lord mean? Andrew asked with some confusion. Well, it's hard to say. Anyway, remember to hold the talent in your hands. I can't tell you that your lord has allowed Bair to poach people from Lancia Town and Orlando Town. For this matter, Wylan must not tell Andrew and Orlando, otherwise Baird will not be able to poach people and his life will be difficult. In order to have more time to do other things, I can only cry for Orlando and Andrew first. After comforting himself in his heart, Wylan followed Andrew heartlessly to continue visiting Lancia Town. Andrew did not understand the intention of his master's sudden advice, but he still took it to heart and prepared to go back to comfort his capable subordinates one by one and try to tie them up in Lancia Town. Not long after, under the leadership of Andrew, Wylan came to the Lurri camel beast farm outside the town. Master, this is Hamed, the director of the Lurri camel beast farm. I have seen the lord. Hamed bowed and saluted, saying respectfully. Wylan grabbed the fresh grass on the side and waved his hand at the fence. A Lurri camel beast cub slowly came over and ate the grass. Tell me, what is the current situation of the Lurri camel beast ranch? Yes, lord, Hamed said respectfully. My lord, it has been 2 years since the Lurri camel beasts migrated from Kixing City. Now the Lurri camel beast ranch covers an area of 300 acres, with 11 adult Lurri camel beasts, 7 2-year-old Lurri camel beasts, 9 1-year-old Lurri camel beasts, and 8 newborn Lurri camel beasts. The ranch staff includes 16 breeders, 30 patrol deers, and a 12-man transport team for transporting green grass. There are 35 Lurri camel beasts, and Lurri camel beast cubs are born every year, which shows that these breeders are conscientious and have not cheated. Andrew, each breeder at the Lurri camel beast ranch will be rewarded with 5 silver coins, and the ranch manager Hamed will be rewarded with 2 gold coins. Yes, my lord, Andrew replied. Hamed, who was standing by, knelt on the ground excitedly after hearing this. Thank you, lord, for the reward. As the head of the Lurri camel beast ranch, his monthly salary was only 3 silver coins, plus 150 kilograms of grain. At 2 copper coins per kilogram of grain, his monthly salary was only 6 silver coins. He was excited to have more than 3 months' salary. More importantly, it was more important for Hamed to leave a good impression in front of the Lord. Do a good job. Lurri camel beast is a camel beast that the Lord pays attention to. Its importance is self-evident. Wylan smiled and helped Hamed up and said, Don't worry, Lord, I will definitely not let you down. Are you married? Wylan asked curiously, looking at Hamed's face. When it comes to this question, Hamed answered truthfully. Not yet. Andrew, Hamed is your subordinate anyway, so this kind of thing should be taken seriously. Wylan turned to look at Andrew and joked. Don't worry, sir, I'll take it to heart. Andrew also replied with a smile. Come on, take me to see the Blue Vale Lake. Hamed looked at the 2 people leaving, feeling extremely satisfied. It was really good to be valued. Compared with the Blue Vale Lake 2 years ago, the current Blue Vale Lake is completely new. Several people sat on the boat, and with the efforts of several soldiers, the boat slowly sailed to the center of the lake. Wylan put his hand in the lake and felt the coolness of the lake water, which was a very different feeling. Not long after, a group of fish surrounded them, looking at Wylan and Kyle with a confused look on their faces. Andrew looked at the fish that gathered and said a little embarrassedly, "Sir, I usually come here to fish for leisure. These fish should have memories. When they see a boat, they will automatically come here." "I don't think it's occasionally." Wylan glanced at the schools of fish in the water and talked to Andrew. "It's just a few more times than once in a while." "But not many times." Andrew's eyes were a little evasive, and he didn't dare to look at Wylan. Wylan would not interfere with his subordinate's hobbies. "How are you going to develop Lancia Lake in the future?" "Well, this subordinate has some immature ideas." When it comes to business, Andrew quickly regained his serious look and thought seriously. "The area east of Lancia Lake is a gravel area, which is not suitable for reclamation into fertile fields. So the subordinate decided to build a breeding farm, but it will be separated from Lancia Lake to avoid polluting the water quality. Secondly, we plan to build several leisure manors in the west and operate taverns to attract surrounding nobles to relax through tourism. For the southern area, the subordinate." Andrew's idea was very good, and Wylan nodded and responded, "Just follow your idea. My support is limited. Everything depends on you." The subordinate understands. Accompanied by Andrew, Wylan had a good time at Lancia Lake throughout the afternoon. At night, an open-air barbecue meeting was held next to Lancia Lake. Those who can participate in this open-air barbecue have a certain status in Lancia Town. Through this open-air barbecue, Wylan remembered some officials of Lancia Town, some of whom he had met occasionally, and some of whom he had never met. Window tabula equals window, tabula tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01, container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x 250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x 250 target type mix. But for the participants, Wylan's face was so familiar to them. Under Andrew's loyal education, every official had a portrait of Wylan in their home, always looking at it. Under the influence of Andrew, all officials in Lancia Town had a high respect for Wylan. For such a loyal subordinate, Wylan could not fail to reward him. After the barbecue meeting, Wylan called Andrew to his side and handed him 2 intermediate magic crystals. "My lord, this is. You have done a great job as the governor of Lancia Town during this period. This is my personal reward to you." Wylan patted Andrew on the shoulder and encouraged him. A few days ago, he received a gold note of 500,000 gold coins from Captain Baird, saying that it was a special development grant from the Lord, but that was money for the development of Lancia Town and had nothing to do with him. His monthly military salary was 20 gold coins, and these 2 intermediate magic crystals were worth 10,000 gold coins, which was equivalent to his 42 years of military salary. Thinking back to 6 years ago, for a low-level magic crystal promised by the master, worth 500 gold coins, he, Cassius, Randolph, and other 11 people dug out the river channel of Kixing Lake in a very short time. Only 6 years have passed, and the master's rewards have become more and more. Sure enough, Captain Baird is right. Following the master is the greatest luck in our lives. Andrew took the 2 intermediate magic crystals into his arms and said respectfully, "Thank you for the reward from the master. This is my affirmation of your political achievements. I am looking forward to what the Blue Gauze town will develop into in your hands." For loyal subordinates, Wylan is not stingy. The next morning, Wylan went to the ice-cold district to visit Miss Anastasia, the patron saint of Kixing territory. On the way back, he went to the Adventurer Tavern Algeta to chat with the old times and tasted the newly brewed wine by the other party. Back to the castle, Wylan called Kyle to the study and handed over the 3 mermaid pearls to him. "First, if Darren and the others' points reach the exchange standard, they will be exchanged from you. Second, don't bother me with things you can handle for me. Third, practice well. As for those, well, forget it, as long as the cultivation level does not fall behind." "Yes, my lord," Kyle answered seriously. After sending Kyle away, Wylan entered the practice mode from the next day. In order not to disappoint his father's expectations, he would never step out of the castle unless he broke through the Golden Knight this time. There are 3 conditions for being promoted to the Golden Knight. The first condition is to integrate the dew kai shell into the outer layer of the skin to achieve the first step of strengthening. The second is to strengthen all parts of the body so that all parts of the body can carry Dukai for a long time, so as not to cause organ damage and overdraw the body's potential. Finally, integrate the Dukai in the body into the heart, so that the heart can be used as a storage device for alien magic energy. Under the Golden Knight, Dukai is converted into energy that can be used by the human body by absorbing external magic energy, but it is an endless tree and does not belong to oneself after all. The Golden Knight stage is a watershed stage, which is equivalent to truly treating Dukai as a part of the body. Breaking through the Golden Knight, every breath can make Dukai stronger. It is completely different from the cultivation method of Silver Knight and below. It no longer relies solely on accumulating the capacity and quality of Dukai, but refers to the heart to achieve a kind of evolution of various parts of the body. Different from the knight profession, for example, when the warrior profession branch archer advances to the golden stage, the first step to complete the evolution is your eyes. Compared with the knight profession, the difficulty has increased several times. The first is always the most precious. When entering the golden stage, the first part to evolve determines your future. For spellcasting professions, directly use magic power and start to evolve from the apprentice stage. Compared with the knight profession, the difficulty is several times lower. However, spellcasting professions have high thresholds, rely on talent, and everything depends on understanding. Acquired efforts are not as good as 1/10,000th of innate talent. For his own career path, Wylan has completed the first 2 steps. Now he is just 1 step away from the last step, integrating the Dukai in his body into the heart to achieve the evolution of the heart. Take your time. There is absolutely no problem in half a year. Taking a deep breath, Wylan took off his shirt, came to the closed secret room, sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to gather all the fighting spirit in various parts of the body to the heart. Over and over again, time slowly passed. Wylan repeated the same life every day, happily gathering the fighting spirit to the heart, and feeling the changes in the heart a little bit. Half a year later, a crazy magic craftsman master appeared in the Dany Province, and the sweet fruit could make the other party regain consciousness. A familiar voice suddenly came. Wylan remembered this important information in his heart, and no longer paid attention to it so far. Breakthrough is the first element, and it cannot be sloppy. Spring goes and summer comes, mid-June. Complete the last step. All the fighting spirit in the body is integrated into the heart. The whole process is natural, not as earth-shattering as imagined. The next moment, through the heart counterattack, the rich fighting spirit energy bursts out from the heart, instantly filling all parts of the body, making the empty body full of strength again, even several times stronger than before. Wylan opened his eyes and spread out his right hand. A rich light green wood attributed fighting spirit condensed in his hand. It changed at will according to Wylan's wishes, sometimes turning into the appearance of a griffin, sometimes turning into the appearance of a wind wolf, which was very interesting. With a casual throw, the light green wood attribute fighting spirit left the body and flew to the surrounding walls, smashing a gap as big as a wooden basin in the hard stone wall. With a casual throw, it has the power of a low-level Silver Knight's full-strength attack. Wylan clenched his fists and felt the expanding power. He felt that he could beat 30 of his previous selves. Golden Knight, 300 years of life. This damn life, it's really enjoyable. Wylan sighed from the bottom of his heart, then left the secret room and walked out of the study. This was the first time in more than 4 months that Wylan felt the sun's rays, which made Wylan feel isolated from the world. After a while, Kyle hurried over and saluted Wylan. "Master, congratulations on your breakthrough and becoming a Golden Knight. Good boy, you can also be promoted to the middle level of silver. It seems that you take my words to heart." Wylan felt Kyle's strength and said with great satisfaction, "Compared with the master, my achievements are insignificant." Kyle replied modestly, without any pride. "Ask the kitchen to prepare a sumptuous meal. We have been in retreat for so long, it's time to enjoy it." Wylan touched his stomach and prepared to have a big meal in the evening to reward himself. "I will arrange it right away." Kyle bowed and saluted, then turned and left. Window tabula equals window, tabula tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01, container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x 250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x 250 target type, mix. Wandering around the castle, I came to the stable unknowingly. A sturdy mutant griffin saw Wyland's figure, fluttered its wings, and pounced over. Wyland stretched out his right hand and easily blocked the mutant griffin cub. "Shod," the mutant griffin called out dissatisfiedly, showing a wronged look. "Next time you have to come slowly, do you hear me?" Wyland let go of his hand and earnestly warned the mutant griffin. "Shaw." Leaning on his master, the mutant griffin called out happily, wondering if he listened to him seriously. Not long after, the other two smaller mutant griffins landed on the ground and slowly approached Wyland, paying attention to the movements of the larger mutant griffin from time to time. "It seems that you have the potential to be the chief of the tribe." Wyland stroked the mutant griffin's snow-white feathers, which were very silky and made people love it. "Shaw," the mutant griffin glanced at the two of its kind and nodded ignorantly. "According to the time it takes for ordinary griffins to reach adulthood, it will take another 8 years for mutant griffins to reach adulthood. That is, when they are 10 years old, before they can reproduce. It will take at least 34 years to see your offspring grow up." Touching the head of the mutant griffin, Wyland couldn't help but sigh. "But that time is also a good time. At least I can support your tribe." The mutant griffin didn't know what the master was thinking. It broke away from Wyland's hand and came to the two tribesmen. It looked to the left and then to the right. As if it had made up its mind, it pushed a relatively strong female mutant griffin in front of Wyland and called out happily. "I'm a human, what are you thinking about?" Wyland clenched his fists and couldn't help punching this idiot. The mutant griffin looked at the angry expression of the master a little confused and compared the size of both sides, and seemed to understand something. "Okay, come to the castle room tonight. I left you a few sips of wine." Hearing the word wine, the mutant griffin called out happily. While the idiot was celebrating, Wyland came to the other two female mutant griffins and gently stroked their backs. The mutant griffin did not stop his master's actions at all and watched with wide eyes. "Eunice will be back for a while, so be quiet during this time," Wyland said seriously before leaving. "Shaw." The mutant griffin called seriously, indicating that he understood. Back in the hall, the wooden table was already filled with rich food. Wyland did not care about the so-called etiquette and ate as comfortably as he could. Kyle stood aside, holding the luminous wine sent by Shuyu Manor this year, and poured wine for Wyland. "How are Hilda and Zisina doing in the past few months?" After eating and drinking, Wyland sat on the back of the chair and asked. "Everything is going well. The construction of the assassin training base has been basically completed, and the personnel have been selected. There are exactly 100 assassin seeds. 50 boys and 50 girls." Kyle heard the words and answered respectfully. "Since everything is ready, let's proceed as planned. If anything is missing, just give it to Hilda and the others. By the way, my lord, October 10th of this year is the time for the 5-year Noble Council of Dany Province to be held." "I've got it." Wyland turned to look at Kyle and continued to ask, "Anything else?" "One more thing." Kyle suddenly remembered and reported to his master. A month ago, Duke Lytend announced that Maple Leaf County had discovered a main and underground space passage, and announced that Maple Leaf City would become a free adventure zone, allowing adventurers of any country and any race to go there. At the same time, Maple Leaf City built a teleportation array and connected it to all provinces and dukedoms, allowing free travel back and forth. At this point, Kyle took out an open letter from his arms and presented it to Wyland. "Half a month ago, I received a letter from Duke. He has completed the acquisition of the industry you reserved. The Chamber of Commerce has successfully got on the right track. I have replied on your behalf, asking him to be careful and not to interfere in other businesses. Just guard the Chamber of Commerce." Wyland nodded and said, "You did a good job. The Maple Leaf City Free Adventure Special Zone is the time for other forces to enter the game. We just need to guard our own territory. Relying on the family's reputation, plus the fact that the industry occupied by the small Chamber of Commerce he created is not very profitable. As long as he does not commit suicide, there is no problem with safety. Okay, you go down and rest too." Wyland stood up, took the half bottle of glowing wine that had not been finished, and sent Kyle back to rest. After Kyle left, Wyland slowly returned to the bedroom. When the sky darkened, Wai Lin kept his promise and poured half a bottle of glowing wine into a wooden basin and placed it on the windowsill. Not long after, there was a slight sound, and the wooden basin on the windowsill disappeared. I came here because of the smell of alcohol. Wai Lin smiled and shook his head, not knowing whether this move would cultivate a drunkard. Recalling the news he heard more than 2 months ago, Wai Lin was in a dilemma for a while. Keep this ticket and wait for the next opening of the mysterious psychedelic mirror, or use the sweet fruit to exchange for a magic craftsman master. On the one hand, it is the temptation to improve strength, and on the other hand, it is a boost to the development of the territory. Needless to say, if a magic craftsman master joins Kixing territory, the development of the underground world can be put on the agenda directly, but the prerequisite is that the other party can join. How to choose? The last time I had such thoughts was the last time. The other party is crazy and cannot see his true nature. Choosing the second option is equivalent to gambling. Wai Lin touched his chin and fell into deep thought. As for the first item, we don't know when the mysterious psychedelic mirror will be opened next, and we don't know how long we have to wait. Finally, Varen came up with a plan: camp determination. If the master magic craftsman camp is determined to be a neutral camp, then think carefully and make a decision based on the letter sent by the elder brother. If you are from the evil camp, needless to say, go directly to the church to report and receive the reward. As for the good camp, save the other party. The next morning, Wai Lin took out the combat skills that his grandfather gave him last time from the space ring. With 2 flowers blooming, the wood attribute knight is the best to practice, followed by the wind attribute knight, who uses his body to carry another self, a clone that is exactly the same as the original body. It can fight together, heal injuries, and can change places to die. Wai Lin opened the following training method. It was both unexpected and reasonable. The prerequisite for this combat skill is the druid profession. Only with the knight as the main profession, and the druid as the secondary profession, can the basic conditions for cultivating 2 flowers be achieved. Window. Tabula equals window. Tabula tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01 container. Tabula below article feed placement, below article feed target type, mix. 2 flowers bloom, as long as the practice is successful. It is equivalent to having 2 lives. Even if the clone is destroyed, it can be recondensed later. This is simply a life-saving skill. I am indeed the favorite child of my grandfather, and my father has to stand aside. Closing this combat skill, Wai Lin thought happily, wondering if his father would be jealous of him after learning the news, and would be angry and want to beat him up. Retracting this suicidal idea, Wai Lin is ready to practice this life-saving skill from now on. In the following time, Wai Lin's life is back on track. In the morning, he practiced 2 flowers blooming. In the afternoon, he practiced druid meditation, and in the evening, he relaxed and entertained. He pushed all the work to Bair and did nothing himself. Half a month later, as he guessed, the time of destiny guidance was extended again, but Wai Lin was not discouraged. Instead, he looked forward to what valuable news the next destiny guidance would tell him. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye it was September. Half-elf Ilyus returned to the castle, representing that the construction of Kixing Manor outside the provincial capital of Dany Province was completed. As a reward, Wai Lin sent 100 gold coins as a reward. In the room, Ilyus looked at the 100 gold coins on the table, propped up her chin, and didn't know what she was thinking. She lived here for 5 years, raising griffins and taking care of horses every day, occasionally doing her job, designing architectural drawings for Kixing territory, and her life was very comfortable. In the first 2 years, someone was monitoring her, but in the past few years there was no trace of her. Even if she wanted to escape, Ilyus thought that no one could catch her back. Maybe it's not bad to live here. Ilyus lay on the table, her ears turned slightly red. And she muttered to herself at the small pile of gold coins in front of her. On the other hand, in order to investigate the crazy magic craftsman master, Wai Lin planned to go to the provincial capital of Dany Province in advance, and by the way, see how Raimondo laid out the 3 streets. In mid-September, Wai Lin and his 14 people arrived at the provincial capital of Dany Province. Outside the Kixing Manor, Raimondo had been waiting here for a long time. Following Raimondo, Wai Lin began to visit the manor. Entering from the gate of the manor, there is a grassland covering an area of 30 acres, in which there are 8 pavilions for rest. Crossing the central paved road is the center of the manor, with 3 red and white buildings. One luxurious building is a place for Wylan and others to rest, and the other 2 are places for servants to rest. Behind the main building is a carefully designed garden, including flowers, trees, fountains, and other landscape designs, covering an area of about 3 acres. Looking down from above, the upper left area of the manor is a forest with many trees planted. The road in the forest is paved with stone slabs and can be used as a woodland park, covering an area of 50 acres. The upper right area is a vast farmland area, about 400 acres. Other buildings such as workshops, warehouses, open-air training grounds, etc., are placed in the lower right corner of the manor. In addition, in the lower left corner of the manor, there is a horse farm covering an area of 100 acres, which is used for the owner's horse riding training. With Raimondo's introduction, Wylan had a general understanding of this new manor. My lord, the manor has 100 guards, 120 servants, and 10 households of serfs who farm the land. Plus the 10 households that were given to the manor before, now there are 30 households of serfs, 96 people. How many people can you command in Dany Province? Wylan was not in a hurry to visit the underground part of the manor, but asked Raimondo instead. After some calculations in his mind, Raimondo answered, "The West City Security Bureau of Dany Province has 20 people, the first security office has 30 people, and the third security office has 110 people, except for deputy director and his several cronies. Together with the 100 guards of the manor, there are 260 permanent personnel in the provincial capital." "How are those people now?" Wylan asked, touching his chin. "With the cooperation of the governor, we basically control our respective jurisdictions. There are 5 streets in the West City district under our control, including the 3 streets you purchased. Master, some merchants have come to us. I will rent out 130 shops, and I can get 8,000 gold coins in rent a year. The profit is not bad, the follow-up layout is left to you, but don't eat too much." Wylan turned his head and looked at Raimondo and told him. "I know," Raimondo replied respectfully. Under the idea of him and the master, it took 5 years to replace 2/3 of the Public Security Bureau personnel in the West City district of the provincial capital of Dany Province with their own people. According to the administrative structure of the West City district of the provincial capital of Dany Province, there is a Public Security Bureau and 4 public security offices. Among them, the Public Security Bureau has about 300 people, and the 4 public security stations have nearly 500 people in total. In addition, the West City District Public Security Bureau also has 2 special operations forces with 100 people under its jurisdiction, which are directly under the jurisdiction of the Public Security Department of Dany Province. The West City Public Security Bureau only has the power of escrow. However, for Wylan, replacing 2/3 of the public security personnel in the West City district with his own people has already reached the destination. There is no need to cross the line. He is not trying to rebel, but just for influence. It can be predicted that as long as the kingdom and the Iron-Forged Dwarf Mountain Kingdom win, Dany Province will definitely expand northward and include some dwarf territories under its management. At that time, his title will be upgraded, with the mountains behind him and his control over the commercial district of the provincial capital. He will be a new giant in the new Dany Province. A giant in a real province, just thinking about it makes me feel excited. As for whether others will come to rob, he is not alone, so why should he be afraid of what they will do? If the war fails, that is another matter. Just move away directly. Can you still stay in the dwarf's territory and seek death? Invest, there are always risks. However, he believes that the kingdom will not fail. If the strength is insufficient, it can still ask for foreign aid. The worst result is just a draw. Then, following Raimondo, Wylan entered the real core part of the manor. Located 30 meters underground in the manor, the space of 30 acres seems a bit empty because it has not been officially put into use. In addition to 100 solid support pillars, there are only oil lamps on the wall. Wylan walked to the wall and touched the sparse magic circle on it. "My lord," This is a small purification array carved by Ilyus, which can keep the entire bunker dry and make underground creatures afraid, so that they will not dig holes here. How is Ilyus's performance during the supervision of construction? Wylan turned his head and asked. She does her job conscientiously. I have the illusion that she truly considers herself one of ours. Raimondo thought for a moment and answered truthfully. A good start. Wylan praised and left the underground fortress. After a night's rest, he entered the capital of Dany Province the next day. As the east district of the noble district of Dany Province, Wylan came to a house belonging to the Kixing Chamber of Commerce. After settling down, he dispersed his men to look for people with mental disorders and strange behaviors, preferably those who had just arrived in the capital of Dany Province. On the second day after arriving in the provincial capital, Wylan received an invitation from Governor Fisk. Do you think he is thinking about my money? Wylan put the invitation aside and chatted with Kyle. I think so. Kyle thought for a while and answered seriously, there is no profit without early rise. The governor must have tasted the sweetness from the last transaction. This time he can't wait for the arrival of the master. Visit our governor in 3 days. Yes, master. Kyle heard this and immediately left the room and went down to make preparations. On September 20, 9725 of the glorious calendar, in a private room on the 3rd floor of a high-end restaurant, Wylan and Governor Fisk sat on each side of the dining table, while the subordinates of both sides were eating and waiting on the 2nd floor. I haven't seen you for a few months, and the governor looks very radiant. You must have gained a lot. Wylan picked up his knife and fork, cut off a piece of meat, and put it into his mouth to chew slowly. Ha, just a little bit of gain, thanks to you, Wylan. Fisk laughed heartily and responded to Wylan without any governor's airs. I heard that the kingdom has a new order recently. Wylan looked up at Fisk and asked with a smile. Looking at Wylan's harmless expression, Fisk was a little shocked. He just received the order from the capital today. How did this kid know it? Could it be that he guessed wrong? Or his elders revealed it to him in advance? However, this news will also be announced at the Noble Council in a month, so it doesn't matter if he tells the other party now, and it will not affect the subsequent trading activities. Then Fisk replied calmly, the kingdom does have the latest order. In half a year, an inspection force will arrive in the province of Dany to conduct a comprehensive investigation of the nobles' army to ensure that there are enough grassroots troops available in the war with the dwarves. Nobles who fail to meet the standards will be punished, and those who are serious will be deprived of their titles. When Wylan heard this, his heart was in turmoil. He just said it casually, but he didn't expect that such a thing would really happen. Fortunately, he was as steady as an old dog, and Fisk didn't see the clues. It seems that the expression management learned from Kyle for a period of time is still very useful, but I don't know where this kid learned it from. Looking at Fisk without fear, Wylan said calmly, it is very consistent with the news I received. Many nobles are going to be unlucky. That's true, but it has nothing to do with us. Fisk raised his glass, and Wylan saw this and also picked up the wine in his hand and held the glass with the other party. Governor, I'm afraid that you invited me this time for more than just reminiscing about the past. Wylan put down the glass, got straight to the point and asked, I have a big business here, and I want to trade with you, Wylan. I wonder if you are willing. Fisk said with a smile without keeping the secret. Please go ahead. Wylan put down his knife and fork, wiped his mouth with a napkin and said to Fisk, I have a group of high-quality slaves, architects, magic craftsmen, magicians, forest gardeners, tea artists, animal trainers, and other special talents. I wonder if Wylan is interested. Fisk also finished his meal, sat on the table and chair and said, How many people are there? Wylan had some guesses in his mind and asked Fisk. 100 people, all intact, no missing arms or legs, but some are unruly and need you to tame them yourself. Fisk said with a smile. Prisoners of war. Yes, as he thought, they were half-elf prisoners of war. Wylan looked at Fisk, wondering where this old guy got so many talents from. How much? 3,000 gold coins per head, sold in packages. Fisk raised 3 fingers and said. Wylan frowned. It's a bit expensive. How about 500 gold coins each? No, I'll take a loss, 500 gold coins each. Governor, I guess I'm the only one in Dany Province who can buy the goods here. I don't know if you can accept the price of 2,000 gold coins each. Wylan looked at Fisk's pretended pained expression, ignored him, and continued to bargain. 2,000 gold coins each is a bit low. How about 300 gold coins? Fisk asked tentatively, not to push the other party too much. If it fails, he will lose a lot. Let me think about it. Wylan lowered his head and pretended to think. As time passed, seeing Wylan's delay in giving an answer, Fisk became a little impatient. He spent 200,000 gold coins to buy this batch of half-elves, so he couldn't let it fall into his hands. If it was female half-elves, there would be no problem selling them. The key is that these 100 are all men, except for a very small number of nobles who would want these male half-elves. When he thought of that damned beast, Fisk was so angry that his teeth itched. He wanted to beat himself to death for not inspecting the goods after more than 10 years of friendship. Wylan found that Fisk was a little restless. It seemed that there was indeed something wrong with this batch of goods. 5 years ago, when he bought Ilyus at the Bashak Chamber of Commerce in Bagamoyo, the slave city, he spent 500 gold coins. Now that the price is so low, the other party is willing to trade, which shows that Fisk is a buyer. Governor, I want to check the goods first. Hearing this, Fisk's heart was lifted, but after hearing the second half of the sentence, his heart was put back in his stomach. As long as the goods are genuine and have no other use, I am willing to trade. No problem, I'll take you there right away, Fisk said to Wylan with a smile on his face. These 200,000 gold coins are 1/5 of his worth. If he loses them, his years of work will be in vain. An hour later, everyone came to the basement of a house in Dengcheng district. The servant turned on the lights, and more than 20 iron cages appeared. Wylan walked up and checked them one by one. Although they were all male half-elves, each of them was very healthy, but his spirit was a little sluggish. How is it? Fisk asked on the side. 2,150 gold coins. This is the highest price I can offer. If the governor can give me some compensation. It is not impossible to trade at the price of 2,300 gold coins. Wylan stood up and said to Fisk. As long as the trade can be made, Fisk no longer expects to make much money, as long as the goods are not stuck in his hands. As for the other party's desire for compensation, he knew very well what Wylan was thinking. Anyway, it was not his stuff, so there was no need to feel sorry. Window. Tabula equals window. Tabula. Push mode. Thumbs feed 01. Container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x 250. Placement. Below article thumbnail 300x 250. Target type. Mix. I will have the 2 special operations teams of the West City District transferred back to the Public Security Bureau in 3 days. You can have your people fill in the remaining manpower. Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. Fisk couldn't help but smile as he felt relieved. Afterwards, the two signed a trade agreement. Wylan bought the 100 half-elves from Fisk for 230,000 gold coins. If the goods did not have special skills, he would pay 3 times the price as compensation. After returning to his residence, Wylan sent someone to notify Raymondo to fill the vacancies left by the 2 special operations teams of the West City District Public Security Bureau, and at the same time take the 100 half-elves to the manor and settle them down, and take them back together after the Noble Council ended. In the next few days, Wylan stayed in the house and did not go out, practicing while waiting for news. As the time of the Noble Council approached, more and more nobles rushed to the provincial capital from all directions. On September 23, a letter from the Dany Province was delivered to Wylan. Half a month ago, his elder brother Ilyus completed the trial of the mysterious psychedelic realm. His strength was improved, and he obtained a certain opportunity which was restricted by the oath and could not be stated clearly. However, the next mysterious psychedelic realm will be opened in 30 years, and the location will still be in the scope of the Synapse subcontinent. According to the rules of the mysterious psychedelic realm, it will stay in each subcontinent for 90 years, and then it will move and appear in other subcontinents. In the letter, Wylan could read his elder brother's gratitude to him and some regrets. But these are not important. If the strength is not reached, the opportunity will naturally pass away. There is nothing to regret, just follow the path in your heart. Wylan folded the letter and put it into the space ring. The next step is to wait for the news from his subordinates. A few days later, an ordinary morning. Kyle opened the door with a happy look on his face and said excitedly, "Master, there is news about the person you want to find." "Let's go, take me to see." Wylan immediately stood up, put on his coat, and went to the southern city with several followers. As a gathering place for civilians in the capital, Dany Province, there are more than 100,000 people in an area of less than 10 square kilometers. Sewage is flowing everywhere, and human and animal feces are everywhere. 2 followers are leading the way in front, and no one dares to approach. Seeing Wylan and his group from a distance, they can't wait to make way to avoid suffering an unexpected disaster. If you offend a noble in a civilian area, you will die. The people of the Public Security Bureau will not trouble the nobles for the sake of ordinary people. Wylan covered his mouth and nose and carefully avoided the mines on the ground. After crossing 3 streets, they arrived at the destination of this trip, a dilapidated alley, where 2 little beggars tightly protected an old beggar. "Sir, the old beggar came to the capital of Dany Province in the past 3 months. I heard from people around that the old beggar has supernatural powers." An attendant replied respectfully. Oh, Wylan glanced at the old beggar who was sleeping soundly. "Tell me about it." According to the description of the people around, the aunt of the 2 little beggars was about to sell them to slave traders. The old beggar suddenly appeared, muttering fate, and then slapped the aunt of the 2 little beggars away with a slap and died on the spot. After killing someone, how to deal with it afterwards, Wylan asked with a frown. Another follower saw this and stepped forward to report. The Nanchang District Public Security Bureau issued a notice that the aunt of the little beggar was suspected of trafficking civilians, stealing, murdering others, and other crimes. On this basis, the old beggar was given a lighter punishment. In addition, the old beggar was crazy and mentally ill. He was exempted from the crime by the director of the Nanchang District Public Security Bureau. I guess that the director of the Nanchang District Public Security Bureau saw something, so he used his permission to expose this matter. "Go and ask a pastor." "Yes, sir." The follower took the order and walked quickly towards the Nanchang District Life Church. After a while, a middle-aged priest came to Wylan and bowed, saying, "Meet this, sir." Use the camp judgment on the old beggar. Wylan took out a gold coin and threw it to the priest and told him. The priest took the gold coin, put it in his pocket calmly, raised the priest's staff, closed his eyes, and began to judge the camp. After a while, the judgment was over. The priest came to Wylan, hesitated for a while, and finally took out the gold coin he had received and returned it to Wylan. "Sir, the believer is in the neutral good camp. If he has offended you, please forgive him." "Priest, I think you misunderstood. I am just looking for talents. Besides, he has not offended me. You don't have to worry." Wylan smiled and pushed the priest's hand back, asking him to accept the gold coin. Seeing that the other party had no ill intentions, the priest breathed a sigh of relief, accepted the gold coin, thanked Wylan, and left. "Master, what should we do next?" "Please take them back." Kyle waved his hand and asked his men to help the old beggar and take the 2 little beggars back to East City District. Along the way, many civilians saw this scene and avoided them. Even if someone wanted to come forward, they were stopped by their friends or relatives. Seeing the angry expressions of the people around him, Wylan touched his nose and felt like a villain now. The 2 little beggars saw someone around signaling them to come over, but after looking at their benefactors, they decided to follow the group. Back at the residence, Kyle called a few servants to wash the 3 people. With the help of several servants, the 3 beggars, 1 old and 2 young, looked brand new. In the hall, the old beggar didn't care about other people. He sat at the table by himself, grabbed the food in the bowl, and ate it as if no one was around. In contrast, the 2 little beggars were a little restrained. They sat at the table on tiptoe, looked at the delicious food in front of them, swallowed their saliva, and dared not eat. "Eat if you're hungry, don't worry about me." Looking at Wylan's friendly smile, the 2 little beggars began to pick up the food on the table and ate slowly. After learning about this crazy magic craftsman master, Wylan made a choice in his heart. The other party was neutral and kind. If he helped him, there was a high probability that the other party would choose to join him. As for the sweet fruit, 30 days was enough for him to find the first one. After the two children had eaten and drunk enough, Wylin asked them to follow the servants to rest. "How does it taste?" "Good, very good." The old beggar nodded and touched his stomach with some satisfaction. "Can you remember what happened in the past?" "No, no." The old beggar leaned back in his chair and said nonchalantly. After asking in vain, Wylin took the sweet fruit out of the space ring. In an instant, black aura emerged from the old beggar's body, gradually forming a profound, unknown text. Suddenly, an unknown whisper appeared in his ear, and then disappeared in the next moment. However, Kyle was not so lucky, and his expression was extremely painful. Seeing this, Wylin did not hesitate and threw the sweet fruit in his hand to the old beggar. The moment it came into contact with the black breath, the sweet fruit turned into a fairy and slowly wrapped the old beggar in it. The unknown whisper was blocked, and Kyle collapsed on the ground, sweating profusely. His eyes revealed fear, looking at everything in front of him. His face was full of surviving a disaster. Under the cover of the Fairy of Light, the black unknown text gradually disintegrated and was purified in the light. Half an hour later, everything returned to calm. The old beggar's old face slowly faded, rejuvenated, and appeared in front of the two with a brand new face. "My lord, is this still the old beggar?" Kyle leaned back in the chair and asked weakly. Wylin shook his head and said uncertainly, "Perhaps this is his true face." Ordinary appearance, extraordinary temperament gathered on this person, without the slightest sense of disobedience. As time passed slowly, Wylin and Kyle did not disturb him, sitting quietly beside him, waiting for each other to wake up. After an unknown period of time, the young man's hands began to tremble, and he opened his eyes, and his confused eyes gradually became wise. 200 years has it been so long? The young man spoke in a low voice, but Wylin could not understand. It was not the common language he was familiar with, but another language. A few minutes later, the young man sat up from the ground, looked at Wylin and smiled. "Formally introduce, my name is Odra Kadra. Thank you for your help, which allowed me to recover." "Sir Odra, I am very curious. Why did you become like this?" Wylin looked at the young man without any timidity. "It's a long story. This is a tragic story." Odra looked a little lonely, and his face was a little painful. Seeing this, Wylin hurriedly said, "If you have something to hide, you don't have to explain it to us. It's nothing. It's okay to tell you." Odra motioned for the two to sit down, but anyone with a discerning eye could see the sadness in his eyes. Wylin and Kyle each found a place to sit down and prepared to listen to Odra's story. In the year 9455 of the glorious calendar, I was born in a small town called Mengian in the province of Curisco in the kingdom of Cavan in the Brizit subcontinent. When I was 13, I met my teacher, who was also the person I respected the most. My teacher is Irene Barkat, a gold intermediate arcanist. In my eyes, she is so kind and beautiful. During my studies, I gradually fell in love with my teacher, and she knew it. But this forbidden love would never be allowed by the kingdom of Cavan, so my teacher chose to remain silent, so I naturally chose to give up. When I was 35, my teacher chose to marry an elemental mage. Wylin looked at Odra with tears in his eyes, but the other party did not notice it and still kept a smile on his face, but it was very fake. I chose to leave my teacher. As a student, I wish him the best and understand that I must make a choice. For the next 30 years, I traveled far away and traveled around the Brizit subcontinent. When I was 65 years old and returned to my hometown again, my teacher had passed away. Perhaps I should have thought that her marriage was just to make me give up this unrealistic relationship. Odra's eyes were a little confused and more lonely. The cold aura made Wylin and Kyle feel scared, but they did not dare to disturb each other. When she accepted me as her apprentice, her lifespan was running out. For me, she chose to play a trick to make me give up this thought. But my 30 years have not been in vain. All kinds of experiences have allowed me to grow from a high-level silver to a mid-level soul. I know I am not a genius, so I attribute all this to fate. It was he who made me grow up. So I used that thing, at the cost of losing my mind, in exchange for my going to the place where the teacher might appear. If Irene's soul does not turn around again, I will sink forever until I perish and my soul is broken. But now I am awake, which means she is here. The pious soul ascends to the kingdom of the gods. The soul of free belief reincarnates in the world, and the inferior and disgusting soul is devoured by evil gods and demons. This is the truth circulating in this world. In general, under the intervention of the world consciousness, the soul can be reincarnated. As for other worlds, it is unknown. Anyway, there is such a record in the world where Wylan lives. Odor showed an excited expression on his face and spread out his right hand. A ball of light appeared in the palm of his hand, and the largest line was actually connected to Wylan. Seeing this scene, Wylan looked at him vigilantly. He didn't think he was the reincarnation of her teacher. Odor saw the other party's thoughts and explained with a smile, "Don't think too much. Of course you are not, but she has the closest relationship with you, so the largest index line will be connected to you." Fortunately, Wylan breathed a sigh of relief. He was a real man in his previous life. How could he be his teacher? The next moment, Odor came to Wylan and pleaded with him, "I want to serve you." This is not necessary. Wylan looked at the other party in confusion. "If your teacher is really mine, I will not prevent you from meeting him, and besides, I don't have the strength. No, I want to start over with my teacher. I will protect her in this life. In addition, I also want to report your kindness, so please allow me to join your forces." Wylan was a little confused for a moment. What kind of logic is this, or could this be love so far? He doesn't know that one of his female subordinates has a relationship with the other party, the half-elf Eunice. Her two shadow guards, Hilda and Cisna, and the protector of the territory, Miss Anastasia, are not of the same age. Could it be her aunt? This seems possible, seeing the other party's sincere expression. Wylan couldn't bear to disagree. "Your Excellency Odor, I welcome you to join. I support you with both hands and feet in your search for love. From today on, I, Odor Cadra, will be yours." Odor showed a smile on his face and leaned forward to salute. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Varen Akers, and this is my attendant Kyle." Varen helped Odor up and introduced him enthusiastically. In a daze, it was a bit unreal for him to gain such a powerful subordinate. "Lord Wylan, Sir Odor, just call me Wylan. No need to add the honorific title of Lord." Wylan interrupted the other party and explained hurriedly. "Well, Wylan, I want to ask where the two children who are following me are." "Your Excellency, you want?" Wylan asked with some doubt. "Just call me Odor. No need to add the honorific title." Odor shook his head and said with a smile, "I have a hunch that the two of them are destined to be my students. They should be asleep now. Do you want me to ask the servants to bring them here?" "No need for that. It won't be too late tomorrow." Late at night, Wylan called a servant and asked him to take Odor down to rest. After finishing tonight's affairs, Wylan returned to his room to rest. The next morning, Odor put on the clothes sent by the servant, which were very suitable. Then he closed the door of the room, felt it a little, and went to the hall. "What are you thinking about?" The two little beggars raised their heads and looked at the strange Odor with a little fear in their eyes. "Why, don't you recognize me?" Odor's face changed, and the two children showed the appearance before dementia. "Grandpa," the older boy blurted out. His tone was a little excited. The younger girl was a little confused. She couldn't connect the big brother with the grandfather just now. "You're not allowed to call me Grandpa. You have to call me teacher. Do you understand?" Odor knocked the little boy's head into satisfaction. His tone was a little dissatisfied, but he was not angry. "Grandpa, teacher, why have you changed?" The younger girl blinked and asked curiously. "The process is not important. The result is important." Odor picked up the brother and sister in one hand. "From today on, you two are my students of Odor." "But, Grandpa, aren't we your grandchildren? Why should we be your students?" the boy asked curiously, and he became bolder and less restrained than before. "If you call me Grandpa again, I will not want you two anymore." Odor turned his head to look at the boy and threatened. "Teacher, I will be obedient." The girl buried her head in Odor's chest, her voice trembling. The boy was also trembling with fear, biting his lips, and said in a very low tone, "I know, teacher." Okay, don't be sad. I will take you to eat delicious food and have fun later." Seeing his two students showing this look, Odor blew a breath and wiped away their tears. "Thank you, teacher." The two immediately cheered and shouted, without any sadness before. Seeing this, Oder couldn't help laughing and said, "You are so heartless." Arriving in the hall, Oder came to the dining table and put his 2 students on the chairs beside him. "From now on, your name is Theo Cardra." Oder touched the boy's head, his tone was very serious, and then he said to the girl, "Issa Cardra, that's your name." "Got it, teacher." The 2 children nodded heavily and wrote down their new names and surnames. Not long after, Wylan and Kyle came to the hall, watching the familiar scene of Oder and the other 2, without explaining too much. After breakfast, when the servants took away the plates, Wylan pushed 10 gold notes with a face value of 1,000 gold coins in front of Oder. "I may be very busy during this period, Oder. You can get to know the 2 students better and visit the surrounding areas of Dany Province." "Velen, thank you." Oder first thanked Wylan and then accepted the 10,000 gold coins. He has always been generous to his own people. With Oder, the master of magic craftsman, joining his forces, the development of the underground world can be directly put on the agenda, otherwise how to spend so much money. After watching the 3 masters and apprentices leave, Wylan also began to prepare for the noble meeting. 3 days later, in the noble meeting hall of the northern city of Dany Province, 63 nobles from the entire province gathered here. 8 viscounts and 55 barons are all the nobles with titles in Dany Province. As the weakest province in the kingdom of Ilyus, there is no earl belonging to the province. Uncle Alcott, Uncle Edgar, cousin. Wylan found an acquaintance in the crowd and greeted him. "Wylan, long time no see. You are even stronger, worthy of being the offspring of Lord Angus." "I am old, I can't catch up with you young people." Wylan didn't care about the chat between his cousin and the 2 uncles, and faced it calmly. "I heard that my cousin has been working hard recently and has expanded the southwest of the territory a lot." Wylan looked at Brian and said with a smile. Brian heard this and said with some pride, "I have a verbal bet with you, I have to struggle anyway. I want to show you that your cousin is not just talking." "Then you have to work hard. I have found a few talents recently. Don't let me leave you behind." Wylan laughed and teased. "Ha ha ha, young people should be energetic. I will abdicate after a few years and hand over the territory to Alec." Edgar said to the few people without hiding anything. "You are right, young people are energetic. After Cowell adapts for a few more years, I, an old man, should retire. I have been traveling and working hard for most of my life. It's time to enjoy myself." Alcott did not hide his thoughts from the few people. For the 2 cousins, upgrading their titles from Baron to Viscount has exhausted half of their life's energy. They don't have the amazing cultivation talent like the other earls in the family, nor do they have the unique vision of cultivating talents. Nor do they have various opportunities in the dark. The current achievements are already very satisfying for them. Wylan and Brian did not persuade the 2 elders to give up such an idea. The first half of their lives were devoted to careers, but the second half of their lives should be enjoyed. When you are free in the future, you can come to Kixing Territory for vacation. Kixing Territory is good, especially Kixing Lake, which is very beautiful. I will definitely live there for a year or 2 in the future. Don't dislike my cousin for disturbing you when the time comes." Alcott responded with a smile. "No way, my cousin came to my territory to play. I am so happy that I can't wait." The next moment, the melodious drum sound came, and the door of the noble meeting hall was opened. Everyone stopped communicating, took steady steps, stepped on the white jade stairs, and entered the noble meeting hall. The interior decoration of the noble meeting is majestic, with a towering dome and white marble columns. The statues of kings of various generations are lined up in the corridor. The center of the circular hall is where the meeting host stands, and the semicircular stone benches around are where the participants sit. The 4 of them sat down in the front of the middle, and the other nobles sat down in order of seniority. It was the first time for Wylan to participate in the noble meeting, and he was a little curious about everything around him. Window. Tabula equals window. Tabula tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01 container. Tabula below article feed placement, below article feed target type, mix. Viscount Monkas, the chairman of the Noble Council of Dany Province, stepped onto the high platform in the middle, picked up the hammer, and knocked 3 times gently. The heavy voice spread to the surroundings, and everyone fell silent. No longer communicating with each other, all eyes were focused on Viscount Moncas. The 18th noble meeting of Dany Province officially begins. Viscount Moncas kept a serious face and looked around the nobles around him. Before the meeting, the latest order of His Majesty the King will be conveyed. Starting from January next year, the examiners of the capital will examine all lower-level nobles in the country. The Baron requires no less than 300 troops, and the Viscount requires no less than 500 troops. For nobles promoted within 5 years, the army requires 60% to be examined. Soldiers are required to be apprentices and must have armor, leather armor, cloth armor or armor, but they must have defensive armor. For weapons, long spears must account for more than 30%, and the length of iron swords must not be less than 1.1 meters, and the width must not be less than 3 fingers. In just a few minutes, it put a lot of pressure on the nobles around. It was difficult for some nobles to gather a qualified army, not to mention weapons and equipment that met the regulations. They could still gather the army by selling their property and gritting their teeth. Otherwise, they would lose their titles, start all over again, and the military exploits accumulated by their ancestors would be reduced to zero. Except for a few nobles, most people looked unhappy, but they could not disobey the orders of the kingdom. Viscount Moncas knocked the gavel to quiet the meeting. We are all nobles from the same province. If you have difficulties with weapons and equipment, you can borrow them from me or ask for help from other powerful nobles. Now the noble meeting officially begins. No one is allowed to make noise. Those who violate the rules will be expelled from the meeting. Yes, everyone answered in unison. The first item is the territorial dispute between Baron White and Baron Sturck. As soon as Viscount Moncas finished speaking, 2 middle-aged nobles stood up and walked to the sides of the host platform, with no extra expressions on their faces. In a sacred place like a meeting, both parties were very restrained. Wylin sat in the first row, quietly watching Viscount Moncas like a judge, handling the dispute between 2 territories over the ownership of a lake. In the end, Baron White made Baron Steck give up his ownership of the lake at the cost of 3,000 gold coins. The wooden hammer hit heavily, and the first agenda of the noble meeting was completed, and the second item began immediately. 28 agendas took a whole morning. After lunch, the afternoon meeting began. Compared with the morning, the second half of the meeting was free agenda time. That is, all nobles could speak and put forward their valuable opinions for the development of the province. 8 proposals were made in succession, 3 of which were adopted and 5 were rejected. Wylin touched his chin and an idea came to his mind, but he didn't know how many people would support him. Mr. Speaker, I have a proposal. Wylin stood up and said to Viscount Moncas. Please, Moncas uttered a word majestically, signaling Wylin to start. I suggest building a road to connect my territory with the province of Cardero. Moncas was a little stunned when he heard this topic, but he still knocked down the gavel and said to everyone, Proposal no. 9, let's start the decision now. If you agree, please raise your right hand. If you disagree, please raise your left hand. If you are neutral, please remain still. Everyone looked at each other and looked at the young noble sitting in the first row, not knowing how to choose for a while. A few minutes later, everyone made their choice. Moncas wrote down the votes and immediately began to read. 34 votes in favor, 16 votes against, and 13 votes to remain neutral. More than half of the votes agree, less than 1/3 of the votes oppose, and the proposal no. 9 is passed. As Viscount Moncas dropped the gavel, his proposal was officially adopted. Wylin sat down again. So many people agreed with his random proposal. It seems that his prestige is still quite high. Next, there were 13 more proposals, 4 of which were adopted and 9 were rejected. The next day, the meeting continued. In the morning, disputes were still handled, and in the afternoon, the agenda was resolved. 5 days later, the 18th noble meeting that lasted for 7 days officially ended. At this meeting, Wylin made 3 proposals, and all of them were passed without any surprise. Except for the first proposal, which was a complete attempt, the other 2 proposals were related to the interests of all nobles. For example, the second topic was to build a public granary, store grain according to the share of each noble family to prevent famine and drought and reduce the losses of the nobles. The third topic was about environmental governance, requiring the nobles' territories to be kept clean and tidy. On the one hand, it was to prevent the occurrence of diseases, and on the other hand, it was to improve the image of Dany Province in the outside world. After 7 consecutive days of going out early and returning late, this damn meeting finally ended. Fortunately, it is held once every 5 years. If it was once a year, who could bear it? Wylan couldn't help complaining when he returned to his residence. After looking around, he didn't find Kyle and Oder. I don't know where they went these days. After waiting for half an hour and still not seeing anyone coming back, Wylan asked the servants to start serving the dishes and eat a big meal first. At this moment, in a closed training ground in Dany Province, Oder was teaching. What shocked him was that his 2 students performed well, but the lord he served had a servant with extraordinary talent, which left him puzzled as to how this genius had embarked on the path of success. "Lord Oder, please don't tell my master about my study with you." Kyle finished his training and pleaded with Oder sincerely. "Well, I know. He is not a person who likes to explore other people's secrets. Since the other party wants him to keep it secret, he will naturally not refuse." Afterwards, several people finished teaching and returned to Dingcheng district. At this moment, Wylan had already eaten and drunk enough and returned to his room to rest. "Lord Kyle, the Lord asked me to tell you that we will set off tomorrow." An attendant came to Kyle and reported respectfully. "Lord Oder, is there anything you need to take away?" "I'll ask them to pack you up." Kyle turned his head to look at Oder and asked him. "No, there are not many things, so you don't need to do it for me." "Yes, sir." Seeing this, Kyle waved his hand and asked his subordinates to pack their luggage and set off tomorrow. Oder took his 2 students to his room and asked them to put away their things. These few days, the 2 little guys followed their teacher to play and bought some toys. "Sister, do you want me to help you get them?" Theo Cardella put away his 2 little toys, looked at Issa Cardella next to him, and asked. "No. The teacher said that you have to keep your own things by yourself and not bother others." Issa refused her brother's help and put away the 3 toys that belonged to her. Theocadra thought about it seriously and replied, "Well, my sister is right." The next morning, the group left the provincial capital of Dany Province and returned to the star-praying territory. As for the proposal passed by the noble meeting, it will be implemented slowly within 5 years. After returning to the star-praying lake, Wylan asked Kyle to take Oder to familiarize himself with the star-praying lake, and he continued to practice the combat skill, 2 flowers blooming, and strive to succeed before the conflict breaks out. At the same time, all the 100 half-elves brought back were handed over to Eunice to persuade this group of people to work for her, which was a test for the other party. In the past few days, Oder took 2 students to visit the star-praying lake while looking for his teacher. What he regretted was that none of the women around the Lord was the reincarnation of his teacher. "Kyle, excuse me, is there any other close female around the Lord?" Oder looked at the 2 students playing happily by the lake and turned to ask Kyle. Kyle hesitated for a while but decided to tell Oder, "I have met 2 people with the master. The first one is the fiancée of the master's uncle, and the other one is the master's aunt. Both of them have a close relationship with my master. In addition, the master has 2 sisters, but I have not met them." "Thank you for your information." Oder thanked Kyle and remembered the news in his heart. A few days later, Wylan asked Kyle to invite Oder to the castle. "Sir Oder, can you construct an elemental knight?" Yes, Oder nodded without hesitation. As a high-level soul arcanist, his specialization is magic runes and barrier deployment. Hearing the other party's affirmative answer, Wylan no longer hesitated and took out the 4 element cores from the space ring. The elemental cores that had been gathering dust in the secret room for a year or 2 finally saw the light of day again, and were laid out one by one in front of Oder. Seeing the different colors of light around, Oder pondered for a while, raised his head and asked, "Velen, I wonder what your request is." "Request?" When it comes to this question, Velen has never thought about any request. "Sir Vial, what do you think about the elemental knight?" "Depends on the specific usage scenario." Seeing this, Vial smiled and answered, "If it is used for combat, the magic runes are more inclined to burst, hardness, and speed. For guarding, it is necessary to focus on alarm, observation, and identification. If it is used for exploration, it is focused on information transmission. Like the 4 elemental cores in your hand, representing the 4 elements of ice, wind, fire, and earth, I can design a battle formation to form a combined attack technique to resist the low-level soul transcendence. Hearing Vios' answer, Violin hesitated for a while. After some thinking, he finally decided to stick with the previous idea and use it as the guard of the treasure house. He believed that he would have more and more things in the future, and the space ring would definitely not be able to hold them, so he would naturally store the extra things in the treasury. Sir Oder, I choose to be the guard of the treasury, and by the way, I ask you to design a set of barriers for my treasury. No problem. Oder nodded and replied, let me talk about the materials first. An elemental knight needs 300 kilograms of magic steel, 10 kilograms of mountain copper, 5 kilograms of mithril, 3 kilograms of magic pearl powder, 10 high-grade magic ink, 10 high-grade magic crystals, and 100 corresponding elemental crystals. As for the magic barrier, the material of the treasury also has requirements. It is best to use magic clay as the outer layer, magic steel in the middle, and black rock wood inside. With the help of the magic barrier I deployed, it will be no problem to resist the legendary strongman. While listening, Wylan recorded on paper. 1 kilogram of magic steel is worth 1,000 gold coins. 300 kilograms of magic steel requires 300,000 gold coins. 1 kilogram of mountain copper is worth 3,000 gold coins, and 10 kilograms of mountain copper is worth 60,000 gold coins. 1 gram of mithril is worth 4 gold coins, and 5 kilograms of mithril is worth 20,000 gold coins. 1 pound of magic pearl powder is worth 20,500 gold coins, and 3 pounds of magic pearl powder requires 7,500 gold coins. High-grade magic ink is very expensive. 1 milliliter requires 100 gold coins, and 10 liters require 1 million gold coins. 10 high-grade magic crystals are worth 800,000 gold coins, and 100 elemental crystals are worth 1 million gold coins. In total, the cost of materials is 3,187,500 gold coins, and 4 elemental knights require 13 million gold coins, which is really scary. This does not include the labor costs of the elemental core and odor, otherwise the cost will be close to 30 million gold coins. As for the puppet soil, he has never heard of it, but it must be very expensive. In this way, it seems that the more than 100 million gold coins he earned are not worth spending at. Oh, Sir Oder, my financial resources are limited now. Can the construction of the treasury be lowered to a lower standard? Wylan said to Oder with some embarrassment. This is also simple. We can use the black core stone instead. Although it cannot defend against the attack of the legend, it can still block the strong attack of the soul level. Seeing this, Oder proposed another plan. What is the black core stone? Wylan touched his head a little embarrassed. As a lord, he suddenly realized that he still had a lot to learn. Oh, I forgot this is the Synapse subcontinent. Oder patted his head and suddenly forgot that this was not his hometown but another subcontinent. It might be called Black Core Stone there, and it might be called something else here. After thinking for a moment, Odra said, I'm not very familiar with the Synapse subcontinent, but if you have any difficulties, Lord, I can use ordinary rocks and carve a few magic circles on them for reinforcement. Although it can achieve the expected effect of black core stone, it can also have a certain effect, but it requires a lot of magic ink. No problem, I will contact the person to purchase it tomorrow, and it should be all delivered in a month. After hearing this, Wylan quickly agreed. I have saved so much money with my eldest brother, so I will directly use his account book and let my father buy these materials. After solving this matter, a lot of money was spent, but everything is worth it. Sir Oder, there is an abandoned small teleportation array in my territory that can connect to the underground world. Do you have any good development suggestions? Well, let me think about it. After a while, Oder stopped thinking and said to Wylan, I want to ask, how did the Lord find this underground teleportation array? That's no problem. Then, Wylan told the story of how he found the teleportation array. Then there is no problem. There should be no legends in this underground world, so there is no need to worry about safety. Oder nodded in response, and the worry on his face disappeared. Can I ask, how did Lord Oder determine that there are no legendary strongmen in the underground world? Well, how should I put it? Oder sorted out his silver hair and continued, the legendary stage is very sensitive to space. Even if it is a small teleportation array. As long as it is activated in the opponent's territory, there will be space fluctuations. And then it will be sensed by the opponent. Lord, the people you sent can successfully explore and return, which means that there are no legends in the underground world, and you can develop it boldly. I see. Wylan couldn't help but feel a little scared, but when he thought of Miss Anastasia, he put his heart back in his stomach. With this guardian, why should he worry about this? Oder didn't care about the change in Varen's facial expression and said to himself, my suggestion is to expand the teleportation array, build an element pool, power it, and support frequent round-trip teleportation. Build a fortress in the underground world, gradually erode the underground world, enslave the natives of the dark region, and open up wasteland to grow potions. If the Lord doesn't have a suitable candidate, this plan can be implemented by me. In this case, then leave it to Lord Oder. Varen thought about it and finally agreed to Oda's proposal. This plan is tentatively scheduled to be implemented in 2 years. Do you think it's feasible? No problem, I just finished the other 2 things you told me to do in these 2 years. After the meeting, Varen gave Oder a monthly salary of 10,000 gold coins. After thinking about it, he gave Oder 20% of the future underground world development income. Oder was very helpless about Varen's strong pleading, and finally chose to accept this generous reward. Enjoy the good treatment given by the other party. You should serve the other party loyally. Odera understood this simple question. Since there was such a generous treatment, he must do his duty to help his benefactor. After sending Odera away, Wylan immediately began to write a letter to his old father to ask for supplies. The money went directly into his elder brother Ilyus's account book. After sending the letter away, Wylan asked someone to invite the half-elf Ilyus over. My lord. Wylan raised his head and looked at Ilyus, stood up and greeted her enthusiastically. How are your fellow tribesmen doing? After the persuasion of my subordinates, they all signed a contract to serve you for 10 years and repay the gold coins you spent on them. Ilyus reported respectfully. Wylan had already noticed from Ilyus's address that she was gradually changing her position. Build a new castle within 2 years, and I plan to give this task to you. Do you have any requirements? Ilyus raised her head, looked at Wylan with bright eyes, and asked with a smile on her face. Sit down, let's talk slowly. Wylan invited Ilyus to the reception area next to him. After Ilyus sat down, Wylan began to talk about his requirements. My requirements are not many. The new castle must cover an area of 3 square kilometers with 2 walls. The outer wall is 8 meters high. The inner wall is 16 meters high, and there is a place for the wizard tower, 3 gates, and the rest can be designed according to your way. Finally, let me check it. In terms of geographical location, it does not need to follow the nature of the war castle. In the future, there will be a wizard tower, and defense will not be a problem. If you don't have a suitable idea, why do you go to Lord Oder? In addition, you can also consult Lord Oder in terms of design. He will tell you the location of some special buildings. After hearing this, Ilyus took out a booklet and a pen and wrote down Wylan's requirements on it. After seeing the other party finish recording, Wylan asked gently, You should have been in Kixing territory for 5 years. Yes, sir, Ilyus answered a little stiffly. Don't be nervous, you can be said to be a veteran of Kixing territory, Wylan said gently and slowly. Ilyus's nervous mood was relieved and a smile appeared on her face. I didn't expect that 5 years would pass in a blink of an eye. You are the most special person I have ever met. Yes. 5 years is a long time. Wylan looked at Ilyus with some melancholy and continued, starting from this month. I decided to set a salary for you. For the position of architect, I will pay you 10 gold coins per month. For raising mutant griffins and wind wolf cubs, I will pay you 5 gold coins per month. In addition, I will give you a special allowance of 5 gold coins per month. Thank you, sir. Ilyus bowed her head to thank Wylan. Getting the official salary represents the first step of Wyland's affirmation of her. Unconsciously, she felt a little happy in her heart. Finally, I will ask Baird to give you a house in Kixing City as your new home. You can live in the castle, but having your own home in Kixing territory is very meaningful, am I right? Thank you for your gift. I am very honored to have Kixing territory as my second home. Eunice stood up, her expression very excited. Doesn't matter whether the other party is really excited or fake, as long as you do your job for him. Go back later and find Kyle, and let him take you to the warehouse to get 6 bottles of luminous wine. Wyland motioned Eunice to sit down and said with a smile, your current strength is a bit low, but you have to work hard. I will ask Kyle to increase your material quota to 3 times the original. Thank you, sir. Do your job well. The two of them communicated for half an hour. Most of the time it was Wyland who was talking and Eunice who was listening. After sending Eunice away, Wyland asked the servant to call Kyle over. Master, Kyle entered the study, closed the door and saluted Wyland. The 100 half-elves bought from the governor have been dealt with. Inform Baird, Orlando and Andrew to let them pick people. By the way, tell them that the quicker the hand, the less the slow. Don't blame me for not helping them when the time comes. Yes, sir. Kyle saw that his master was busy, and he bowed and saluted without stopping. Then he left the study and assigned his men to inform the 3 archons. As expected, in the administrative building of Kixing City, Baird got the news and rushed to the castle with his men as soon as possible. In order to make up for the time difference, he postponed all important official business. There is no doubt that after Baird arrived at the castle, he found Kyle as soon as possible and asked him to take him to select talents. Lord Baird, I haven't even gone to receive it yet. Aren't you too anxious? Kyle covered his face helplessly. We just happened to go together. You go receive it and I'll choose it. Baird smiled and put his arm around Kyle's shoulders. Next time I want to have a drink with you. I recently found a batch of good wine from the Adventurer Tavern. Okay, let's go together. Baird was too enthusiastic, and it was hard for him to refuse, so he agreed half-heartedly. Arriving at a station outside the castle, Baird directly left Kyle aside, asked for a list of names from the guards, and began to call the names one by one. Kyle stood aside, very helpless. Seeing more and more half-elves being picked away, Kyle couldn't help but stepped forward and persuaded, Mr. Baird, you have to leave some for Mr. Orlando and Mr. Andrew. Otherwise they will find the Lord. The person you selected will definitely to spit it out. Baird looked at the more than 40 people around him, then named a few more people, and then handed the list to Kyle. Next time I come to have a drink with you, I will take them back first. Baird and Kyle greeted them warmly, and then returned to Kixing City with the talents they selected, so as not to be blocked by them on the way. Half an hour later, Orlando arrived here, looked at the remaining people, picked 35 people, and left without stopping. In the end, Andrew looked at the only 15 people left and was about to cry without tears. He yelled at the 2 bastards and took the people back. Everyone was picked, and I felt relieved. I took the list and returned to the castle. As soon as I reached the door of my room, I thought for a while, then went to the study room to report the matter to my boss. You said Andrew only got 15 people, Wellen asked in surprise. Yes, Lord. Lord Baird took away 1/2 of the people. Lord Orlando took away 1/3 of the people. Lord Andrew arrived last, and there were only 15 people. Next time Andrew comes to see me, just tell him that I'm not here, and if he wants someone, ask him to go to Baird. Wellen thought for a while and decided not to care about this matter, and warned Kyle in advance. Is this okay? Kyle couldn't help but ask. Why not? If I don't have talent, I have to find a way. I can't ask Baird to spit out people. Wellen shook his head and said, as you know, Baird wears many hats. Needless to say, Kyle already knew what the Lord meant. For the sake of his own time, Baron said he could only suffer Orlando and Andrew a little longer. In the end, Andrew didn't know what method to use and took out 10 half-elves from Baird. Wyland had a brief understanding of this matter and stopped paying attention. Healthy competition between the 3 towns is conducive to development, so he will naturally not interfere in this matter. On December 13, 9527, in the glorious calendar, in the Maple Leaf City Adventure Zone of the Duke of Lightend, Duke was sitting in his office, looking at the reports of various stores affiliated with the Star Merchant Chamber of Commerce with a leisurely expression. 4 months ago, Duke Lytend relaxed control and announced the existence of permanent space channels. 3 months ago, the distribution of benefits was completed. The royal family sent a legend to station in Maple Leaf City to be responsible for guarding this permanent space channel. At the same time, major forces entered the scene one after another and began to divide the benefits. Over the next 2 months, a new power structure was formed in the Maple Leaf City Adventure Zone, headed by the royal family and 7 other dukes. With the help of his boss's relationship, Duke easily placed the Prayer Star Chamber of Commerce under the influence of the Duke of Moravia. He only needed to pay a symbolic payment of 1,000 gold coins every year, and all other profits went to his boss. With such a big backer, there is almost no force in Maple Leaf City to pursue the Kixing Chamber of Commerce. The most important point is that Duke abides by the instructions of his master, operates his own business scope, does not cross borders, and only earns the benefits he deserves. If there is no conflict of interest, other forces will naturally be willing to sell each other face, and sometimes even help each other to earn favors. This month has been good. The turnover is 210,000 gold coins. After excluding taxes and costs, the net profit is 66,000 gold coins. The biggest profit is the ice blue potion, which accounts for 25,000 gold coins. Seeing this, Duke couldn't help but feel helpless. There were only 3,000 bottles of ice blue potion assigned to Maple Leaf City, and only 1,000 bottles were sold this month, which was in short supply. The only thing to blame is that this group of adventurers were too rich and generous. It simply refreshed the outlook of a country boy from a small place like him, and he saw how wealthy real adventurers are. But having said that, a bronze-level monster is worth 70 or 80 gold coins. If these powerful adventurers find a group of monsters, they will make a fortune. Duke also understands that seemingly easy adventures are always in danger of life. As for me, it's better to follow the Lord honestly and don't think about these things. Maple Leaf City has built a teleportation array, and now it is much easier to deliver messages than before. In addition, as time goes by, Maple Leaf City changes day by day, and the low-rise houses almost disappear, replaced by various tall buildings made of hard materials. Coming to the window, Duke saw various materials floating in the air in the hands of dozens of spellcasters, like building blocks, and various building materials were randomly combined in their hands. In less than 3 hours, a 26-meter-tall building rose from the ground. No matter how many times I see it, I still feel extremely shocked. The construction team from the Ash Magic Kingdom is simply. The Lord once seemed to have said a word. Duke's follower took out a booklet with the cover of Lord's quotations. He flipped it open and found the word. Yes, it's called Dimensionality Reduction Attack. However, the price is very expensive. Excluding the materials, the construction cost of a 10-meter-high building seems to be 100,000 gold coins. It is really not affordable for ordinary people. If Wylan could see the new Maple Leaf City, he would just call it a magical city. On December 15, 9725 of the glorious calendar, the materials Wylan needed was sent by his father. Master Wylan, the Lord gave you a preferential price for this batch of materials. A total of 11 million gold coins, please check. After a golden intermediate knight finished speaking, he began to take things out of the space ring. In less than a moment, the required materials filled the entire hall. 200 kilograms of magic steel, 12 kilograms of magic pearl powder, 30 liters of high-quality magic ink, 10,000 bottles of magic ink, and 30,000 pieces of magic paper. After counting them at the fastest speed, Kyle came to Wylan and reported respectfully. Uncle Mag, take the account book from my eldest brother. I believe my father has told you. The middle-level gold knight nodded, indicating that he knew, and then took out 3 letters and a book and handed them to the other party. Master Wylan, these are letters and books. Wylan took the 3 letters and yellowed books from the Golden Knight Mag, one of which was written by his mother to him, and the other 2 were from his father. Window tabula equals window, tabula tabula. Push mode, Thumbs feed 01, container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x 250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x 250 target type mix. Seeing Wyland's puzzled expression, Mag opened his mouth to explain. My lord, if you fail to break through the Golden Knight, I will only give you 1 letter. If you break through the Golden Knight, I will give you 2 letters and this letter. This combat skill is handed over to you. Kyle, take Uncle Mag down to rest. Thank you, Master Wyland. I have to go back and report so I won't interrupt you. Mag declined, said goodbye to Wyland and set off to return. Send these things to Lord Oder. After seeing the other party leave, Varen put away the letters and combat skills and ordered Kyle. Yes, sir. Returning to the study, Wyland closed the door, sat on a chair, and placed the 3 letters in front of him. Which one should I read first? Wyland rubbed his hands, hesitated, and finally opened his father's first letter to him. As expected, the words were full of reprimands to myself, asking myself to work harder, focus on cultivation, improve my strength, and don't be lazy or slack off. Haha, as expected, this old man. Well, but obviously you made a mistake. Although he felt a little uncomfortable, Wyland knew that his father was doing this for his own good. He took a deep breath to calm down his inner emotions, folded the letter, put it aside, and opened the second letter. Compared with the first letter, the tone of the second letter was much gentler, telling him not to be proud. Finally, he introduced the combat skills called Return to the Old, asked him to focus on training, and explained some training methods. After folding the second letter, Wyland opened the third letter with dignified handwriting. Dear Varen, I haven't seen you in 3 years. Mom misses you very much. The young eagle will eventually spread its wings and fly away from its parents. When you were a child, you looked lazy but very cute. I am very happy to hear the story of you and Ilyus's. Now I am starting to fight for my own career. I am proud of you. Remember to relax appropriately, don't be too impatient, discuss things more often, and don't be like your third uncle, who is arbitrary and goes your own way, which will eventually harm yourself. Alyssa Akers. I understand, Mother. When I was a child, my mother told me the story of my third uncle August Moravia many times. As a negative representative of the aristocratic children of the Ilyus kingdom, he has almost become a representative of arbitrary actions. Now he is imprisoned by his grandfather in the small, floating city of Kara, doing repairs day and night to cleanse the sins in his soul. As for why August was imprisoned by his father himself, this matter has become taboo in the kingdom and few people know. Even his mother doesn't know. Put the 3 letters together and put them in the drawer together. Afterwards, Wyland opened the combat skill restored as before given to him by his father. It was a wood attribute combat skill with little combat capability. Its main function was to quickly recover from injuries, and it was an auxiliary combat skill. Perhaps his salty fish image is deeply ingrained in his father's mind, or perhaps a father is worried about the safety of his children. Regardless of the reason, Wyland still felt deep fatherly love in his heart. Practice 2, flowers bloom first, and as for returning to the same as before, let's wait for now. Wyland put the combat skills into the space ring, and we will talk about it later. What we have to do now is to improve our strength, not only the knight profession, but also there is the druid profession. It has been more than 3 years since I got the druid's book from my hometown. Now I have only reached the bronze level and have only learned 5 spells. It's not that he doesn't work hard, it's just that the big man's spells are too tricky and cannot be learned quickly by ordinary people. From the side, you can see how terrifying this boss is. In addition, the progress of his soul skills in reincarnation is slow. Sometimes he really doubts that he has awakened it. There are still more than 4 months until the sudden death of Grand Duke Balbourne. During this time, you should relax. After the war starts, you won't have to be so relaxed. It was foreseeable that, under his father's nose, not being urged to train every day when there was no war, he wrote his name upside down. On December 20, 9725 in the glorious calendar, Varen approved Eunice's design for the new castle and allocated 1 million gold coins as construction funds. Oder served as the chief engineer of the castle construction and Eunice served as the deputy chief engineer, actually supervising the construction of the castle and starting the site selection and construction in January next year. Time flew by, and 5 days later, Varen left the castle with Kyle and several followers, heading to the town of Orlando to verify the combat effectiveness of the Fire Lion Knights and the Ice Bear Knights. Thinking back to 5 years ago, in order to train Orlando and Hebrews, I specially asked them to select teenagers to form their own knights. Now it has reached the initial acceptance stage. It is unknown how long the conflict between the Kingdom of Ilia and the Kingdom of Bahio will last, ranging from 7 to 8 months to several years. Before he leaves, he must plan the development path of the Kingsing leader in the next 3 years, including the territory, expansion, army training, road construction, and other aspects of affairs. Although he can be a hands-off boss, he needs to set a general direction for his subordinates to prevent his subordinates from stagnating development due to political differences. At this moment, outside the town of Orlando, the Fire Lion Knights and Ice Bear Knights were all ready to go, waiting for the arrival of the Lord. After 5 years of development, the two knights have expanded to 400 people. The number of Fire Lion Knights and Ice Bear Knights is evenly divided. Among them, the Fire Lion Knights have 6 low-level Silver Knights, 18 high-level Bronze Knights, 73 intermediate Bronze Knights, and 103 low-level Bronze Knights. The Ice Bear Knights are weaker, with 4 low-level Silver Knights, 18 high-level Bronze Knights, 69 mid-level Bronze Knights, and 109 low-level Bronze Knights. Thanks to the growth of Orlando and Hebrew's strength, the sub-corps split from the combat corps has accelerated their training speed. In other words, the stronger the contractor, the faster the contractor can improve his strength, but it cannot be higher than the contractor. Whether it is the Fire Lion Knights or the Ice Bear Knights, each knight wears a set of excellent knight full body armor, equipped with an excellent knight sword, an excellent short sword, 3 excellent javelins, and a knight lance. Except for the red phosphorus horses ridden by Orlando and Hebrew, all others are blue-purple horses, and have reached the level of tacit communication with the blue-purple horses. Not long after, the ground shook, and the figures of more than a dozen people appeared in front of them. "Line up," Orlando's deputy, a low-level Silver Knight, ordered loudly. In less than a moment, the Fire Lion Knights lined up neatly on the left, the Ice Bear Knights lined up neatly on the right, and Orlando and Hebrew stood in front of their respective knights, waiting for the arrival of their masters. "Stop." Upon hearing Wyland's order, the 12 followers stopped 100 meters away. Afterwards, Varen took Kyle forward to inspect the two knights. Whether it was Orlando's men or the Hebrew knights, everyone had fanaticism in their eyes, as the man they swore to serve with their lives appeared before them. From the age of 13 or 14, they have been taught that they are the Lord's sword, the sharpest part. Under the witness of the Goddess of Life, they will eventually dedicate everything to the Lord, including their own lives. Draw your sword and salute your Lord. Following the orders of Orlando and Hebrews, all the knights drew their swords, placed them in front of them, and saluted Varen. "I am deeply honored by your loyalty to me. With the witness of the Goddess of Life, I believe that you are my strongest supporters and defenders." Wyland looked around the crowd and declared to everyone with a serious face, "Your Majesty, the Goddess of Life, we are willing to sacrifice everything for the Lord." 400 people swore in unison, their powerful voices vented to the surroundings, and the echoes lingered around. "Now let's go." Afterwards, Varen issued an order, and 400 knights, led by their respective captains, slowly headed north. Orlando and Hebrew came up behind Varen and headed north together. It is already difficult to find traces of the monster clan on the frontal battlefield on the western border of the Kingdom of Ilia. If you want to find the test stone, you can only go to the Kingdom of Ilia, the junction of the Ashman's Wasteland and the Ironforged Dwarf Mountain Kingdom, to find the target. A large river runs through the Grey River Valley Plain, and a large number of monster clans live on both sides. Affected by the war between the Kingdom of Ilia and Grey Mang Reduction, countless monster clans moved here from the border areas. On the one hand, they wanted to avoid the monster army in the hinterland of Grey Mang Reduction and avoid being reduced to cannon fodder and rations. On the other hand, they are afraid of the revenge of the Ilia Kingdom and are afraid of being wiped out by the other side. The Tusk tribe is a tribe that is a mixture of ogres and kobolds. It is the most typical hybrid monster gathering method in the Grey River Valley Plain. As the ruling class ogres, they only need to enjoy the service of kobold slaves every day. Occasionally, they pick up inferior maces and smash monsters that dare to invade Tusker's territory into pulp to declare their sovereignty. As the leader of the tribe, Tusker was resting on the most luxurious bed in the tribe. A kobold entered the cave tremblingly, crawled on the ground, and did not dare to make a sound. The last kobold who disturbed his master's sleep was watching him not far away. Looking at the bones next to him from the corner of his eyes, the kobold did not dare to speak and could only pray that his master would wake up naturally. Perhaps it was God's blessing that Tusker woke up early today and did not continue to sleep. Looking at the kobold lying on the ground with his butt raised, the ogre Tusker sat up, his 3.5-meter-tall body feeling extremely oppressive. "What's up? Master, your slave reports to you that the servants who went out to collect found traces of humans." "You idiot, why didn't you wake me up about this?" Tusker was furious, his foul-smelling saliva flying everywhere. The kobold was lying on the ground, shivering, constantly praying for the blessing of the kobold god. "Come here, drag me out for a snack." At the entrance of the cave, 2 tall ogres heard the clan leader's order, walked into the cave, picked up the kobold servant, bled him directly outside the cave, penetrated the kobold's body with a wooden stick, and roasted it on the fire. Later, Tusker gathered all the tribesmen. "There are 2 ways now, either continue to migrate north or destroy this group of humans. I wonder how my majestic Tusker, who has 30 tribesmen and more than 500 kobold slaves, can escape. I must let these damn humans become my food." "Chief, we have investigated clearly. There are nearly 500 humans 20 kilometers north of the tribe." A short ogre stood in the center and reported to Tusker. "How much did you say?" Tusker stopped nibbling, stared at the short ogre, and asked loudly. Under the gaze of the clan leader, the short ogre once again repeated the information that the kobold slave had investigated. Hearing that there were 500 humans, each with a mount and armor, and whose strength was no less than that of the ogres, Tusker couldn't help but feel a little silent. According to his simple calculations, 1 ogre is equal to 3 humans, 1 tall ogre is equal to 5 humans, and 3 kobold slaves are equal to 1 human. For a warrior like him, according to human calculations, the silver mid-level, capable of beating at least 30 humans. All things considered, he couldn't defeat this group of humans. "Pack your things and leave here immediately." As an excellent ogre, the most important thing that he can get so much nourishment from is his wisdom that he is proud of. His majestic eyes glanced at these stupid fellow tribesmen. Even if he had doubts as big as an iron pot in his heart, he did not dare to disobey the tribe leader's decision. As darkness approached, a group of people stopped outside the Tusk tribe camp. Looking at the empty monster camp, Varen looked a little unhappy. This is the 3rd escaped monster clan they have encountered since entering the junction. Compared with the fellow villagers in the border areas, the monster clan in the Grey River Valley area is obviously much wiser. When faced with trouble, running first is a sign of respect. This is simply the truth that the monster clan here believes in. "My lord, how about we search in another direction?" Orlando suggested after seeing this. "Have a rest for the night and talk about it tomorrow," Wylan ordered helplessly. Afterwards, the camp of the Tusk tribe was requisitioned. The Knights of the Ice Bear Knights were responsible for cleaning the camp and clearing out the bones and excrement. The Knights of the Fire Lion Knights were responsible for hunting in the surrounding area and preparing food for the night. Although there were a lot of compressed military rations stored in his space ring, that thing was tasteless. With the conditions for hunting, why eat that thing? In the cave, several people occupied the cave of the ogre, sat around the fire, and thought about the next decision. "I wonder why there are so many monster clans with brains here." Hebrew threw a piece of wood into the fire and said impatiently, "The better the place, the more intense the fight. If you can't beat it head-on, you naturally have to use your brain." Orlando thought about it and gave an uncertain answer. After hearing this, Wylan nodded and said, "What Orlando said makes sense. We have to change a way to search for monster clans." Seeing this, everyone began to think about what method to use to accurately find the other party, without letting the other party run away in advance. "My lord, I have a suggestion." Kyle suddenly came up with a solution and said to Wylan, "Tell me about it." "Window. Tabula equals window. Tabula tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01 container. Tabula below article feed placement, below article feed target type, mix. Orlando and Hebrew also looked over, wanting to know what good method Kyle had. After all, running around in the Grey Valley area was not a solution. Greed is the common trait of most creatures. Greed will devour a person's reason. As long as the layout is right, the monster clan will come to the door on its own. You mean use the method of ambush centaurs 5 years ago? Wyland suddenly realized and said to Kyle. That's right. The other three quickly agreed with this proposal and discussed it in detail. Half an hour later, a set of monster luring plans came out, using Wyland's thousands of gold coins as bait to create a false treasure news. Only more than 100 people were exposed on the surface, and the other 300 people were all hidden to prevent the other party from not taking the bait. Starting from the second day, the plan began to be implemented. As the first day of the new year, it was a good sign. First, capture a group of slaves to open mines, secretly guard against negligence, let a few go, and then tighten the pockets and wait for the fish to take the bait. This plan was implemented by the two brothers Orlando and Hebrew, and Wyland only needed to wait for the results. That night, as expected, after 9 months of absence, a familiar voice sounded in his ears again. There is a super-large gold mine 100 kilometers north of the underground world connected to the Kixing Lake teleportation array. Hearing this news, Wyland was shocked. According to the rules of this world, small gold mine is a gold mine with a reserve of less than 10 tons. A medium-sized gold mine is a gold mine with a reserve of more than 10 tons, but less than 100 tons. A large gold mine is a gold mine with a reserve of more than 1,000 tons, but less than 10,000 tons. And a super-large gold mine is a gold mine with a reserve of more than 10,000 tons. In other words, this super-large gold mine can mine at least 1,000 tons of gold. According to the calculation of 1 to 500, there are at least 2 tons of refined gold, an indestructible material, which is the most commonly used material for making extraordinary weapons. A gold coin in the kingdom of Elijah is 10 grams, and 1,000 tons of gold can be equivalent to 1 billion gold coins. 1 gram of refined gold is worth 8 gold coins, and 2 tons of refined gold is worth 160,000 gold coins. This situation is still calculated according to the minimum situation. In any case, Wyland has only one idea in his mind. That is to get rich. As for mining slaves, there are plenty of them in the underground world, so there is no need to worry at all. Even if you are a little ruthless, the monster clan can be used as mining slaves. Anyway, as long as the underground world guards the exit, there is no need to worry about the monsters on the ground escaping. From now on, Wyland declares that the underground world is the sacred and inviolable property of Kixing territory. When encroaching on the underground world, Lord Oder must be gentle and not let too many mining slaves be killed or injured. I heard that goblins can become adults in 4 years. Should we capture a few thousand of them for breeding and to supplement the slaves consumed by mining? In the early stage of the 100-kilometer passage, Lord Oder can capture some powerful underground creatures to dig the passage. As for food consumption, 2 meals a day are enough and work for 14 hours. But isn't it a bit too cruel? Otherwise, 3 meals a day and 15 hours of work. I think this plan is very suitable. Unconsciously, the future of the entire underground world was clearly arranged by Wyland. In the next few days, goblins and dog-headed men were captured one after another and thrown into a cave they found, at random to mine with their bare hands. This damn human, you said you want me to mine, but you should give me a tool. The dog-headed man looked at his claws that were almost worn out and wanted to cry, but had no tears. You still have claws, but I have nothing. The goblin on the other side had blood all over his hands, but he didn't dare to stop. Just now, a lazy fellow tribesman had his head chopped off, forcing him to endure the pain and dig the soil with his hands in despair. It's better to live a miserable life than to die. I heard these humans say that as long as they dig out the treasure, they will let them go. And I don't know whether it is true or not. For several consecutive days, more than 200 goblins and dog-headed men gathered in the mine, digging the soil day and night. Brother, I feel it's almost done. Hebrew pointed to the earthen hill next to the mine and said, Orlando nodded and responded, "Then let's proceed to the next stage." That night, more than a dozen dog-headed men and goblins took advantage of the guards' negligence and fled from here. As the news of the gold mine spread around, it attracted the attention of many monster clans. But no tribe took the lead to attack humans, and they were all lurking in the dark, waiting for other tribes to go first. "Sir, there are many more dog-headed people and goblins around recently. It seems that our plan is taking effect." A knight ran to Orlando and reported excitedly. Orlando nodded with satisfaction and ordered, "Notify them to step up patrols recently to create a tense atmosphere. Whether we can show our faces in front of the master and show the significance of the knights depends on this opportunity." "Yes, sir." The knight bowed with excitement and went down to arrange his subordinates. 2 days later, a dog-headed man dug up the soil, looked at the rusty iron box, and excitedly ran to the guarding knight and reported respectfully, "Sir, I found it. I found the treasure." "What?" The knight looked at the dog-headed man in a daze and asked, "Are you telling the truth?" "Yes, just now, I found a rusty iron box." Following the kobold, the 2 guarding knights discovered the rusty iron box. "You stay here and I'll report to the adults." "Kindness. Tonight, take someone to bury this wooden box." Orlando pointed at the wooden box and said to his brother Hebrew, "I understand, brother." Hebrew nodded excitedly, a little impatient, ready to lead his knights to show their bravery to the Lord. "Sir, the treasure chest has been dug out." Hebrew looked at the knight running over and said in confusion, "What treasure chest? I haven't buried it yet." "Treasure box." A kobold dug up the treasure box just now. The knight beat his chest and saluted, and then reported, "A rusty iron box was dug out, and it is now in the mine." "Take me to see it." Orlando immediately let the cavaliers lead the way. In the mine, looking at the iron box that was dug out, Orlando felt a little confused. He just found a random hill and prepared the layout, but he didn't expect to actually dig out the treasure. "Brother, what should we do next? Should we postpone it for a few days and wait and see what happens?" Hebrew whispered in Orlando's ear. Orlando looked at the rusty iron box and did not make a decision. Instead, he asked his subordinates to report to the master and ask for instructions. "Window. Tabula equals window. Tabula tabula. Push mode. Thumbs feed 01. Container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x 250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x 250 target type mix." At this moment, in the cave of Tasker Camp, Wylan and Kyle sat on each side, playing chess around the chessboard to kill time. Looking at the various chess pieces on the chessboard, Wylan was a little depressed. These days, he invented a different world version of chess based on the kingdom of Ilyus and the kingdom of Basso. So far, he has only won 3 games against Kyle, which is a bit embarrassing. "My lord, checkmate." Kyle pushed the chess piece representing the knight over, leaving Wylan's king chess piece in a dead end with no way to escape. "My lord, a treasure chest has been dug out of the mine. Lord Orlando requests instructions." The knight quickly entered the cave, bowed and saluted, and reported to Wylan. "I remember that the treasure chest was buried tonight. Did you really dig out the treasure chest?" Wylan reacted immediately and asked the knight. "Yes, sir, just now, a dog-headed man dug out a treasure chest. It was rusty and had been there for some years. Lord Orlando asked you whether to postpone the plan." "Let him decide for himself." Wylan looked at the knight and told him. After the knight left, Wylan and Kyle redeployed the chessboard and started a new game. On the other side, after receiving Wylan's instructions, Orlando decided to postpone the plan and start implementing it 3 days later. Visibly, the dog-headed man who dug out the treasure chest allowed the 200 mining slaves to live a few more days. In the following time, Orlando arranged people to supervise day and night, urging these dog-headed men and goblin slaves to work day and night to dig out all the treasure chests. 2 days later, 33 iron boxes were dug out from the ground and delivered to Wylan openly. This move attracted the attention of spies from various tribes outside. For a time, the monster clans around the Tasker camp showed unusual movements, but still did not take the lead, waiting for the right opportunity. Inside the cave, looking at the 33 iron boxes in front of him, judging from the rust on them, they are at least 60 years old. "Open the boxes and see what's inside." Orlando heard what Wylan said and waved his hand to signal the knight beside him to start. After receiving the order from the leader, the low-level silver knight drew out the knight's sword, cut off the iron lock under the gaze of everyone, and pried open the first iron box. When the iron box was opened, the luster was bright and textured, glittering and emitting dazzling light, which met everyone's expectations. It was full of gold coins. Rough estimate shows that there are about 4,000 gold coins in this box. Then the remaining iron boxes were opened one after another. 12 iron boxes contain gold coins, 12 iron boxes contain silver coins, 6 iron boxes contain jewelry of various colors, and the other 3 iron boxes contain various books. Wylan picked up a book and flipped through a few pages. The content on it was written in Dwarven language. He didn't recognize a single word, so he could only take it back and have someone translate it. From this point of view, it is not difficult to guess that these 33 iron boxes were buried here by the dwarves. My lord, there are about 43,000 gold coins, more than 55,000 silver coins, about 11,000 jewels, and 137 books. Kyle checked it as quickly as possible and gave a rough estimate. If it was in the past, this would definitely be considered a considerable fortune, but now it is just a small dish. Remember, the ordinary knights of the Fire Lion Knights and the Ice Bear Knights will be rewarded with 10 gold coins each. The captain will be 15 gold coins, the captain will be 20 gold coins, and the knights will be 30 gold coins. The 12 followers I brought with me will each be 12 gold coins. As for Orlando and Hebrew, you two, 100 gold coins each. At this point, Wylan turned his head and looked at Kyle. You two, take out 100 gold coins from here. Thank you, my lord, sir. Everyone beat their chests and saluted. Except for Orlando, Hebrew, and Kyle. Every knight present had a very excited face. It was a big profit to get several months' salary for free. One night later, more than 200 mining slaves tasted the most filling meal in their lives. In the mine, everyone was eating with oil dripping from their mouths, and their stomachs were bulging. Tomorrow, those humans should let us go. A goblin lay on his back, looking at the top of his head, and said to his fellow tribesmen beside him, I am really full. I am willing to die now. There is no regret in the life of a goblin. Touching his round belly, even if his fingers condensed into blood, it did not prevent him from feeling satisfied. Not long after, the mining slaves in the cave died in their sleep. Outside the mine, Orlando looked at the sky, waved his hand and asked his subordinates to go in and carry the bodies and throw them aside to burn. The flames that shot up into the sky attracted the attention of the Monster Clan spies lurking around. The fire burned for more than 3 hours, and the air was filled with the smell of meat. 100 subordinates stood behind Orlando and Hebrew, their faces unchanged. Let's go. With Orlando's order, everyone began to evacuate and return to the Tasker camp. Seeing the guards evacuate, more than a dozen spies from different tribes rushed into the mine to look for clues. Gold coins. A dog-headed man found the gold coins in the soil, looked around cautiously, and put them into his mouth as quickly as possible without attracting the attention of the other party, holding them under his tongue. Not long after, more than a dozen dog-headed men and goblins, each with their own ulterior motives, looked vigilantly at the spies from different tribes around them, slowly separated, and ran towards their own tribes. 50 kilometers north of Tasker's camp, Tasker the ogre grabbed the glittering gold coins and looked at the dog-headed servant crawling on the ground. This is really found in the mine. Yes, master, the dog-headed man replied respectfully. You are lying, this is clearly just buried. How can it be a treasure found in the mine? Tasker, the ogre, scolded loudly, scaring the dog-headed man to urinate directly. Chief, this is unlikely. A stupid ogre stood up, his eyes full of greed, and asked boldly, I am the chief, who dares to disobey me? In the bear cave, 30 ogres dared not look at Tasker, and they all lowered their heads. Drag him out and have an extra meal tonight. An ogre heard the chief's order, twisted the dog-headed man's neck, lifted his thigh, and walked out of the bear cave. In an instant, the whole cave became quiet, and the atmosphere was peaceful. Get out. Hearing the chief's voice, the ogres left the bear cave one after another, not daring to stay here any longer. Task guessed with his clever mind that this was definitely human conspiracy, and he would not be fooled. This gold coin was not just buried, but had been buried underground for many years, but he did not want to get involved in this battle. He saw the greed of the tribesmen. Window tabula equals window, tabula tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01, container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x 250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x 250 target type mix. Therefore, he used the life of the kobold to finalize the matter. How could a smart ogre like him be able to hide the tricks of humans from him? A bunch of idiots. Without me as the clan leader, they would have turned into excrement long ago. Tusker put the gold coins in his pocket and said disdainfully, "Only I, Tusker, am the smartest ogre." Later, the ogre Tusker lay on the stone floor and slept, waiting for dinner in the evening. At this moment, 6 monster clans finally mobilized all their young men because of greed, preparing to destroy this group of humans and take back their property. 3 goblin tribes, 2 kobold tribes, and 1 lizardman tribe gathered around the Tusk camp. Nearly 2,000 monsters peered at the Tusk tribe's camp with greedy eyes. "My lord, the fish is hooked." Orlando entered the cave, leaned down and saluted, and reported to Varenhui. "The stage is set. Let me see the results of your 5 years of training." Varen stopped playing chess, sat upright, and gave orders to Orlando. "Lord, please go to the hill and watch the show. At noon, the sun is high in the sky." On a plain near the river outside the Tusker camp, 2,000 monsters gathered here. Kobolds, goblins, and lizardmen were mixed in. With greed in their eyes. Located in the center of the monster army, the chiefs of the 6 tribes gathered together to be wary of each other. At sunset yesterday, several people agreed with each other to work together to annihilate this group of human troops with only 100 people, and then divide their property according to their own abilities. On the hill, Kyle moved a huge stone, flattened it with his sword, took the kettle handed by his subordinate, and made tea for Wylan. Under the hill, 400 knights were arrayed here. The 2 armies were clearly separated, and enough space was reserved for both sides to facilitate their respective performances. At this moment, the heads of the 6 tribes looked at the number of people on the other side, which was several times larger. Their faces were solemn, but they all understood that there was no way to retreat, and they could only fight bravely. Human beings are so cunning and treacherous, but our number is 5 times that of the other side. Victory must belong to us, the tall lizard man said with disdain as he clenched the sword in his hand. Hearing this, the restless hearts of the other tribal leaders calmed down. The 2 sides were 2 kilometers apart. Orlando and Hebrew pulled down their visors at the same time, raised their spears, and prepared to charge. At the same time, the 400 knights behind the 2 men were also ready, waiting for the commander's order. "Attack!" Orlando uttered 2 words and drove the red phosphorus horse to charge. The 2 knights attacked from the left and right directions and formed a cone-shaped battle formation while running. When the distance was only 1 kilometer away, Orlando and Hibbs spontaneously broke out in a grudge match. The next moment, fighting spirit emerged from the knights following the 2 men, and they connected with each other to form a whole. Red fire lions and blue ice bears appeared on the ground, their huge bodies shrouding the 2 knights, charging non-stop. Looking at the 2 war beasts that were tens of meters high, Wylan couldn't help but stand up and look down the mountain intently without being distracted for a moment. "Attack!" When he was 100 meters away, Orlando's eyes became sharp, and his body seemed to transform into a war beast. "Roar!" With a roar, the monsters on the left and right bleed from 7 holes and fell straight to the ground. The monsters that encountered the war beasts head-on, whether they were goblins, kobolds, or lizardmen, were all turned into blood mist, with no bones left. What is this?" Looking at the huge dragon-like war beast, the lizard man aroused the fear in his blood. The next moment, just like ordinary lizardmen, the tall leader of the lizardman tribe disappeared into thin air. The formation formed by more than 2,000 monsters was easily penetrated by the 2 knights. When the blood mist dissipated, only a few monsters survived, no more than 500 in number. Half of the dead monsters turned into blood mist, and half died with their internal organs damaged. Turning his horse's head, Orlando assessed his fighting spirit and looked back at his subordinates. He was a little tired, but he could still fight. For the remaining monsters, there is no need to use battle formations. Many knights saw the captain's gesture, dispersed their formations, and hunted freely. The horrific scene had already made the surviving monsters lose consciousness. They stood there blankly, waiting for the knights of the Fire Lion Knights and the Ice Bear Knights to harvest them without any resistance at all. Perhaps death is a relief for them. Standing at this excellent angle, Varen saw the picture that Orlando and Hebrews dedicated to themselves. It was violent and beautiful, bloody and natural, showing a unique aesthetics. Hazara. Okay, I have the potential to be an artist. Wylan couldn't help but applaud and congratulated the two of them. Kyle heard the sound and came out of his trance, still immersed in the charge just now. 2,000 monsters were instantly wiped out. Lord, with Orlando and Hebrew here. The name of the Prayer Star leader will definitely resound throughout the Grey Wasteland, Kyle praised. The two of them have such momentum at the silver level. When they wait for the gold, it will be the time for the two of them to become famous. Varen laughed heartily and said to Kelshu. When the surrounding followers heard this, they couldn't help imagining such a scene in their minds. My lord, Orlando and Hebrews came to the hill, dismounted, knelt on one knee, and beat their chests in salute. Wylan looked carefully and saw that there was no trace of blood on the armor of the two men, but their whole bodies were filled with the strong smell of blood. The power of the battle formation, what I saw today makes me feel gratified. Wylan helped the two of them up and said with a smile, keep up your efforts from now on. The national war with the dwarves will be the time when you make your name. Thank you, your majesty, the two said respectfully. Pack up and prepare to return to the Lake of Praying Stars. Yes, everyone replied. It's been more than half a month since I left Kixing Leader, and it's time to go back. The next morning, the group left the Grey River Valley Plain and returned to the Praying Star territory. 2 days later, Tusker led the tribe back to their camp. Looking at the intact cave, he felt very good and fell asleep immediately to celebrate. After returning to the castle to rest for a day, Varen asked Kyle to invite Baird over. In the study, the two of them sat opposite each other. In a few months, I will be away for a period of time, which can be a few months or a few years. Varen personally poured a cup of tea for Baird and said to him, while I am away, I have 3 major things to entrust to you. Do. Baird picked up the teacup and took a sip. My lord, please speak. First, expand the army. Now Kixing has a population of 130,000, and the standing army only has more than 3,600 people. So I hope that you will take the lead with Orlando, Andrew, and Cassius as assistants to complete the 3 armies. Window tabula equals window, tabula tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01, container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x250 target type mix. According to the army establishment designated by Wylan a few years ago. There are 550 people in 1 brigade and 5 brigades under 1 battalion, totaling 750 people. Including the establishment of knights and mages, the number reaches 3,000. Since the establishment of knights and mages is still in the process of training, we will give up for the time being and replenish the infantry first. Therefore, Baird quickly concluded that the standing army needed to be supplemented by more than 4,600 men. This is a big challenge and makes Baird feel unprecedented pressure. Standing army soldiers have certain standards, and it is not possible to just recruit some young adults to complete the task. My lord, if standing army soldiers take the intermediate level of warrior apprentice as the threshold, can the difficulty be lowered? Baird thought about it in his mind and asked. No, Wylan shook his head and refused. The army is the guarantee of the territory, and standards cannot be lowered. If this is the case, then it is necessary to establish a training camp, select instructors, and conduct special training. Baird thought for a while and said, in aditio. And the black-skinned pig farm in Randolph needs to be expanded to cope with the military demand. For resources. After I leave, you will be responsible for everything. Wylan nodded and replied, I hope that when I return, I can see a well-organized standing army. My lord, your subordinates will definitely complete your mission. Baird replied to Varen with a serious look on his face. Wylan nodded and continued. The second thing is to restart development. Now the Kixing territory has more than 600 square kilometers, and most of what can be developed has been developed. So it is time to start expanding outwards again. With the kingdom's conquest of the monster clan in the Ashmeng wasteland, it is almost difficult to see the monster clan around us, so we can encircle the territory and expand the territory as much as possible. My lord, I don't know how much we need to open up this time. Baird put down his teacup and asked calmly. Varen did not speak, but raised a finger. 1,000 square kilometers, isn't it? No, Wylan interrupted Baird's words and said, 10,000 square kilometers within 3 years. The surrounding area of 10,000 square kilometers will be included in the scope of the Kixing territory. Baird was stunned by his master's generosity, suddenly expanding the territory 3 times that of the Praying Star territory is a step too big. Seeing Baird's hesitant look, Varen smiled and explained, in a few years I may be a Viscount. The current expansion seems a bit unrealistic to you, but I guarantee that in the future you will definitely complain about me. It's short-sighted now. After hearing this, Baird took a deep breath to calm down the emotional fluctuations in his heart, and slowly said, Since the Lord has told you so, I will coordinate this matter and promise not to disappoint you. Another heavy burden is placed on me, and it is foreseeable that life will be difficult in the next few years. No, after these few years pass, I have to find an opportunity to retire. At this moment, Wylan did not know that his great manager was thinking about retirement, and continued, The third thing is to expand the population. A population of 130,000 cannot support the speed of our business development, so within 5 years, we want the population of Kai Xing to reach 300,000. My lord, your idea is very unrealistic. You must know that the total population of Dany Province is less than 3 million. The implication is that this task is very difficult, and Baird thinks he cannot complete it. Encouraging births, purchasing slaves, and attracting free people should not be limited to the province of Cardero. Isn't there also the province of Serop next to it? But this all requires. Okay, there is no problem now. Baird looked at the gold ticket his master took out, and he roughly estimated that it was at least 2 million gold coins. Wylan is not short of money at all now. Not to mention the money he left with his elder brother. There's a gold mine worth at least 1 billion gold coins next to the underground world, waiting for him to dig. Only with a large enough population can there be sufficient sources of troops. With more troops, it will be easier to develop the underground world, and there will also be people to guard the mining slaves. Therefore, the larger the population at this stage, the more beneficial it will be for the future development of Kixing leader. Unlike Varen, who looked relaxed and at ease, Baird could foresee that the next few years would be a return to the days of 2 years ago. No, it can't be like this. Baird shook his head, looked at Kyle next to him, and asked, Lord, you must give me support. Seeing Baird's eyes, he naturally knew what his chief manager was planning. Kyle couldn't be handed over to him, and he had to take it away. How could he stay in the Kixing territory? Duke, I asked Raimundo to transfer Duke back to you. Lord, there are too many things to do, and I don't have enough time to do it. I need at least 2 more. A smile appeared on Baird's face, waiting for Varen's answer. No, Wylan shook his head and refused. Lord, you can't do this. Wylan took a deep breath and took out another 1 million gold coins. The talent is gone, but the money is here, dedicated to the development of Kixing City. That's no problem. Seeing this, Baird accepted the special fund of 1 million gold coins and smiled broadly. Wylan knew everything about his old subordinates. Kixing City can be said to be Baird's hard work, equivalent to his own son. My lord, I still have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. Baird stood up, put the money in his arms, and couldn't wait to say goodbye to Wylan. Go ahead. Wylan waved his hand and asked him to leave. Watching Baird's back as he left, Wylan murmured to himself, You come to me every day, wait until I find you a capable wife and a few mistresses, so that you don't have so much time to come to me every day. Kyle nodded in agreement after hearing the master's words. Master, I think this method is good. Write it down, go to the Principality of Balbourne this time, and bring back a few wives for Baird. Kyle took out paper and pen and wrote it down carefully. In early February, 20 kilometers west of Kixing City, there was a huge construction site where thousands of people worked at the same time to build a new castle. More than a month ago, this place was still a hill. In front of Odor's spell, it was razed to the ground. While walking and looking, Wylan came to a camp. "Have you learned it?" Odor looked at his two students with a serious face and said solemnly. "I have learned it," Theo and Issa answered in unison. "Then go practice over there, I'll come check later." Odor touched Theo and Issa's heads and asked them to practice fire magic over there. "Lord Odor." "Velen, it's you, what's the matter?" Odor smiled and said gently. "It's like this, I have something I want to discuss with you in detail." Half an hour later, Odor and Velen walked out of the cabin. Facing the instructions of the person he was loyal to, Odor naturally took this matter to heart. "Lord Odor, there is no rush for this matter, there are still 2 years." Velen looked at Odor's pensive look and persuaded him. Seeing this, Odor shook his head and explained. "There is no rush, but I think this idea is very interesting. Using a magic circle as the hub, forming a relationship between son and mother, driving the races of the underground world to work. Perhaps someone in this world has developed this method, and it has even appeared many years ago, but Odor has never seen this concept, and he is a little itchy and wants to study it. Sir Odora, I will be out in a few days. I will have to trouble you with the matters of the elemental. Knights in the underground treasure house. Leave it to me." After chatting with Odora for a few minutes, Wylan left the place with several followers and returned to the castle. On March 3, 9726 of the glorious calendar, the Grand Duke who had ruled the Principality of Braham for 1,000 years passed away. The capital of the Principality of Braham covers an area of more than 300 square kilometers and has a population of about 2 million. As soon as the pillar fell, the struggle between the eldest Prince Kaya Braham and the third Prince Alan Braham was instantly exposed. Both sides dispatched their own troops into the capital to wait for the throne. The once prosperous capital became depressed. On the avenue of the capital and in the sky, troops passed by from time to time. Grand Duke Bo Gonghan had 6 children in his life, all of whom died before him. The current 6 princes are all descendants of the 6 children and have inherited their father's name. The mother's family of the eldest Prince Kaya Braham is the royal family of the Kingdom of Basio, which controls the 5 northern provinces of the Kingdom of Braham and ranks first among many princes. The mother's family of the third Prince Alan Braham is the royal family of the Kingdom of Ely, which controls the 4 southern provinces of the Principality of Braham. The second Prince, Harps Braham, was born in the Duke of Limon, one of the 7 dukes of the Kingdom of Ilia, and naturally belonged to the lineage of the third Prince, Alan Braham. The 4th Princess, Aisha Braham, had a grandmother who was a maid of the Princess of the Kingdom of Basio. She was weak and attached to the power of the eldest Prince, Kaya Braham. The grandmothers of the 5th Prince, Lone Braham, and the 6th Princess, Karina Braham, were born in humble circumstances and were deeply loved by Grand Duke Braham. They controlled the 6 provinces in the central part of the Principality of Braham. Although they had the largest area, the forces they belonged to were the smallest. The Principality of Braham, which covered an area of 2 million square kilometers, became chaotic at a speed visible to the naked eye. A large number of far-sighted nobles sent their families to the Kingdom of Basio and the Kingdom of Ilia to avoid disasters, while they stayed in their territories, summoned the army, and waited for the orders of the leaders of both camps. On March 15, in the palace of the Principality of Braham, dozens of people entered the hall and were separated into 3 rows. On the left is the power of the eldest Prince Kaya. On the right is the power of the third Prince Alan, and in the middle is the neutral faction, which belongs to the power left by Grand Duke Braham, headed by the 5th Prince Lone and the 6th Princess Karina, and is in the gap. As for the top Grand Duke position, it has been vacant for several days. A palace guard walked to the front desk tremblingly. As a high-level silver warrior, he was not qualified to stand here due to his low status, but the lord above cherished his life and did not dare to step forward to read the Grand Duke's last words. After several changes of hands, the unknown guard was honored as the Minister of Reading and became the boss of his boss's boss. The Grand Duke's last words, the Grand Duke's position will be taken over by the fifth Prince Lone. Before the other party finished speaking, the eldest prince drew his sword and stepped forward, piercing the guard's chest with a sword. The last words rolled to the ground, stained red with blood. The Minister of Reading died in front of everyone, and everyone remained calm. The Grand Duke is dead, and everyone knows it. Grandfather has passed away. Oh, there is no need to maintain this false scene. The truth will be revealed in action, and the winner will be the Grand Duke. The third prince snorted coldly and said expressionlessly, "I'll wait." The eldest prince smiled, shook off the blood on his long sword, put it into the scabbard, and led his people out of the hall. Seeing Kaya leave, Alan did not stay for long and then left. As for the middle faction, the two did not even look at it. Brother Lone, Kaya, and Alan. After the forces of both sides left the scene, the sixth Princess Karina clenched her fists and looked at the fifth Prince Lone with a gloomy face. "Forget it, this is not something we can participate in." Lone looked pale, looking at Karina, who was like a sister, and whispered to comfort her. In this world, legends may not necessarily establish a principality, but a principality must have legends. Now that Grand Duke Braham has passed away, it means that the legitimacy of the Braham Principality is gone. No matter what the result is, the position of Grand Duke will only fall into the hands of Kyle or Alan in the end. There is no other reason, because the Kingdom of Bashio and the Kingdom of Ilia have multiple legends, which can serve as orthodoxy and continue to support the survival of the Principality of Braham. This is also why Kaya and Alan will not look at them straight in the eye. There is no other reason, there is no source of legitimacy. In the silent hall, Lone turned his head and looked at his grandfather's former supporters and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, the death of grandfather is an unchangeable fact. I allow you to leave now, and you can choose to join any camp of the eldest prince and the third prince." As soon as this was said, everyone talked about it. After a while, a middle-aged nobleman came to Lone, knelt on one knee, and said in a deep voice, "Prince Lone, Princess Karina, please forgive your betrayal. Count Carde, I forgive your behavior on behalf of my grandfather," Lone solemnly declared. As time went by, fewer and fewer people were in the hall, and finally only one person was left, the deputy commander of the palace guards, a golden high-ranking knight who had followed the Principality of Braham for 300 years, and also Lorne's uncle. "Uncle, it seems that you are the only one left." Lorne looked at Russell Fold, a serious middle-aged man. "Your Highness Lorne, Your Highness Karina. With the 300 palace guards under my command, plus the fiefs of both of you, it should be no problem to survive until the end of this turmoil." Russell Fold stepped forward and said to the two. That night a team left the capital. The eldest prince and the third prince were very tacit and did not stop them, because there was no need. After all, Lorne and Karina were of the same race, with the same blood flowing in their bodies, so there was no need to kill them all. After the neutral faction dissipated, the fight between Kaya and Alan became more and more intense, and gradually evolved into a confrontation between the armies. In early April, an internal fight broke out in the palace between the two sides. The army fought for a day and a night. Tens of thousands of people died. Dozens of gold-level professionals died in battle. Thousands of silver-level professionals were injured or killed. Countless soldiers of all kinds died, and 1/3 of the buildings were destroyed. In the end, the eldest prince was better, won the palace, and obtained the legitimacy of the capital. The third Prince Alan withdrew from the capital, returned to the southern territory, summoned the army, and asked for help from his uncle, Belgrave Silves, the current king of the Kingdom of Ilia. At the same time, the eldest Prince Kaya summoned the army while asking for support from the Kingdom of Bashio. As the incident fermented, the two kingdoms began to form an expeditionary corps to seize the ruling power of the Principality of Braham. Kixing territory, it was another sunny day. After 2 months of hard work, flowers bloomed. Two finally made progress. The lungs also evolved, and the strength steadily improved. On the training ground, Wylan looked at the crooked clone, covered his head, and felt ashamed. Fortunately, there was no one around, otherwise his wise image would be ruined. Suddenly, footsteps were heard in the distance. Wylan was quick to merge the clone into his body. He turned around and saw that it was his personal attendant. Window tabula equals window, tabula tabula. Push mode, thumbs feed 01, container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x 250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x 250 target type mix. Lord, there's a letter from Windsor Castle. Look, it's time. After thinking it over, it's already mid-April, and the Principality of Braham should be in chaos. He took the letter, opened it, and read it. As he guessed, his father asked him to rush to the border of Dany Province before May 15th. Kyle, pack up and leave in 3 days. Lord, how many people will you take this time? Kyle asked. You and I can be alone. It's useless to go with more people. The war between the two countries is not a joke. Bron's followers are just cannon fodder. It's better to let them stay in the territory to practice. Kyle got the order and left the training ground. Immediately to prepare. Before leaving, Wylan visited Miss Anastasia, Mr. Oder, the owner of the Adventura Tavern, Ulgetta, and several archons such as Bair. On April 25th, Wylan and Kyle left Kixing territory and headed for the provincial capital of Dany Province. In the capital of Dany Province, troops were teleported in batches, and after receiving the necessary supplies, they moved towards the border and assembled. Outside the teleportation array hall, Wylan saw a familiar person in the crowd at a glance. Uncle Mag. Wylan handed the horse to Kyle and walked forward to greet him. Mag turned his head and bowed. Master Wylan, the master asked me to pick you up, please follow me. Following Mag, Wylan and Kyle left Dany Province and headed towards the border between the Kingdom of Elijah and the Principality of Braham. Uncle Mag, how many troops did the kingdom mobilize this time? Looking at the endless army, Wylan asked curiously. Hearing this, Mag shook his head and said, it's not clear for the time being. 3 days later, the three arrived at the camp of the Border Expedition Corps. Compared with the Brazilian, a camp where they had stayed before, this camp called Bair Camp is obviously much more formal. Looking around, only nobles above the earl level are qualified to fly the flag. Unless they are powerful, nobles below the viscount level will all become logistics and transportation troops. After passing through layers of inspection, the three arrived at the camp where the family army is located. This time, his father Angus personally led the army and led 30,000 troops to join the Expeditionary Corps. Since this is only a local conflict, the number of troops sent by each family is limited, and it is impossible for you to pull all the troops over. Father. Entering the tent, Wylan stepped forward and saluted. Here you are. Angus stopped writing and looked at his son with a smile. Come and sit next to me. Wylan heard this and sat down next to his father. Angus put aside his official business and began to explain the situation of the Expeditionary Corps to his son. The commander of the Expeditionary Corps is Cirid Silves, the uncle of His Majesty King Belgrav, a general with rich combat experience. There are 2 legends accompanying the army. One is a legendary mid-level knight, Caesar Miller Silves, the father of the commander of the Expeditionary Corps. The other is named Zyamisi Silves, a legendary low-level arcanist and the cousin of His Majesty Belgrav. The Expeditionary Corps consists of 10 corps, including 5 Kingdom Corps and 5 Noble Corps. The 5 Kingdom Corps are the 6th Corps, the 8th Corps, the 3rd Silver Knights, the S.th Silver Knights, and the 4th Magic Corps, with a total of 200,000 people. The 5 Noble Corps, the Budball Corps, the Cadlian Corps, the Simmies Corps, the Rodent Corps, and our family's X-Corps, totaling 270,000 troops. The others are all logistics and transportation troops, with about 200,000 people. The names of the 5 Noble Corps are all named after the family surnames. The first 4 are famous marquis families, and only the X family is an earl family. Angus saw the doubt in Varen's eyes and explained with a smile. Half of the families did not participate this time, so our family easily got the command of a legion. Those families are trying their best to stockpile troops for the national war with the Ironforged Dwarf Mountain Kingdom. Father, you can't say that. Although our title is the Earl family, it is actually no different from the Marquis family. That's right, but it's better to be low-key. Angus was not angry at Varen for contradicting him. I will put 5,000 people under your name, and Dread will be your deputy commander to command the army. You just need to stay in this position. Uncle Dread. Hearing this name, Varen recalled the Guardian Knight who wore a mask all year round and did not show his true face. He was one of his father's most trusted guardian knights. Yes, Dread is much better than your father. With his help, you will have more than enough military merit to get the Viscount this time. Thank you, father. Varon was very moved and thanked Angus. The army will address me by my position from now on. Yes, your excellency, the Legion commander. Okay, Mag, take Varon to the 3rd Battalion to receive the troops. Angus turned to Mag standing at the edge of the tent and ordered. Yes, my lord. Mag bowed and saluted and took Varon out of the tent. Located to the east of the Aix Legion's garrison is the garrison of the 3rd Battalion. Soon Varon met Dread, a very mysterious man. Master Varon. Dread bowed and saluted, a standard aristocratic etiquette with a very calm tone, and no fluctuations in his tone could be heard. Uncle Dread, I'm sorry to bother you during this time of working with the Expeditionary Corps. Wyland did not put on airs as a young master and exchanged greetings with the other party. I have heard the master's orders, but I hope that young Master Wyland will not interfere with my decisions during the battle. Dread looked at Wyland through the mask. His tone was neither sad nor happy, and he looked like a stranger who didn't want to be approached. Uncle Dread, just do your best and treat me as a mascot. Wyland naturally didn't take the other party's offense to heart, and he didn't hate him. Insufficient actual combat experience is insufficient. This time he was just learning from the other party and trying to gain military merits. Dread turned around and took out a roster and handed it to Wyland, saying, the X-Corps has 10 battalions, each with 5,000 men. The 1st to 6th battalions are the family's armies, and the 7th to 10th battalions are the armies of the 4 Earl families, all of which are on good terms with the X family and under the command of the Master. Among them, the 3rd Battalion has 5,000 men, divided into 6 infantry battalions, 4 archer battalions, a cavalry unit, and a camp guard squadron. The infantry battalion has the same organization as the archer battalion, with 6 squadrons, 320 high-level warrior apprentices, 80 bronze warriors, 20 silver warriors, and a gold warrior in charge of commanding the army, with a total of about 400 combat personnel. The Knight Corps has a golden knight in command, and is under the command of 3 knight squadrons. Each squadron has 100 high-level knight attendants, 50 bronze knights, and 15 silver knights. The Guard Squadron has 211 members, which is the Guard of the Tent and also the Guard of the Military Flag. There are 150 bronze warriors, 55 silver warriors, and 5 golden warriors. I am the squadron leader. Lord Wyland, may I ask if we can review the troops now? Dryde's address changed. Wyland pondered for a while and said, General Dryde, go and assemble the troops. After receiving the order, Dryde beat his chest and saluted, left the tent, notified the guards, and assembled the troops. At the same time, Wyland took out the full set of equipment from the space ring and put it on as quickly as possible. After hearing the noise outside stop, Wyland put on his helmet and walked out of the tent, and saw that all 5,000 people had been assembled. Every soldier in the 3rd Battalion was fully armored and had a dagger on his waist. This was uniform equipment. Different from the types of soldiers, they are equipped with spears, long swords, shields, and iron bows. Captain, 5,000 people put their right hands on their chests and bowed their heads. There is no rebelliousness as imagined, nor contemptuous eyes. As the standing army of the Eagle Territory, they unconditionally obey the orders of the head of the family on the first day they enter the army. Even if it is just an ordinary person who serves as the battalion commander, they must unconditionally obey the orders of the other party. With a serious face, Wyland did not speak, walking in the army array and inspecting his troops. As a newly appointed battalion commander, he wants his soldiers to remember his face in this way, which is also the significance of the first inspection of the troops. After this formality, Wyland said a few words and ordered the troops to disband, and at the same time called the gold-level professionals of each unit into the tent. The 3rd Battalion has 15 gold warriors and 1 gold knight. The gold warriors are subdivided into 5 swordsmen, 3 spearmen, 4 archers, and 3 shieldmen. Including himself, Dread, and Kyle, there are a total of 19 people in the tent. Seeing this, Kyle stood behind Wyland in full armor and did not sit with the other officers. Delayed sat in the first seat on the left, and the other 16 people sat down one by one. However, the first seat on the right was left vacant. No one could sit facing Drade. This was the rule. You already know my name, so I won't introduce it to you anymore. From today on, I will officially take over the 3rd Battalion. During the expeditionary operation, General Drade's combat orders are the first sequence, and everyone must obey them unconditionally, including me, the battalion commander. Yes, sir, the 16 people stood up and answered. In the next half an hour, Wylan asked everyone to introduce their information and remember the content in their hearts. Perhaps his father intended to strengthen his troops. Each of the 16 golden professionals has more than 2 combat skills and has served in the army for no less than 30 years, which is older than his age. In the next half a month, the Expeditionary Corps will make final preparations. On June 1, 9726 of the glorious calendar, following the order of Commander Sirid, 470,000 combat troops, 280,000 logistics troops, and 750,000 troops, claiming to be 1,000,000 troops, crossed the border and entered the southern part of the Principality of Braham. At the same time, 1,000,000 troops of the Kingdom of Bashio entered the northern part of the Principality of Braham to help the Grand Prince Kaya fight for the position of Grand Duke of the Principality of Braham. The problem left behind 1,000 years ago broke out 1,000 years later. The two kingdoms used the Principality of Braham as a stage and used war to end this historical legacy. As the last batch of troops to enter the Principality of Braham, Wylan looked back at the border of the kingdom, wondering how many years it would take to return to the kingdom of Ilyus. The scale of this war was larger than he had imagined, not counting the Principality of Braham's own army. The armies of the two kingdoms alone were nearly 2,000,000. Regardless of the outcome, after this battle, the population of the Principality of Braham would definitely drop sharply. In the southern region of the Principality of Braham, Dany Province, the southern allied forces, led by the third prince, gathered more than 500,000 troops, causing the local public security to decline rapidly. Free people fled one after another, and slaves and serfs were forcibly requisitioned. On June 15th, in front of the Central Army tent of the Dany camp, 30 kilometers west of the capital of Dany Province, Great Uncle, the third Prince Alan bowed and saluted. Sirid Silves, who was known for his indifference, smiled and helped Alan Braham up personally. Your Highness the third Prince, you are handsome and talented, and you are the only candidate for the successor to the Grand Duke of the Principality of Braham. Great Uncle, you are joking, Alan said modestly and then made a gesture of invitation. Please come in. Sirid did not refuse and entered the Central Army tent first, followed by Alan, the second to enter the Central Army tent. The generals of the various corps of the Expeditionary Army entered the Central Army tent, and finally the generals of the Southern Army of Braham. At this moment, after marching for half a month, a camp in the east camp of Dany camp finally settled down. Since entering the Dany province of the Principality of Braham, there has been a desolate scene everywhere. Except for the grain transport team, there's basically no human habitation. The eldest Prince Kaya occupied the royal city and stationed troops in the central region, pointing to the southern provinces. Some wealthy families have fled abroad, and those who are too poor have gathered together to keep each other warm and try to survive this war. In addition, various adventure groups are active in the central region, acting as spies for both sides, earning 2 profits from 1 intelligence, and being extremely greedy. On June 25, Sirid Silves was sworn in as the commander-in-chief of the coalition forces in the name of His Majesty King Belgrav, commanding 750,000 troops of the Expeditionary Army and 550,000 troops of the Southern Coalition, totaling 1.3 million troops. The war for the status of the Grand Duke's heir began, and the army slowly moved. 3 days later, Oxley Mercedes, the younger brother of King Kaladin Mercedes of Basio, took over the position of commander-in-chief of the coalition forces, deployed defenses in the central region, and fought against the southern army. As a country that believes in the goddess of life, the Kingdom of Ilyus is an extremely warlike country, and its military combat effectiveness is well known in various countries. On the contrary, as a country that believes in the god of war, the Kingdom of Basio has a medium level of military combat effectiveness. The great contrast is due to the related national policies implemented by the two countries. The Kingdom of Ilia pursues pioneering and enterprising spirit, and is brave and aggressive. The Basio Kingdom believes in order of respect and hierarchy, and blood is precious. Because of this, even though the Basio Kingdom Expeditionary Force plus the Northern Allied Forces have a total of 1.8 million people, Oxley, as the commander of the Northern Allied Forces, dares not attack rashly, and is prepared to defend the city-state in the central region to consume the enemy's manpower. Window. Tabula equals window. Tabula. Push mode. Thumbs feed 01. Container. Tabula below article thumbnail 300x 250 placement. Below article thumbnail 300x 250 target type mix. For this strategy, the commander of the Southern Allied Forces, Cirid, felt like a thorn in his throat. He could only deploy the army, pull out these nails one by one, and then look for the right time. As both are human camps, even if the two countries are now hostile, the battlefield order should still be followed. Nobles can be killed on the battlefield, but they cannot be killed after being captured. In addition, looting the enemy-occupied areas is also tacitly allowed. The Principality of Balbourne is in chaos, but the neighboring iron-forged dwarf mountain kingdom has not made any extra moves in order to cope with the war with the two human kingdoms. 5 years later, the iron-forged dwarf mountain kingdom is eager for the two human kingdoms to fight bloody battles to reduce the pressure of the subsequent war. However, this matter can only be thought about in dreams. All countries know that the two kingdoms are not serious, otherwise it is not just an expeditionary corps. In early July, a military order was conveyed to the 3rd Battalion of the X-Corps. Wylan took the order from the herald and opened it to check. It clearly read the order of the headquarters. Order your troops to capture the Fire Leaf City in Chris Province within half a month. Chris Province is adjacent to Dany Province and is now under the control of the Northern Alliance. It is also a coastal province and is very rich thanks to its maritime trade with other countries. Fire Leaf City is located in the southern part of Chris Province. Close to the coast, the nobleman here is Ikalan Hengens. Account, the territory covers an area of about 8,000 square kilometers and the garrison has only 15,000 soldiers, General Dread. This is a great job. Wylan smiled and handed the military order of the headquarters to Dread beside him. Dread took the military order, read it carefully, looked up at Wylan and said, according to the information given by the headquarters, the strongest person in Fireleaf City is Ikalan's third grandfather, who has only a mid-level gold warrior. There's also a Fire Leaf Guard with about 300 people, 250 bronze warriors and 50 silver warriors. With the general here, military merits are easy to obtain. Wylan was confident about this operation. Dread ranked 3rd in strength among the 18 Guardian Knights under his father. As a low-level Soul Knight, it was easy to deal with a mere earldom of the Dukedom of Balbourne. Dread did not despise Wylan's words when he heard them. He said in a serious tone, "Don't take it lightly, sir. Don't despise any opponent. The slightest mistake will determine the direction of victory in a local war." The general is right. Wylan humbly learned and did not refute the other party. Kyle sat behind him, wrote down Dread's words word for word, and prepared to go back and study them repeatedly. 2 days later, the army set off. In addition to the 5,000 troops of the headquarters, there was another battalion of 3,000 troops belonging to the Southern Army of the Principality of Balbourne, which was led by Wylan. Neither Wylan nor Dread looked down on these 3,000 people. As the battalion commander, Born-Willich also knew that his subordinates had low combat effectiveness. Among the 3,000 troops, there were only 50 silver professionals and 200 bronze professionals. Among the remaining soldiers, 2/3 were low-level apprentices. Such an army, placed in the expeditionary corps of the Kingdom of Ilia, was only suitable as a logistics force. Therefore, Born had self-knowledge and rushed to do chores such as setting up camp, patrolling, making fire and cooking, just to show his value. During the march, all the 3rd Battalion wore armor. With their strength, The weapons and equipment weighing only 100 kilograms was like the weight of a piece of clothing. After 7 days of marching, the 8,000-man army crossed the border between Dany Province and Kris Province, walked through a desolate area, and entered the scope of Hoi territory. At this moment, in Hoi City, the central area of Hoi territory, Hoi Earl Icalan Hengens walked back and forth in the city lord's mansion, feeling depressed and constantly thinking about countermeasures in his mind. 3 days ago, he already knew that a force of less than 10,000 people from the southern allied forces entered Kris Province, and the destination was obviously Hoi territory. If it was the army of his own country, there would be no need to worry so much. With the 15,000 troops in his hands and the help of the city walls, he could easily resist the opponent's attack and even annihilate the opponent. But the army that came was the army of the Ilyus Kingdom Expeditionary Corps, and the confidence of winning was directly shattered. Icalan, sit down first. Walking around makes me dizzy. A white-haired old man knocked on the table and said in a deep voice, "Third Grandpa, I'm scared." Icalan stopped and looked at the white-haired old man with a bitter face. Alas, he was not afraid. He could only blame the Grand Duke for leaving, so that the Principality of Balbourne fell into civil strife, and the eldest prince and the third prince chose to introduce foreign troops. Lord Earl, the messenger from Kris City, is visiting. A knight entered the hall and reported respectfully. Icalan showed a happy expression and ordered the knight, "Please come in quickly." A moment later, a middle-aged man entered the hall and bowed. "Lord Icalan, good afternoon." What did the governor say? Icalan ignored the noble etiquette and grabbed the other party's hand and asked hurriedly, "Lord Icalan, the governor means that you need to hold on to Hoi City. He has mobilized the nobles in the northern region of Kris Province to send troops. It will only take 1 month for the reinforcements to arrive." Then do you know that the army of the southern allied forces has entered the Fireleaf territory? With my army, how can I resist the army of the Ilyus Kingdom Expeditionary Corps? Icalan shook off the messenger's hand and looked at him angrily. "Lord Icalan, for the glory of the Northern Alliance, for Prince Kaya's strategy, and for the stability of Kris Province, you—" The messenger looked at the angry earl in front of him, gritted his teeth and continued, "You can't retreat, you can only hold on. Get out, get out." Icalan drew the sword of the guard beside him, chopped on the door frame and shouted loudly. Seeing the furious Earl of Fireleaf like a lion, the messenger was frightened and pale, bowed and saluted, and left the hall. "Okay, Icalan, we can't retreat now. We can only fight on." The white-haired old man stood up, held Icalan's hand, took back the sword and handed it to the guard. "If we are defeated and captured, we still have a way to survive. If we flee without fighting, you and I will only become the chicken that is killed to scare the monkeys. Third Grandpa, everything depends on you." Icalan looked at his elders and bowed. The white-haired old man helped his junior up and said, calmly, "Go and gather more troops, collect the surrounding food to Hoi City, destroy the roads along the way and delay time." "Yes, sir." Icalan saluted again, left the hall, summoned officials and officers, and asked them to recruit young and strong men and collect food from all over Hoi City, and at the same time increase the city defense and dig deep traps outside the city. These are useless to the strong. Icalan can only pray that the other party does not have a soul-level strongman, otherwise Hoi City will not last even a day. Outside a small town on the edge of Hoi territory, 8,000 troops were advancing slowly in 10-square formations. On the low wall, hundreds of hunters holding inferior bows and arrows, young and strong men and soldiers were shaking with trembling legs, looking at the approaching army, and their faces were pale with fear. Even the mayor of the town, looking at all this, had countless heroic words in his heart, but now he couldn't say a word and stared blankly at the continuous advancement of the southern army. Hoi town governed no more than 20,000 people. After several rounds of escape, only more than 15,000 people were left. They gathered young and strong men and women, adventurers recruited with money, plus local security teams, garrisons and merchants' guards, only more than 6,000 people. Among them, 4,000 people were serfs and civilians who had just picked up weapons. Only 2,000 people had combat experience, and only 300 people had participated in regular wars. The mayor of Hoyu town held the guardrail tightly to prevent himself from falling down in fear. "Mayor, why don't we surrender?" a middle-aged man reported to the young man with a bitter face. "Captain Lake, is there really no hope?" Hoyu town's face turned pale, and he looked at the captain of the guard team and asked in a trembling voice, "Mayor, there is no hope. With my strength, I am not as good as a captain of the other side. Forcible resistance is just to add military merit to the other side." He did not want to surrender without a fight, and wanted to turn the situation on the battlefield by his own strength. With his strength as a silver-level mid-level warrior, he is a well-known figure in Hoyu town, but in the elite army of a big country, he is no different from cannon fodder. It's not that he doesn't want to fight against the other side, but because of the gap in strength, he has to compromise. The mayor of Hoyu town looked at the army less than a kilometer away from the low wall. After struggling in his heart, he ordered the captain of the security team, "Hang the white flag, surrender, surrender." In the Central Army formation of the 3rd Battalion, Wylan was about to order the entire army to attack, but he didn't expect the other side to simply hang a white flag. "General Dredd, do you think the other side is cheating? Setting up an ambush in the town to lure our army, to underestimate the enemy and advance?" Rashly, Wylan turned to look at Dredd and asked him, "Just let Bourne will send 500 people in. If the other side cheats our army, there is no need for this town to exist." Dredd's voice, without any emotion, made Wylan feel terrified. On the other side, Bourne Willich received an order to let a silver intermediate warrior lead 500 soldiers to enter the town to receive the surrendered northern troops. Because the city gate was blocked by a pile of earth, it would take time to clean it up. So Hoyu town could only lower the ladder to let Bourne Willich's army climb up the city wall. The whole process went very smoothly, and no one dared to resist, even those adventurers who came for money. The Hoyu town garrison, whose weapons were confiscated, was driven to clean up the pile of earth, open the city gate, and let the large army enter the city. "Sir, I wonder which unit you are from." The captain of the security team looked at the officer of equal strength in front of him, handed over a bag of gold coins, and asked. The silver-level warrior who led the team, who was also from the Principality of Braham, looked at the money and relaxed his expression. He asked his deputy to continue to command the troops to take over the defense of the town, and then came to the side with the captain of the Firefish Town security team and whispered, "We are all from the same country. I will give you a piece of advice. The commander of the army this time is from the Expeditionary Corps of the Kingdom of Ilyus, as you guessed. According to the information revealed by my master, this master is of great origin. He is the son of an earl, and his father serves in the Expeditionary Corps as the commander. These are what I know. As for your fate, it depends on how you perform. I can only say this much." The captain of the security team said gratefully, "Thank you. It's okay, we didn't fight head-on. Besides, we are all from the Principality of Braham. Now we each serve our own masters and have no choice." The officer put the money in his arms, stood up, and said to the captain of the security team. Half an hour later, the mound at the gate of the city was cleared, and all the weapons of the garrison in the town were confiscated. Wylan, who was far outside the city, received the news and ordered the troops to enter the city. "After sleeping in the wilderness all the way, we finally have a place to stay tonight." After entering the city and taking a short rest, Wylan summoned the military officers to hold a meeting after learning detailed information from the mayor of Hoyu town. Bourne received the news, put down his work, ran to the hall first, and sat in the last seat very consciously. After everyone arrived, Wylan signaled to Dredd that the meeting could begin. Seeing this, Dredd stood up, looked around, and said in a deep voice, "According to the information revealed by the mayor of Hoyu town, Hoy City is actively preparing for war, recruiting young men, digging traps, searching for food, destroying roads and burning fields, as if to fight to the death with our army. But I don't know where he got the courage to confront us." Once this was said, except for the outsider Bourne, everyone else agreed with General Dredd's words. Account of a principality, with a weak army and a small land area, even if it relies on the geographical advantage of the coast and has a lot of wealth, how can it resist the army from the Eagle? Bourne Willich looked down at the expressions of the people around him and couldn't help but lower his head. Perhaps this is the army of a great country. The army under the command of a count has such momentum which is far beyond their reach. Within 5 days, capture Hoi City and complete the task assigned to us by the headquarters. Yes, sir. Everyone answered in unison. Willich stays, and the others go down to rest. After the others left, only Varen, Kyle, Dread, and Bone were left in the entire town hall. Lord Welland, General Dread, I don't know what your orders are. Willich took a few steps forward, saluted the two of them, and said respectfully. Seeing this, Wyland said, You select 2,000 of the surrendered troops from Hoyo Town and add them to your command to supplement the strength of your department. I wonder what the Lord needs us to do. Willich never believed in unprovoked overtures. There must be a reason. Dread looked at the nobleman of the Principality of Braham in front of him and couldn't help but give him a high look in his heart and said, In the next battle, you will need to escort our army spoils, and you will be allowed to share 10% of the profits. Lord Willan, General Dread, I will definitely restrain my subordinates. If there is any financial loss, I am willing to make up for it. Willich's face became excited, and he said to the two of them, You only have 1 day, go down and prepare. Yes, sir. After Willich left, Varen looked at Dread and asked, General Dread, how much wealth do you think we can gain this time? Hoi territory is close to the sea. As a coastal city, Hoi City must have a lot of wealth. As long as we fight quickly, there will be little loss of wealth. That's right, we have to take Hoi City quickly and can't let these thieves take our money away. Wyland said excitedly after hearing this. Drade took a deep look at Wyland, as if he saw the greedy side of the fifth young master. He had also heard from his master about Wyland's deeds of making more than 100 million gold coins. Wyland didn't know what his general was thinking, but he enjoyed the process of robbing. Who doesn't like to make a fortune? 2 days later, the army set out again, and the 5,000 troops of the 3rd Battalion advanced at full speed and headed straight for Hoi City. Willich's 5,000 troops slowed down and advanced along the road, training 2,000 newly joined troops while confiscating horses, oxen, or local livestock along the way to provide enough animal power for transporting materials. Hoyo Town is 150 kilometers away from Hoi City in a straight line, and the actual distance is more than 200 kilometers. For this distance, the 3rd Battalion marched directly, spent 8 hours, marched 200 kilometers, and rested 20 kilometers outside Hoi City to recuperate and recover their strength. The damaged roads on the way were not worth mentioning to them. At this moment, the lights in the Hoi City Lord's mansion were bright, and the hall was full of people, and everyone had lingering sorrow in their eyes. My lords, within 5 days, all the young and strong men in Hoi City, Mushy Town, Sanai Town, and other 1 city and 6 towns will be recruited, and the number of defenders will be expanded to 50,000, including 35,000 in Hoi City and 15,000 in Hengen's castle. A middle-aged general stood up and reported to Ikalan and the white-haired old man on the first seat. My lords, I just received news that Hoyo Town was occupied 2 days ago. The mayor of Hoyo Town surrendered without a fight. After the middle-aged general finished reporting, another person stood up to report. Hearing this news, Ikalan did not have an overly excited expression. Even if the enemy army appeared outside the city now, he would not. Sir, the enemy army appeared 20 kilometers away, with a number of about 5,000. A messenger ran into the city lord's mansion, entered the hall, knelt on the ground, and reported to everyone. This is impossible. How can it be so fast? Ikalan panicked instantly. Could it be that the destruction of the road in the past few days has no effect at all? Don't these people need military rations? Even if the military rations are carried with them, siege equipment is not needed. Countless thoughts popped up in his mind, disturbing his mind. Notify them to close the city gates and seal them with mud and stones. At the same time, let the army go up to the city wall to prevent enemy sneak attacks at any time. The white-haired old man gave orders very calmly. As one military general after another left, the atmosphere became more and more tense. Ikalan, leave Fire Leaf City to me. You go back and garrison Hengen's castle. That is our foundation. There can't be any mistakes. Yes, 3rd Grandpa. Ikalin took a deep breath, stood up and bowed, then left the city lord's mansion, led the fire leaf guard, and rushed back to Henjin's castle overnight. Gradually, there were only a few people left in the hall, and the white-haired old man waved his hand and asked the remaining people to go out. As a golden knight who lived for 250 years, he still had more than 30 years left to live. Looking back on his life, he participated in many wars, but most of them were to assist the armies of the kingdom of Ilia and the kingdom of Basio to attack the iron-forged dwarf mountain kingdom. Goddess of Life bless, don't have soul-level strongmen on the opposite side, otherwise Fire Leaf City can't even defend for a day. Most people in the southern part of the Principality of Braham believe in the Goddess of Life, but the Kingdom of Ilia is also a country of faith in the Goddess of Life, and the Church of Life remains silent on the conflict of this war. If the enemy believes in the God of War, they will let the priests help defend the city in the form of volunteers. However, for the enemy, which was the expeditionary army of the Kingdom of Ilia, they directly closed the church, only took in the refugees who could not survive, and refused the visits of other nobles. At dawn the next day, the Mage Tower in the center of Hoi City was activated, and a magic sky curtain covered the city. The white-haired old man put on his armor and looked at the magic defense sky curtain that appeared, feeling much more at ease. With the power provided by the medium-sized element pool under the Mage Tower, most long-range attacks can be blocked, and at the same time, the strength of the enemy's strong men can be suppressed, reducing the destructive power of their combat skill. But every half an hour, an intermediate magic crystal must be used up to act as an energy primer, which made him feel a little distressed. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the whole army set out and slowly approached Hoi City. On the red phosphorus horse, Wylan looked at the light blue magic defense sky in the distance and said, "Hoi City is really rich. It can afford the magic defense sky. The color is dim. It must be powered by a medium-sized element pool. With intermediate magic crystals as energy triggers, it can only withstand the fierce attacks of high-level gold professionals. Dread can judge the power of the magic defense sky by the color of it. General Dread, what if high-level magic crystals are used as energy triggers?" Wylan pondered for a while and turned to ask. If the medium-sized element pool is matched with high-level magic crystals as energy triggers, the subordinates are powerless and can only let the army climb the city wall and force the city to break. Dread lowered his head slightly and answered Wylan. "I see." Knowing the reason, Wylan also knew why high-level magic crystals were so precious and were the hard currency of various countries. In the past, I only knew that high-level magic crystals were expensive and had many unimaginable uses. At least I learned something from Dread's explanation. On the way forward, Dread also explained to Wylan some uses of advanced magic crystals on the battlefield, which opened his eyes. These things could not be learned from books. The three golden swordsmen walked in front of the queue. With their keen observation, they made the traps deployed by Hoi City disappear without a trace, without even a little effect. At noon, 6 kilometers away from Hoi City, the army stopped to rest and eat. A team of 6 golden warriors began to clear the traps outside Hoi City and clear the obstacles on the way forward. The white-haired old man stood on the city wall, watching the traps he deployed being destroyed, clenching his fists, feeling powerless in his heart. It's difficult. He was the only leader on his side, and he could only watch the other side clear the traps. Seeing this, the white-haired old man had already concluded in his heart that he would definitely lose. Just hold on for as many days as you can. It's also an experience. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the troops assembled, formed 6 square formations, and moved forward. In the center of the army, Wylan looked at General Dread with expectant eyes. When he was 2 kilometers away from Hoi City, Dread left his mount, floated in the air, and drew his weapon. On the city wall, the white-haired old man looked at the enemy who appeared in the air. His face changed drastically, and his heart sank to the bottom of the valley. Only the soul-level strong can float in the air. Seeing this, he seemed to have seen the end of Hoi City. "Quick, aim at the air and fire for me." The warriors behind the 4 magic cannons heard the order and embedded a mid-level magic crystal into the groove. The next moment, the 4 magic cannons began to charge. Only 10 seconds later, 4 energy balls flew out of the magic defense sky at a very fast speed and rushed straight towards Dread. Under the mask, Dread smiled contemptuously, holding the knight's sword tightly with both hands, charging and slashing. A huge fiery red blade appeared, slashing through the sky, cutting the 4 energy balls in half and detonating in the air. The power of the fiery red blade did not decrease, and it collided with the magic defense sky. The huge storm spread around, and the earth began to tremble. Even 2 kilometers away from the magic sky curtain, Wylan felt a gust of hot wind blowing past. The white-haired old man looked at the looming magic defense sky curtain, and before he could react, he jumped off the city wall at the fastest speed. Before he landed, the second fiery red blade followed, and the magic defense sky curtain that everyone had high hopes for was shattered. The aftermath of the attack continued, and the 13-meter-high city wall was shattered. Thousands of soldiers on the city wall were thrown into the air. The lucky ones fell into the city and survived by chance. The unlucky ones were torn to pieces by the aftermath and turned into blood and flesh. The white-haired old man who escaped by chance stood up. With the help of the soldiers, looked at the ruined city wall and spit out a mouthful of blood. Raise the white flag and surrender. The officer received the order, tore off half a piece of white cloth on the side, found a long spear and hung it up. Just 2 attacks destroyed their hopes, and fighting again was no different from sending themselves to death. Wylan, who was far outside the city, looked at the scene in front of him, and then looked at Dread in the air, his eyes gleaming. Attack! With Wylan's order, except for the escort squadron, the other soldiers led by the officers maintained their formation and marched towards Hoy City with steady steps. The smoke dissipated, and Dread saw the scene in the city clearly, fell from the air, and returned to his beloved mount. This old red phosphorus horse did not have too many magical powers, just because he was a nostalgic person. General Dread, awesome. Looking at the mysterious man on the side, Wylan thought for a long time and finally said this. Dread's eyes revealed calmness, without the momentum just now, and said lightly, Master Wylan, you're too kind. Because of Dread's action, everything became so ordinary. When the defenders of Hoy City saw the army of the 3rd Battalion, they knelt down and begged for surrender directly, without any intention of resistance. The soldiers of the 3rd Battalion did not make things difficult for this group of people. They collected their weapons, took them outside the city, and kept them under guard, waiting for the arrangement of the superiors. Soon, the escort squadron entered the city lord's mansion, drove out the idlers, and officially took over the place. Wylan, Dread, and others entered the city lord's mansion and looked around. It was in line with his guess that it was indeed a dog-rich family. Not long after, the white-haired old man and important officials of Hoy City were brought to the hall of the city lord's mansion. At the head was a young man. The masked strong man who frightened him was sitting below. Seeing all this, he instantly understood that he was being brushed off by the other party as a military achievement. However, all this is not important. What needs to be done now is how to completely retain his family and the ruling status of Hoy territory. As for Hengen's castle, there are still 15,000 troops. In front of this person, it is just an extra trip. Respected Sir Dornk Hengens of the Hengens family greets you. The white-haired old man took a step forward, knelt directly on the ground, bowed his head, and saluted the young man in the upper position, with a lonely tone in his respectful tone. Dornk Hengens, I am very curious. Although Chris Province is located in the central area of Braham Principality, it borders Nancy Province. Why did you turn to the Northern Army? Wylan looked at the old man who was about to be buried and asked curiously. Sir, the ancestor of the Hengens family was the knight who married His Highness Kaya's grandmother. Although he finally transferred to the Grand Duke, now that the Grand Duke has passed away, thanks to this connection, and His Highness Kaya occupied the capital, we will turn to His Highness Kaya's Northern Army. Okay, everything is over. Now I have the final say in the Fire Leaf territory. Wylan roughly knew the reason, so he was not in the mood to learn about the other party's family history. 3 days later, I will send an official letter to the Southern Army Command. Now you can go down. If you have any questions, you can find my attendant Kyle. Hearing the other party's words, the white-haired old man understood instantly, saluted respectfully, and was then taken away by the soldiers for detention. General Dread, you have made the greatest contribution this time. I am going to give you half of the profits of Fireleaf City, and the other half will be distributed to the soldiers in the battle. As for Born-Willich's army, 1,000,000 gold coins will be enough for them. I thank you on behalf of the soldiers of the 3rd Battalion. Dread stood up and saluted, saying to Wylan. Wellen stood up and stepped forward to help Dread up. The person they really should thank is you, my general. Without you, how could they easily break through Fireleaf City? That night, a handwritten letter from the white-haired old man was delivered to Icalan Hengens. The next morning, Hengens Castle opened its gates and surrendered, and Icalan, the Earl, was also escorted to Hoy City to wait for processing. As a promise, Wylan would not touch anything in Hengens Castle, but the Hengens family needed to pay 20,500,000 gold coins for redemption and compensation. In Hoy City, after 3 days and 3 nights of looting, the wealth obtained formed a thick book. Thanks to Wylan's military order, this looting operation only targeted the wealthy families in the city. For this order, all the members of the 3rd Battalion agreed with both hands. It would be more fun to go to the wealthy families to loot the land than to make money for the common people. About 35 million gold coins, about 130 million silver coins, and too many copper coins to count. So I haven't counted them yet. 3 sets of extraordinary armor, 6 extraordinary knight swords, 63 sets of excellent warrior equipment, 660 sets of excellent warrior equipment, 3, 800 sets of iron armor, 5, 400 sets of leather armor, 4 magic cannons, and about 30,000 other weapons. 1,800 intermediate magic crystals, 12,000 low-level magic crystals, nearly 30,000 magic pearls, more than 430 elementary magic books and elementary night breathing methods, and 170,000 other related books. 20,000 kilograms of fire shell powder, 1,300 bottles of thermal solvent. Kyle read from the account book. Wylan sat on the chair and listened. More than an hour passed like this. More than half of the items were local specialties. Wylan didn't know the names, but it didn't prevent him from knowing the value of these things. After statistics, the final result was that the wealth looted from Hoy City, except for books, which could not be valued, was worth 1.5 billion gold coins, almost all the wealth accumulated by the nobles and merchants in Hoy City for hundreds of years. As for the constant wailing of the nobles and merchants in the city, what does it have to do with him? Seeing so much money, Wylan couldn't help but sigh that war is the best time to make a fortune. But it is only because Hoy City is close to the sea and relies on maritime trade that it has accumulated so much wealth. If it were an inland city, it might not be possible to loot 10 earldoms of the Duchy of Borgongen to have so much wealth. Thinking of this, Wylan regretted letting go of Hengens Castle. Since he had made a promise, he had to abide by it and could not change it easily. Afterwards, Wylan asked Kyle to send someone to inform his father to send a reliable person to receive this huge fortune. On the other side, when Dread learned about the total amount of income from Fireleaf City, his serious expression could not be held back. "What did you say? Say it again." Upon hearing this, the deputy captain of the guard squadron repeated what Wylan had told him. "General, the income of Fireleaf City is worth 1.5 billion gold coins. According to the agreement between Lord Wylan and you will receive wealth worth 75 million gold coins." "Well, you go down first, let me take a break." "I'll take my leave." After the deputy captain of the guard squadron left, Dread still didn't come back to his senses. 75 million gold coins, so much. It seems that I have lived for more than 100 years. And all the wealth of my little family is less than 20 million gold coins. Dread is now 131 years old and has 2 wives, one from the side branch of the X family and the other from the Viscount's legitimate daughter. They have 5 sons and 3 daughters, 3 of whom are already married. From him, the 3rd generation has 8 people. Among Angus's 18 guardian knights, only 3 grew to the soul level, and he was the youngest one. As a gift, his 3rd son became the guardian knight of Ilyus, which was considered to be the inheritance of his father. With so much money, it may be that Master Wylan did not predict how much wealth there is in Hoy City. As this idea grew, Delayed finally decided to tell his master Angus about this matter, and let him deal with the wealth worth 75 million gold coins. With the capture of Hoi City, Weilin was completely idle. According to the previous promise, Weilin returned the governance of Hoi City to the Henjin's family, and the price was that the other party joined the Southern Army. As for the so-called 50,000 troops, the conscripted men were disbanded, and qualified soldiers were absorbed, and finally formed an army of 10,000 people, which was under the command of the 3rd Battalion of the X-Legion and was responsible for the defense of Hoi territory. As for the weapons and equipment of the army, Weilin was very kind to let the Henjin's family buy back the previously confiscated iron armor, leather armor, and various weapons at 80% of the market price. Every time he thought about it, Kyle felt that the master's new robbery method was good. It not only reduced the inventory pressure, but also earned a lot of money. He must learn it well. In the Nanchi camp, Angus looked at the letters sent before and after, one from his son and the other from his subordinates. Did this kid commit a crime? Angus opened the letter from Weilin with full of doubts, looking at the wealth recorded on it, and his heart was filled with miscellaneous grains. This kid is lucky in wealth, and he can make a fortune wherever he goes. As for the huge wealth that was looted from Hoi City, Angus didn't care. If he could rob it, it would be considered that his son was capable. Some people can't get money, even if you give them the opportunity to rob. Mag, call Migos over. Yes, my lord. Not long after, an ordinary middle-aged man entered the tent and bowed. Lord Angus. Migos, this is for you. Go to Hoi City to get the things back. Yes, Migos nodded in response. The next moment, the space ring that only the family can wear floated up and fell into Migos' hands. Looking at the other party's back as he left, Angus was not worried that the other party would embezzle the property and run away. Migos was his father's guardian knight and the assistant minister left by the previous Earl of Eagle. He has served the X family for 230 years. His loyalty has been witnessed in these long years. When he opened the second letter, he looked at the handwriting of Dread on it and smiled and shook his head. This old friend of his is still so honest. Compared to treating Dread as his subordinate, Angus is more willing to treat him as his brother. Dread seems to have 2 unmarried sons. Go back and see if there are any unmarried women in the tribe. Then Angus took out paper and pen and began to write. At the beginning of August, Weilin had been in Fire Leaf City for almost half a month and spent every day in leisure. At this moment, Fire Leaf City has 5,000 people from the 3rd Battalion of the X-Corps, 5,000 people from Bourne Willick's army, and 10,000 garrison troops, a total of 20,000 troops. It stands to reason that he should be very busy, but unfortunately with General Dread here, he doesn't have to worry about anything. In addition, a week ago, the huge wealth was transported away, which made him feel more relaxed. He didn't care if he could get a share of the wealth worth 1.5 billion gold coins in the end, because his father would not let him suffer any loss. Sir, do you remember that we have an important thing to do this time? Seeing his master's lazy look, Kyle said. What is it? Weilin opened his eyes and looked at Kyle, asking. For Lord Baird. Oh, there is this thing. Weilin sat up from the old chair and remembered this important matter. The chief steward is still single. As his master, I have to find a few capable women for him so that I can show my concern for him. Kyle, go check which capable women there are in Hoi City. Yes, sir. Kyle bowed and saluted, turned around and left the city lord's mansion. 2 days later, Weilin and Kyle dressed up and went to the streets to find people to choose a suitable wife. For Baird, since the looting did not affect civilians, only the wealthy people in the city suffered, and the streets of Hoi City were in good order. As a city close to the sea, the men and women on the street were dressed very coolly. In other words, they were a bit too exposed. Unconsciously, Weilin and his companions came to the upper city of Hoi City. Originally as a prime location close to the coast, there were many luxurious houses, but after the army's plundering, only desolation remained. The former nobles and wealthy businessmen, those with relatives left their hometowns, and those without relatives guarded the dilapidated houses, hoping that the robbers in the city would leave as soon as possible. As the culprit, Weilin had no psychological burden at all. This place was not his country. As an expeditionary force, they were originally here to make a fortune. As for competing for the position of Grand Duke, it was something the king should consider. After a walk around, there were dilapidated scenes everywhere, so they didn't feel like staying and turned to the lower city. Compared with the curses of the nobles and wealthy businessmen in the upper city, the civilians in the lower city were somewhat concerned about the turmoil, but not much. It didn't matter who ruled them, as long as they could survive and not rob their wives and daughters. Even if Wylan and Kyle dressed up deliberately, they couldn't hide their temperament. The civilians around saw the two and deliberately avoided them, not daring to look them in the eye. "My lord, this is it," Kyle came to Wylan and whispered. Wylan raised his head and looked at a tavern located in the civilian area. Even standing outside the door, he could hear the noise inside. Pushing the door open, a smell of alcohol came, reminding him of the days in the drunkard's house, and he didn't know where the North Wind adventure team was now. The arrival of the two did not attract the attention of these adventurers. Wylan and Kyle found a corner against the wall, ordered 2 glasses of water-tooth wine and a grilled fish, and slowly tasted the local delicacies. This fish is well grilled, and it has a unique flavor with this water-tooth wine. Wylan put down the wine glass and couldn't help but admire. Not long after, a fish went into Wylan's stomach. Seeing this, Kyle asked the tavern maid to bring 2 glasses of water-tooth wine and 2 grilled fish. Earl Hoy is cowardly and incompetent. He surrendered without defending Hoy City for a day. "I came here in vain and didn't make a penny." A bald adventurer got drunk, stood up, put one foot on the stool and said loudly, "You're right, I thought I could make a little money here, but I didn't expect Earl Hoy to be so incompetent." Another burly man echoed. A young man in relatively gorgeous clothes slapped the table and couldn't help saying, "You can't say that, you saw that day. The expeditionary general of the kingdom of Ilyus broke the city with 2 swords. Even the magic defense sky curtain couldn't resist. A quarter of the thousands of soldiers guarding the city wall were killed, and the rest were injured. Bair, incompetence is incompetence. What excuses are there? I spent so much money on the journey, and now I can't even leave the city." The bald adventurer looked at the pretty boy and said disdainfully, "You're looking for death. You dare to spit your damn saliva into my wine. Do you want me to loosen your muscles?" A man with a resolute face threw away the wine glass, picked up the hammer, and shouted at the bald adventurer, "Come on, just kill you and make up for my loss." The bald adventurer showed sarcasm and his tone was full of provocation, but he never took action, waiting for the other party to hit him. The resolute man held the hammer tightly in both hands. He wanted to hit but didn't dare to, just because of the ban in the city. The bodies of several adventurers were pierced by wooden sticks and hung in the center of the city, so he always restrained his emotions. The situation was like this, and other people were making a fuss around, wanting to watch the show and add some fun to the boring days. Even Wylan put down his knife and fork and looked at the two with expectant eyes. Seeing this, Kyle covered his forehead speechlessly. "My lord, this is the city you temporarily rule. How can you have such an idea?" "Nothing, today you and I have no other identity, just treat yourself as a spectator." Wylan responded with a smile, his eyes never leaving the lively scene. Just as the situation was getting more and more intense, the resolute man was unable to step down, his face was flushed, and the surrounding fighting spirit emerged. When he was about to start, a charming woman came down from the 2nd floor. "Everyone, this is a place for eating and drinking. If you want to fight, please go out and fight." The voice was not loud, but it echoed in everyone's ears, and even the surrounding temperature dropped a few degrees. The people who made trouble sat down. The resolute man snorted coldly, put down the hammer in his hand, and sat down to drink. The bald adventurer did not use words to provoke the other party, and sat down to drink by himself. "Kyle, this is not the woman you chose." Wylan looked at the charming woman, turned his head and whispered to Kyle. Seeing this, Kyle shook his head and whispered, "My lord, this is the proprietress of the tavern. I chose the daughter of the proprietress of the tavern." "Proprietress, so the tavern has a boss?" Wylan asked suddenly. "Of course not." Kyle felt a little strange, but still answered truthfully. "I see." Wylan nodded and responded, "Tell me about the daughter of the proprietress." "This tavern was opened 6 years ago. At that time, the proprietress brought her only daughter to settle here. According to the investigation of my subordinates, the proprietress was an adventurer when she was young. There is no news about who her husband is. As for the proprietress's daughter, her name is Yetta. She has a certain reputation in Hoi City and is affectionately called the daughter of wealth by the surrounding civilians. It took 6 years, under the protection of her mother's military force, to earn a lot of wealth, but she was good at managing her reputation. She paid tribute to the local lord to gain stability, and showed favor to the surrounding civilians to gain a reputation for kindness. At the same time, she made friends with officials to obtain information channels. Oh, that is to say her family escaped the looting? Wylin asked. Yes. Kyle nodded and then said they had a certain amount of property in the upper city. But they decisively gave it up and handed over a large amount of wealth to us. General Dredd learned of this and allowed them to keep the property in the lower city instead of plundering it all. You have good eyes and courage. Wylin stared at Kyle and said with a smile, Are you tempted? Do you want to take it yourself? Anyway, there's still a long time. Just find someone for Baird. My lord, I think this woman is very suitable as the wife of the general manager. Kyle refused, and then continued to narrate. If it succeeds, with the couple governing Kixing City, I don't think they will come to my lord every day to ask for people and money. That's right, let's decide this first, and go see the other people first. Wylin touched his chin and made a decision after seeing the others. Then the two paid and left the tavern. Before Wylin and Kyle left, Maid went upstairs on the pretext of entering a simple room and reported to a girl in a low voice. After leaving the tavern, Varen and Kyle traveled to several places and secretly observed several women. Some were married and widowed, some were still unmarried, and some were in distress. Generally speaking, some of these women are suitable to be mistresses, some are suitable to be wives, and some can only be used as playthings. Returning to the city lord's palace, after careful consideration, Wylin finally decided on 3 candidates. One is the daughter of a tavern proprietress, one is widowed in her first marriage and has no children, and the other is the lonely daughter of a nobleman. Kyle, find a reason to bring these 3 people back and let me screen them. Wylin handed Kyle the list and warned him. My subordinate understands. Kyle took the list, left the hall, transferred 100 people from the guards, and invited people as he went. I didn't expect that one day I would be a matchmaker. I am worried about Baird's life-long event. One day later, Kyle invited the 3 women back one by one. Although the method was a bit rough, it was very effective. Yetta, Angel, and Odalie Chappelle, the 3 women looked at each other with sorrow in their eyes, not knowing what their outcome would be. My lord. The 2 guards at the door beat their chests and saluted. Several people heard the sound and looked towards the door, only to see 2 people entering the hall. With a serious look on his face, Wylin came to the front seat and sat down. He leaned on the chair and looked at the 3 people, feeling anxious and uneasy. He didn't know whether it was a pretense or a true expression of his heart. Yetta, your mother resisted the inspection and has been detained. As her daughter, how do you think it should be handled? Wylin stared at the blue-haired girl on the left and asked. My mother dared to resist your order because of me. I am willing to sacrifice my life and all my property in exchange for my mother's safety. Yetta looked directly at Wylin, suppressed the fear in her heart, and elaborated in a calm voice. Ha, you 2 are in my hands. How can there be any property that belongs to you? Wylin couldn't help laughing, making the other 2 women tremble in fear. Hearing this, Yetta was speechless, biting her lips and thinking about countermeasures in her heart. Wylin stopped paying attention to this move and turned to look at the second woman. Angel, my subordinate, is very interested in you. And I heard that your husband died, so he begged me to reward him with you. Wylin looked at the 18-year-old girl with a smile and couldn't help but ask some evil questions in his heart. Road. I hope you will let my family go, and I am willing to follow your arrangements. Angel answered without hesitation, taking courage. That's good. Varen nodded and turned to look at the third woman, Odalie Chappelle, the daughter of a down-and-out noble 3 years ago. Hearing the other party tell her life experience, Odalie's became paler and paler. Your brother injured my soldier for you, and he should be executed as expected. Now his life depends on your thoughts. I am willing to obey your lord and be a slave. I hope you you will forgive my brother's sins." Odalis knelt on the ground, kowtowed her head to the ground and begged Varin. Seeing the two surrendering, Ilyus knelt on the ground and said to Varin, "Sir, I am willing to exist as your slave. I hope you will release my mother." Wylan ignored the three of them and left. Seeing this, Kyle knew it was time for him to appear. He stepped forward to help the three of them up and said very kindly, "Congratulations to the three of you for passing the test. Starting today, the three of you and your families will be escorted by the army to the territory of my master." After hearing this, the three of them stared at each other blankly before they could recover. Kyle was not in a hurry and asked the guards to take the three of them down to reunite with their families and let them think slowly. If the three of them gave up their families and only wanted to survive on their own, they and their loved ones would disappear from the world forever. But all three of them value their families, which proves that they are not heartless people and can be used with peace of mind. There will be no problem whether they are wives or spouses. In a guest room, Ilyus looked at her mother, who was intact, threw herself into her arms and cried softly. Seeing her daughter sad, the tavern proprietress Gwendolen felt distressed and frightened, so she could only pat her back gently. "Regarding such an unreasonable disaster, I thought I had avoided it last time, but I didn't expect that I was overthinking it." After Ilyus calmed down, she told her mother the whole story. "Hey Ilyus, the one you are talking about may be the commander-in-chief who occupied Fire Leaf City. His move may be to choose a wife or concubine for his subordinates." Gwendolen, the owner of the tavern, instantly understood this move and whispered to herself. The daughter recounted, "Mom, let's face it, we may be fine. It's just a pain for you, but in these troubled times our lives are humble. The fact that you can be tested by the other party shows that they value you." Gwendolen, the proprietress of the tavern, comforted softly. "It's okay, mother, as long as you have nothing to do. It doesn't matter if you work for him." Ilyus wiped her tears and said firmly, "Mother has been protecting me for more than 10 years, and my daughter will protect you in the future." When Gwendolen heard this, she shed tears and hugged her daughter tightly. "The last time I shed tears was when my husband passed away. Maybe I am even more sad as I get older." Angel and Odalis, after deducing by their parents or elders, came to very different results, but they had no ability to resist and could only follow the general trend. As for what the general trend is, strong soldiers and horses are strong, and powerful people call it the general trend. A few days later, the three women, their families, and some available talents, such as craftsmen, architects, chefs, and other ordinary talents, a total of 356 people, was sent back to the Nancy camp by the transport team to be settled, waiting to be taken back to the Praying Star Lake. More than a month after the fall of Hoi City, most of Chris Province was occupied by the Southern Army. It was completely reduced to a safe zone, and there was no need for many troops to be stationed. In mid-August, a messenger came to Hoi City with a military order. "My lord, this is the order given to your department by the headquarters. Please check it." Wylan asked people to entertain the messenger well, and then summoned the generals of various departments in the army to the city lord hall to discuss things. After a while, everyone rushed to the hall and stood in their positions according to their status. The officers of the 3rd Battalion of the X-Corps belonged to the first sequence and were in the front. The officers of the army led by Balbourne stood at the back, and the officers of the Guard army led by Count Icalan of Hoi stood at the back. Wylan looked around and found that everyone was there. He unlocked the magic circle in front of everyone, opened the black wooden box, and took out the military order. The headquarters ordered that Balbourne and his troops be responsible for the defense of Fireleaf City. The army led by Earl of Fireleaf Icaran Hengens will accept the command of Wylan Axe, the commander of the 3rd Battalion of the Axe Legion, and attack Bayi City, an important town in the northeast of Chris Province. "We obey your orders," everyone bowed their heads and replied. Bayi City, located at the junction of Chris Province and Nandishalan Province, controls an important area and is under the jurisdiction of the province. The surrounding area of more than 10,000 square kilometers belongs to the direct territory of Grand Dukedom. According to the intelligence obtained by the headquarters, the defense force here is no less than 30,000, of which 10,000 belong to the expeditionary force of the Kingdom of Bashio, and the other 20,000 000 belonged to the battle sequence of the Northern Army. Therefore, the headquarters allowed them to gather the surrendered troops in the occupied areas along the way, increase the number and strength of the army, and attack Bair City. Wylan roughly understood the intelligence and handed it directly to Dread. Seeing the information recorded above, Dread immediately thought of the meaning of this order from the headquarters. It doesn't matter whether Bair City can be defeated or not. The important thing is to consume the strength of these fence-sitters. This is a punishment for them. Why did they choose the kingdom of Bascio instead of the kingdom of Ilia at the first time? Do they look down on us? This is roughly what it means. Sir, this time our main role is to contain the army of Bair City. Whether we can defeat Bair City or not is secondary. Flames appeared on the fingertips of Delayed, and he lit the military order and said to Wylan, "General, how many troops do you think we should gather?" Wylan ignored the burning of the military order. The headquarters had backups of this kind of thing. After the frontline combat troops received it, they must be burned after reading it to avoid the failure of the troops and the leakage of important information. 50,000 is the best, easy to control, and suitable for the consumption of siege. Delayed thought about it and gave an answer. Then do as the general said, gather another 40,000 troops along the way and attack Bair City. 3 days later, the army set off and marched towards Bair City. The civilians in the city and the surviving nobles and wealthy businessmen were all grateful for the departure of this group of foreign troops. But for the Hengens family, it was extremely sad. In addition to the more than 1,000 garrison troops of Hengens Castle, the entire power of Hoi territory was taken away. It can be said that the real owner of Hoi territory is Born Willith, man who is a member of the Earl's side line and is believed to be favored by the goddess of life. The straight line distance from Hoi City to Bair City is only more than 300 kilometers, but the planned route is more than 700 kilometers. When the army was halfway through the march, Wylan's army expanded from 15,000 to 40,000. On the night of September 1, 9726 in the glorious calendar, in an abandoned village room, 2 soldiers spread a blanket on the ground and left the room. Today is the time when the guidance of fate is triggered again. Wylan sat idly by the fire and waited quietly. There is a treasure house underground in Bair City, which was left by the pirate King Born used 3,000 years ago. The entrance is located 30 meters underground from the 66th palace of the Bair Palace Group in Bair City. Enter the passage and press the 13th stone on the left. There will be a lift passage leading directly to the 300-meter underground treasure house. The door of the treasure house is guarded by 2 low-level stone ghosts with soul, and the password is the glory of the 7 kings. The information given this time was very detailed, which made Wylan a little confused. I haven't heard of the pirate King Burn use. But fate will not lie to me. I think there should be such a person. Wylan searched the memory in his head and did not find any information about this person. However, the entrance to this treasure house is located 30 meters underground in the 66th palace of the Bair Palace Group. In any case, Bair City must be taken down, and it can only be taken over by his army. No other forces can exist. Otherwise, it will be easy to leak the news. Forget it. Write a letter to my father and ask him to transfer troops. After thinking about it, Wylan wrote a letter directly to his father and let him make a decision. That night, a golden warrior of the Flag Guard Squadron left with a letter. At dawn the next day, Wylan brought Dread over. My lord, General Dread, we need to gather more troops during this march. Why? Dread asked. Wylan stared at Dread with a serious face and said, I can't tell you the reason, but Bair City must be conquered. I have written to my father and he will support a group of troops. I understand. Dread took the order without asking any more questions. In the following time, the troops marched slower and slower, just because they needed to constantly train the troops to prepare for the attack on Bair City. In the Nanchi camp, the base of the X-Corps, Angus received Wylan's letter again. The news recorded on it scared him, and then ordered the guards to block the tent and read it carefully. Pirate King Burn Hughes, from the land of Chaos, a legendary pirate who roamed the inner sea of the Sinop subcontinent, was killed by the high priest of the moon god 3,000 years ago in the port city of Burn Hughes, where the pirate king was born. He had seen this epic in the royal library, and he had a special understanding of this legendary figure who had roamed the Synapse subcontinent for more than 1,000 years as a pirate. If the other party had not violated the saint of the moon god, he would not have ushered in the wrath of the moon god cult. As the carrier of the gods in the plain world, the saint girl is related to the face of the gods. Not only was the pirate King Balbourne killed, but his 6 brothers, who were also legends like him, still could not escape the purge of the moon god cult. This pirate king never thought that for a moment of selfish desire, he would cut off his bloodline. Whenever he thought of this, Angus was very curious about why the pirate king would defile the saint of the moon goddess and trigger the encirclement of hundreds of legendary strongmen. However, Angus was very tempted by the treasure house left by the other party. McGregor notified the 2nd and 6th battalions to abandon their tasks and go to Bair City to obey Wyland's command. At the same time, let Migos and Indek go to Bair City. My lord, the 2nd and 6th battalions are now executing the military orders issued by the headquarters. Is it inappropriate to give up like this? Mag asked doubtfully. I will go back to explain to the headquarters, and you go directly to issue my orders. Yes, my lord. Seeing this, McGregor did not ask the reason, left the tent, found the herald and issued the military order of his master. Then, Angus got up and left the camp and went to the headquarters. Sirid put down the book in his hand and said to Angus kindly, Angus, what's the matter? Commander, there's no one else here, just call me Uncle. Sirid motioned Angus to sit down and talk. Okay, Uncle Sirid. I came here this time because I have something important to tell you. Angus was not polite, sat next to Sirid and spoke. Go ahead, Sirid said. Sirid liked the son of his old friend very much and wanted to adopt him as his adopted son, but the old man Ignatius Axe was unwilling. I want to transfer the 2nd and 6th battalions to Bair City. Bair City, the mission you asked for your son last time. Sirid looked at Angus with some surprise and said curiously, I remember that your guardian knight Dread was beside your son, and the strongest in Bair City was only a high-level gold. Even with the magic defense sky, there was no danger. You don't have to be so pampering. I tell you, the offspring must suffer more, otherwise it is easy to raise a waste. Just like mine. It's not this reason. Well, there is also this reason, no, how should I say it? Angus waved his hand and said, Uncle Sirid, this time I beg you, I will give you a gift afterwards, a gift you can't refuse. Well, in this case, then okay. Sirid looked at Angus's pleading look and said helplessly, spoiling a child is like killing a child. No matter how you treat your children, you need to experience more. Yes, uncle, then I'll take my leave first. Go. After Angus left, Sirid returned to his usual indifference. What secrets are there? I wonder what news this kid has got. I'm curious about what this kid calls a precious gift. Not long after, Sirid issued 2 orders, asking the other 2 troops to take over the tasks of the 2nd and 6th battalions of the Aix Legion. His first strategic step was to occupy the Dany Province and Chris Province first, then concentrate troops to attack the Balbourne Province, recapture the capital, drive the Basio Kingdom expeditionary force out of these 3 provinces, and restore the balance of the situation in Balbourne. At the end of September 80,000 troops gathered outside the city of Bair and surrounded the fortified city. With the arrival of the 2 soul masters Migos and Indek, plus 2 battalions of troops on the way, Wyland directly besieged Bair City and cut off its internal and external connections. At this moment, in Bair City, a group of generals sat in the hall of the city lord's mansion. Sitting in the upper seat is a young woman from the Marquis of Zyark family in the Basio Kingdom. She has the blood of the Pradak family, one of the 7 blue blood nobles, and ranks 4th in the order of succession in the Zyark family. The Basio Kingdom adheres to the principle of respect, and hierarchy and blood is precious. The blood represents the 7 blue blood nobles. Just like the royal family of the Basio Kingdom, it is also one of the 7 blue blood nobles, and governs the Basio Kingdom with the other 6 blue blood nobles. The civilian geniuses in this kingdom, if they want to make progress and gain stronger strength, either go far away and join other countries to serve them, or take the initiative to attach themselves to the blue blood nobles to achieve class crossing. In the Basio Kingdom, Only those with the blood of blue blood nobles flowing in their bodies can become nobles and have the qualifications to climb up. For such a concept of governing the country, even if they believe in the god of war, the combat effectiveness of the army is not very strong. Noble Lady Ilyus, the army surrounding Bair City is the 3rd Battalion of the X-Corps that captured Hoi City. The commander is Wylan X, the 5th son of the X-Corps commander, and he is guarded by a soul-level expert. A middle-aged man stood up, knelt on one knee, and reported the intelligence he had collected to the young woman in the lead. They gathered the traitors' troops along the way. The total force of 80,000. In addition, the number of white-winged crows is decreasing. Ilyus frowned and asked, "When will our reinforcements arrive?" Other man stood up and knelt on one knee, reporting to Ilyus, who was in a higher position. "Respected sir, Lord Sinos led the 13th Legion 6th and 7th Battalions with 10,000 people and the Northern Army with 40,000 people, and will arrive 30 kilometers north of Bair City in 7 days. Notify Sinos and ask him to speed up. In addition, use the white-winged crows sparingly. It is important to pass on information. Otherwise, we will become blind. Increase patrols on the city walls, and let the magic tower in the city be ready to activate the magic defense sky curtain at any time." At this point, Ilyus turned her head and stared at her personal bodyguard, a low-level soul swordsman. "Novia, you don't need to stay with me recently. Go to the city wall to guard against the enemy's soul-level knight's sneak attack." "Yes, sir." The female swordsman bowed her head and answered, stepped forward and kissed the back of Ilyus's hand, and then left. Afterwards, the meeting was disbanded. Bair City became a place where each unit performed its duties. Even the priests of the god of war were stationed on the city wall, ready to use magic to boost morale at any time to prevent the army from collapsing suddenly. They had a deep understanding of the fierceness of the Ilyus kingdom's army. However, their preparations were ultimately in vain, because Wylan was not ready to take action. 4 days later, the 2nd and 6th Battalions of the X-Corps arrived outside Bair City. At the same time, Drade also received the news brought back by the reconnaissance troops, and quickly went to the tent to report to Wylan. "Sir, a large number of troops were found in the north moving towards Bair City. The estimated number is 50,000. They should be reinforcements from Bair City." "General, what do you think?" Wylan asked very straightforwardly. "I will lead the 2nd Battalion, the 6th Battalion, and 20,000 Southern Army troops to defeat this reinforcement force as quickly as possible," Dredd replied. "Then do as you think. Let Migos and Indek guard me. There will be no problem with safety." After hearing this, Wylan nodded in agreement. Due to the strong sense of danger, it is impossible for a large army to conceal its tracks and attack the opponent. Therefore, the elite army fights very plainly, fighting head-on. Whoever laughs last will be the winner. In the middle of the night, Delayed led the army out of Bair City and headed north. Due to the tight blockade, Bair City could not detect any intelligence. It could only continue to defend the city wall, wait for reinforcements, and then attack from the front and back. 2 days later, located 30 kilometers behind Bair City, Delayed sat in the Central Army and deployed the army on the plain to wait for the enemy to tire. "Lord Sinos, the enemy is found ahead." "I know." Sinos looked at the enemy army that had already deployed the army 6 kilometers away, with a gloomy face. Recalling the ridiculous strategy of his sister Ilyus, he did not think about how the other party would not notice such a large army moving. Unfortunately, the other party's order of succession to the title was higher than his, and Sinos had to obey her orders. Now he could not contact Bair City, so he could only bite the bullet and fight the other party. All troops set up their formations and prepare for battle. With such a long-distance buffer, the 40,000 troops led by officers quickly formed 40 military formations with 1,000 people in each formation and slowly moved forward.